It really is lifting those front wheels very high now. He had a couple of runs at Arrow Straight, but he did have one run yesterday where he crossed the centre line. So it's a little bit unpredictable, which makes it entertaining. Martin Hallam with the 33 Willis. He's dialing in 11.49. Nice straight wheels down this time for Steve Matthews, not quite as high either. '83 plays in 11.39. They go 6 and 10. Alright, we've seen Honky Tonkin, and this is Honky Tonkin number 2. That's Lee Pike behind the wheel today. Dialing of 9.18, and Tony Pearson with the Guzzler, the 56 Chevy, looking for a 10.85. Breakout there for Tony, just goes out a little bit too quick. 10.81 on 85 and 9.38 on an 18 dial in there for Honky Tonky 2 with Lee Pike. Right, Billy Jones, number 3 in the points chase, and he's alongside Mick Allen. Don't see this car enough on tracks. First time I've seen the car this year, the Corvette, dialing in 10.50. Great looking car. So Billy Jones was one of those that was getting some runs in yesterday. Very busy day, actually, to be fair. I think, you know what, most of the racers that were entered into the meeting were having to go and run what you brung yesterday to make the most of the weekend. Don't blame them. .10.64 breakout by 100th of a second for Billy Jones. Mick Allen goes 10.69 on that 10.50. Goes into number 7. Billy, number 11. All right, next up then, Jason Pickett with the Williams Brothers 55. And Nick Barnett with the Falcon. He is your points leader. Barnett and Grant Falcon, 11.70. Good job from both. Nick Barnett goes into number 4. Jason goes into number 3. Excellent job. All right, Brian Gibson with Identity Crisis, a 64 Dodge Dart. Going alongside Keith Bartlett with Roaring Rat, dialing of 10.40. Brian Gibson dials in 11.21. .61 plays 11.44. Keith Bartlett with a whole shot advantage off the line as well. So Keith goes 11, Brian goes 12. Paul Dominey with the 640. The gang of six. So the last one to run in Gasser Circus. So dial-in of 11.47. Nice, straight and true, goes 12.35 at 111. So Tom Margerson leads the way after Q1. The Tinseltown Hustler in the first pair. And it's Katie Booth in the number 2 spot. Well, exceptional first round of qualifying there for Gasser Circus. And next up then, it is Outlaw Anglia. So Jason Dials a 10.78. Simon is 11.50. 10.83. 11 Gasser Circus this weekend. 20 of them are here, and all fighting out for the championship. It's the last round for them this weekend. Place 11. Wilson, very good morning to everybody tuned in around the world, especially down south. Yep, the other side of the planet, down in Australia. John Willard, I know you're tuned in. A very, very good morning to you. And the first pair has got Jed Guy with Shorty's Hot Rod. He has been 701 with this car, going alongside the great Barbarian, one of the best looking anglers I've seen for a long time, Martin Payne's car. So here we go then, it is Outlaw Anglia. Hold on tight folks, it's going to be a banner weekend. Well, not only is it going to be a banner weekend for them, Outlaw Anglia, 29 cars entered this weekend, a staggering field. And they got 3 chances at it as well. Well, as we know, there's no dial-ins. It's heads up. And whoever gets to the top end the quickest time will be your number 1 qualifier. Going to eliminations tomorrow. Well, fair to say there's a few cars, you never know, are going to be really going for it this weekend. It's their last run. I mean, yeah, we've got national finals next weekend, but it's here this weekend, the Hot Rod Drags, biggest field of the year. Well, Jed moving us around his lane a bit. Martin Payne basically left before the tree run, so he's not getting any numbers at all. Jed opens his account with a 749 at 187. But was moving around a fair bit there. So no time or speed recorded for Martin Payne. Left before the tree ran, so a little bit of studying on the racetrack. Jed's turned around the corner at the top end, and Martin's going to join him around the corner. So Ronnie Mercer just been pushed back, just allow the tractor to come out for a moment, just to do a little bit of sledding. So let's just have a look to see who is actually entered for this weekend in Outlaw Anglia. Good to see Rob Stone back. Ronnie Mercer, winner last weekend at the Euro final shootout in Pro ET. Absolutely phenomenal job from him. I've actually got Tom Margerson in the class as well. Even though he's just running Gasser Circus, he's entered into Outlaw Anglia as well. Martin Payne, you've just seen go through. You've got Rob Nixon good to see Rob racing, and that's a potent combination he's got there. Katie Booth runs in Gas Circus, but when it comes to Outlaw Anglia, Ted gets behind the wheel and has some nitrous to play with as well, so can't get much better than that. Wayne Power, new one to the class, and was doing a lot of runs yesterday, just getting himself settled into the car. Mark Bracking. And Mark, totally street legal with his car, always comes along to the Hot Rod Drags and the Vintage Nationals and really does have a lot of fun with the car. Gas Attack, Paul Henscher. Haven't seen Paul for a little while, and it's so good to have Gas Attack with us, and that is a 7-second car as well, so let's just see how Paul gets on. Barry Woodford, getting some runs in yesterday, and looking to go even quicker today. The one and only Colin Miller. He's another guy knocking on the doors of a 6-second pass. Could it be this weekend for Colin? I would imagine he's got all three stages of nitrous all ready to go on the car, and we'll see how Colin gets on this weekend. Spencer Tidswell, he was out yesterday getting some runs in. Gary Bird is back. Ian Tweddle, I didn't see Ian run yesterday at all, but he's certainly here. One and only Mick Taylor with a Banshee, having an awesome season this year. Consistent 7-second runner. Andy Cunningham has made it all the way up here from Kent, and he is booked in, and we want to see him run. Ginner is back with the low 8-second Fordson van. I'll come back to the others after we get this next pair down the track. It features Colin Miller. And he is going alongside Ronnie Mercer with Annie. Now, he's already mentioned this, but Ronnie had an awesome weekend last weekend. A field of 32, and he took Annie all the way to the final and won it. Brilliant achievement for Ronnie and the team. And consistent 8-second car when he uses the gas. That's what we wanted to see. 3 stages of nitrous being purged for Colin Miller. So just turning the bottle on for Ronnie Mercer. There we go. Purge of the nitrous. So obviously 2 nitrous assisted cars. Let's see how they get on then. Annie, Ronnie Mercer in the auto glim lane. It's the Flying Pfeiffer. Colin Miller. He's in the Kestrel Beers lane. Hold on tight, folks. Here we go. Well, Colin was having a little bit of a weave, but that is definitely going to be an awesome 7-second pass. It's a 7.10 at 189 miles an hour. He was 108 to 60 foot. 453 at 154 miles an hour at the 8th mile. And an outstanding 7.10, 189 at the stripe. Well, considering he pedalled it as well, that was an outstanding pass from Colin. Can I please have Supercharged Outlaws into the pairing lanes, please? Supercharged Outlaws, can we have you into the pairing lanes, please? Right, Douglas McClure with the Slug for pop in the Kestrel Beers lane. And Barry Woodford, we mentioned him earlier. He is in the Auto Glim lane. Well, unfortunately, Barry went before the tree was fully activated, so no times or speeds going to be recorded for Barry. That's a shame. And Doug goes through with a 13.24 at 101. Mark Bracking with the East Coast Racing Anglia, totally street legal, going alongside Spencer Tidwell with Power Age. So Spencer's going to get to the stripe first. Goes 10:31 at 1:32. Bracking 11:72 at 115. Just had a message from signing on actually. All drivers must sign on before going on track, please. All drivers. That means racers in classes and RWYB. You must sign on before you go on track, please. So this is Pete Butler with Little Gold Pop, and it's Wayne Power. Unfortunately, looks like he's been pushed back. Getting a few laps in yesterday. He's already got his Outlaw Anglia 9-second badge on the back of the car. That's cool. So Pete Butler on his own. And he goes 11:19 at 119 miles an hour. So next up then, John Webster. Oh, he's another contender this weekend, he certainly is. Fast Company 2, 412 cubic inch supercharged. Really put the cat amongst the pigeons when John first appeared with this car, going 103, 60 foot, I think on his second or third pass, then went to 102. Super quick car. Let's see how John gets on. 104 to 60 foot and this arrow straight. Little bit of a weave towards the stripe. 721 at 187 miles an hour. Cracking opener for John. 459 at 150 at the 8th mile. 721, 187 at the stripe, but 104 to 60 foot. That was launching hard. So a little bit of clean-up in the auto glim lane at the moment. Unfortunately, Wayne Power just driving back to the pit, so obviously a little bit of a fluid leak from the car. So they just got the shear out there just to tidy that one up. So looking behind us to see Paul Henscher with the gas attack car he's lined up. Just having a look at the list of the other cars. That was Rob Torrington, the next one. Gary Hill and Shane Bird. Ben Kennedy didn't have the best of starts of the season with a little bit of a tumble, but got the car back very quickly indeed. And great to see him out running. Pete Butler, Doug McClure, Jed Guy, they've all been through. I haven't seen Phil Druitt yet. Phil was putting some runs in yesterday. Great character. Good to see him here this weekend. John Webster, you just saw go through there. Rob Brindle. A lot of work to do to still completely finish the car, but out on track yesterday and getting some great runs in. Also, Pete Jones is here to race this weekend. And last but by no means least, Kim Harrison with Ruby. She's going to be having a lot of fun this weekend, or loves driving the car, and it's great to see the Harrison family here running the car as well. Don't forget, that is not all of the Anglias that are here this weekend. We have got one of them that can run the numbers, but running with the Supercharged Outlaws this weekend. That, of course, is Simon Barlow, and he is another contender for this magical 6-second pass. So spread them around a bit this weekend, just to worry every competitor, not just those in Outlaw Anglia. So just a little bit of grooming from the tractor. In actual fact, it's pretty much done. So we'll go back on station very shortly indeed. And it will be Paul Henscher. He'll be coming up to the line in the auto glim lane. I'm not sure who's going to join him. But obviously we've still got quite a few Anglias lined up in the pairing lanes. Looking just beyond that, the Show and Shine car park over there. Oh, it's a hot rodder's dream. It's just jam-packed with vehicles already. I think the weather has certainly helped. I mean, it's only not even 10 o'clock in the morning yet, and glorious skies, beautiful warm weather, and everybody's over there just lining up, park the cars up and just wandering around site. So it really has helped immensely this weekend that we have got phenomenal weather yet again. The only ingredient that we haven't got this year that we did have last year is a tailwind. It's a bit of a crosswind. The wind turbines yesterday were giving everybody a headwind to contend with. But the turbines are turning a little bit. So it's not going to slow you down. It's not just giving you any extra oomph going towards the stripe. So you're going to see some really good numbers this morning, and we've seen it already with Colin Miller going 7.1 and John Webster going 7.21. But it's going to be a very, very interesting day, especially as the quick cars have got their first runs in now, so they'll start to tweak and tune and see what else they've got left in the tank. Don't forget, we've still got the Wild Bunch and Supercharged Outlaws to come as our classes. And then we're going into full-blown Run What You Brung, all the way up to lunchtime, basically, where we'll be having Julian Webb with Split Second. That will take us into the lunch break today. Lunch is aimed for about 12:30. There or thereafter, and then when we come back for lunch, it'll be the second round of qualifying with obviously Gasser Circus, Outlaw Anglia, Wild Bunch and Supercharged Outlaws. Then after that it'll be Run What You Brung for 3 hours. And then we have a dinner break on track because our track crew will need to stand down, and then we go into our last round of qualifying for our race classes. Then Run What You Brung will carry on until just after 7:30, and then it'll be Split Second Jet Dragster once again. Then we have our Crackle Fest on the track, and then the huge fireworks display after that. Paul Hensher with the gas attack. I'll engage forward drive, I think. There we go. Job done. So straight into stage for Paul. Well, that's straight and true. Goes 7:51 at 177 miles an hour. Well, I'm Paul. So next on then, Kim Harrison with Ruby. Rod out for his Saturday morning jog up to the sideline, going alongside Rob Turrington. Anglia Saxon. Page 11:31. All right, next up then, always good to see Andy Cunningham on the premises with Agent Orange going alongside Rob Stone with Head Rush. And he's another one of these guys that comes up to the track fairly often, fair to say. A lot of the times he's just a spectator, and other times he brings the Anglia up to race. So just loves his drag racing. Based in Kent. 120 to the 60 foot there for Rob Stone. 5:35 at the 8th and goes 8:45. And it's a 12:11 at 111 for Andy Cunningham. Right, Ted Booth with the Mighty Mouse going alongside Mick Taylor with the Banshee. Well, I've got to say massive thanks to Mick for sorting out a John Willard t-shirt for me. Thank you very much indeed. And got a Banshee one as well, so special thanks, Mick. 540 cubic inch motor under there. Took a while to get into the 7s, but you try and keep them out now. Well, that's something I haven't heard before. Well, went way up on the revs there, a few pops and bangs from the pipes, but so a aborted run for Mick, unfortunately. So it's Ted Booth then. Ted goes through with a 9:49 at 141, slots himself into the number 7 spot. Well, you saw him in Gasser Circus. Here he is in Outlaw Anglia, and that was #1 qualifier in Gasser Circus. But forget about the dialing on the back window. Watch out for a very fast reversing Ginnerman. That's his trademark reversing there. But say he dials. Tom dials in 11:38 Gasser Circus, but no dialings in Outlaw Anglia, obviously. Ginner with the Fords and Van. Disturbed is the name of the vehicle. Winner of Best Appearing Car, the SPRC Awards a few years ago. And it really is a cracking car. Good to see the usual crew with Phil as well. Well, Ginner goes 9:89. We know it was quicker than that because he double stepped off the line there. So 60 foot at 2.6 tells the story. So that would have been easily a mid-8 if that didn't happen. 11:45, 120 there for Tom. Gary Hill with the Hoppin' Poppin' Anglia, 350 cubic inch small block in there, going alongside Phil Druitt, 403 Mafia. Well, unfortunately, Mick Taylor going back to the pits there. Fingers crossed they can get that sorted out. I'm sure they will. Good team. chassis twisting launch for Gary Hill there. That's right, fairly close between them, to be honest. 965 face to 975. Gary goes into the number 8 spot, filter it into number 9. Gary Bird with the lucky penny. He is in the auto glim lane going alongside the relentless machine of Ben Kennedy. So 29 cars entered in Outlaw Anglia this weekend. So good to see so many of them coming out in nigh on perfect conditions today. Ben Kennedy was away well, but it just didn't quite hook up the way he wanted it to. Gary Byrne on a good one though, 865 at 157. Ben just rolling up towards the beam. He's going to be doing about 47 mile an hour as he crosses the line there. 1792. Gets qualified though. Still got plenty more to come. So Shane Bird, he is in the Kestrel beer lane going alongside Rob Nixon. That's right, we are missing a couple that have booked in because this could be the last pair in Outlaw Anglia. Obviously Mick Taylor didn't get the run, and there's a couple that haven't made it down. But oh, lovely little wheel stand off the line there for Rob Nixon. And a very tidy 10.09 at 131. Shane goes through with a 13.74. Okay, we move on to the Supercharged Outlaws. This is their practice run, folks. After that, they will set their own individual dial-ins for the weekend. It doesn't matter if they go over or under, but it'll give us a clue as to what they're up to. Some outstanding numbers yesterday. Andy Hadfield, a new PB for Twister, 751. Gary Park in Purple Daves with the 7.4s. But it really was an incredible day for Supercharged Outlaws yesterday, even though they were just in run what you brung. 21 of them booked in today. This is your first pair. Paul Dale with the acute angle going alongside Mike Couch with Little Hemi Hustler. The 105E Anglia taking on the Slingshot Dragster. Now, as I say, these are their practice runs. There's no dial-ins or anything like that. There's A to B runs, and then after that we will have their chosen numbers, which will display on the scoreboards from their next runs onwards for the rest of the weekend. The idea being with Supercharged Outlaws, they all get the same amount of runs, and whoever's closest on average to their chosen number by the end of all the racing is declared the winner. Different way of going racing. Instead of a full-blown eliminations, they all get equal number of runs. 85 plays in line 44. Mike Couch with the Little Hemi Hustler slingshot. Nice little run for here. Paul Dale chasing another little gremlin that's appeared in the of Little 100 RWYB. Andy Park with the Model Y. Twin screwed 347 cubic inch lump under the front end. And a very, very consistent car indeed. Was running between 986 and 990 all day yesterday. Let's see what he's got for us this morning. This is where he'll go, probably 980 or something like that. Has potential to go quicker than that. Good crisp air and not a headwind today. May go a little bit quicker. Oh, 984. Yeah, he found about 100th from yesterday. Okay, so the next pair now coming forward to do the burnouts. Whee! I'm a bit crossed up on the burnout there. Okay, so this is, I think, probably one of the happiest people here this weekend. Gary Parks with Purple Days, the altered. Knocked his PB out of the county, let alone the ballpark. Running the 7.8s, may have tickled the 7.7s, but went in the 7.4s yesterday. Absolutely outstanding. Going alongside Aaron Windridge with the Grim Reaper, another one that was getting some runs in yesterday. He's pretty chilled out and happy. Well, it was one of those moments yesterday when Gary Parks went in the 7.4s. Where on earth did that come from? But everything was spot on. No problems with the car either. So side-by-side altereds then for this pairing in Supercharged Outlaws. Oh, he's done it again. 7.41 this time round. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. 8.42 for Aaron Windridge. Right, next up there, Mick Checkett with the front engine dragster. The slingshot. Going alongside Simon Barlow with the beast, the 4-pop. No, I'm going to shut Simon off. I'm not quite sure what the issue is with Simon. Oh, it's a shame actually, but can see, actually now looking down, can see a puddle of fluid underneath the car. Car's just having a quick look. Nice run, 8:12, 163. So it looks like maybe a filler cap or something, or something that's worked itself loose. That Carl and the gang are on that straight away. Well, someone's not getting out of the car, which is good news, so we'll just wait a moment. But Supercharged Outlaws this weekend, say a staggering entry this weekend. It's one of their highest ever, to be honest with you. 21 cars entered. We've only seen 6 of them so far, so still plenty more to come. Let's just have a quick look at the Supercharged Outlaws that are running this weekend. Roy Wilding, so great to see Roy Wilding back here. I think he's fairly close to the front of the lanes at the moment. Andy Hadfield with Twister. Robbie Grabham with Freddy's Revenge, but change of body. It's not the altered body this weekend. You'll be seeing the Austin on there as well. It's the Good Guys Racing. Another one of the altereds, Steve Clark and Nigel Rigdon with that brilliant little Topolino. Really looking forward to seeing that getting down track today. Paul Watts is here with the pickup. Wayne Allman with Mental Breakdown. Wayne's got a plan for today, and his first run is literally just going to be a burnout and launch. Got lots of new bits on Mental Breakdown, so he has a plan for today. So he's not going to try and rotate the planet on his first run, nor his second or third. So we'll be watching Wayne's progress with interest today. We've got Luke Watts with Little Altered, Mike Couch with the Slingshot, and Jim Usher with Vegas Hunter, Joe Bond, another one with engine damage yesterday, burnt a piston and damaged a head yesterday. Des Taylor is going to be back behind the wheel of Thunder God after after yesterday. And that was a real story yesterday, actually. And it wasn't Des Taylor behind the wheel, it was Duncan Beard, the car owner. And, of course, Tony Underhill with the 6-second Willis. So, going to be a very entertaining day, Supercharged Outlaw. Here comes the next ones, though. It's the Al Capone altered. That looks so cool. Going alongside, yep, it is Jim Usher. Got the starter motor sorted out, so he's down for a run. And of course, Al Capone with Luke Watts. Well, Luke did the burnout and the car stopped very quickly indeed. And looks like Jim is struggling to get reverse. Oh, got it engaged now. That's good. So, unfortunately, just going to push Luke back. So Jim going to be on a solar. That's going to put a big smile on Jim Usher's face. That is straight true, launched beautifully. 8:09 at 165. Lovely to get an A to B run. First time out on track for the weekend. Obviously got a few gremlins sorted out from yesterday with the starter motor. He's back. Oh, Luke Watts again, just went for the burnout, but the car cut out straight away. When these things become temperamental, they keep protesting in a funny sort of way. If they don't want to run, they're not going to run. So unfortunately, Luke being pushed back again. They'll get it sussed. They're a good team, strong on knowledge, and they'll get that one sorted out. Still got 3 runs from Supercharged Outlaws today. The first run of the day is where they basically get what they call their practice run in and helps them set the target time for the rest of the weekend. So, it's on Barlow's team. The Beast is still sat at the back. I don't know if they're going back to the pits or if they're going to run. We'll find out very, very shortly indeed. But just looking over into the pairing lanes, it looks like Roy Wilding is head of the lanes. Andy Hadfield with Twister right at the front as well. But Luke Watts just taking the crash on, and he'll be going back to the pits and try and sort out the issue with the engine there as to why it keeps cutting out when he goes for the burnout. But glorious day here for the Hot Rod Drags. As I say to you, it's an absolute pleasure to be here this weekend. Big thanks to Martin, Steve and Alan, the Hot Rod Drags team, and of course everybody else involved with the NSRA for putting this event on this weekend with everybody here at Santa Pod Raceway. It's not all about the racing. It's a big part of it, but it's all about the show and shine. It's all about the lifestyle. It's helping everybody else out. The pits are just the place to be. You've got the show and shine area. The car park is, well, I mean, it's absolutely heaving with cars. So, for the second time I'm asking then, Simon Barlow with the Beast. Fingers crossed for Si. Simon set for the run. Let's see what he's got for us then. His first run here today. Well, unfortunately didn't entirely go to plan there. Left before everything was activated basically. Couldn't hold it on the line. So Simon just goes to the top end. So unfortunately no time or speed or anything for Simon. But they'll be back in the lanes later on for their second run. Right, next up then, Roy Wilding going alongside Andy Hadfield. Well, this is what racing has been made for, isn't it? Roy Wilding, who has had his hand in so many cars over the years. So good to see Roy back behind the wheel once again. Proper showman burnout there from Andy Hadfield as well, going way past the 330-foot mark. And Charlotte's going, I ain't running after him, he can come back to me. That's about both of them with pretty damn good burnouts there. Well done. Well, Andy Hadfield set a new PB yesterday, went 7:51. And fair to say it was a soft launch. He wasn't on the trans brake yesterday. Might be using it now, not sure. And Elaine bringing Roy back to the line. So the Chariots of Fire Slingshot, Roy Wilding. I believe it's his first run of the year. I don't recall seeing him run any of the other events so far, but he's a very busy lad indeed. And Roy has this thing, I think he likes to race at least once a year and has done for, I think, nearly 40 years. So Andy Hadfield, new wheelie bars on Twister, really making a difference. So there we go then, their practice runs, the Fadster and Roy Wilding. Roy Wilding's going to get there first with a 7:51, 7:93 for Andy Hadfield. And if he used the trans brake that time, I'm not sure. Probably best if he doesn't, because it didn't half fly yesterday. So 7:51 for Roy Wilding, which is basically what Andy Hadfield ran yesterday. Well, it's the good guys. And how good is it to see Wayne Allman back with Mental Breakdown? Well, we have a plan for Wayne. This run for Wayne is purely a burnout reverse launch. That's it. That's all Wayne's going to do. Basically, again, it's first time out for Wayne this year. The whole top end of the engine is new. So he just wants to make sure that everything is okay with everything that has been done. Going alongside Steve Clark and Nige, the good guys, Topolino. Beautiful looking car. The boys get them out there. So Wayne, we know he's just doing a burnout and launch. Oh, Wayne's just got a bit too far there. So the good guys go 880 at 155. We're just going to restage Wayne. As I say, he's only doing a burnout and launch, so but we still need to clear the top end. Well, burnout launch and take it to about 3:30 there for Wayne. So the next run for Wayne will be the half-track run. Oh dear. Tony in drift spec with the Willis sedan. I tell you what, the team were having an absolute blast yesterday, because the young man stood by the wall near the start line. That's James Woody Woodford, and He had a couple of goes behind the wheel of this car yesterday, thoroughly enjoyed it. Had an absolute blast. And then Tony got in the car to finish the day off with. And of course, now into Wild Bunch, good and proper. So Tony Underhill, back behind the wheel of the Wiz, going alongside young Robbie Grabham with Freddy's Revenge. As you can see, a complete body change from the altered to this full-bodied Austin. Well, neither of them launched straight, fair to say. Robbie had a brilliant save yesterday, and he goes through with a 958. Tony launched right, unfortunately, and had to gather it in. So entertaining for both of them as they left the line. Well done, Dave. Good to see you once again down on the start line. Always good to see you down there, mate. So the numbers for that one, Tony went 1281, Robbie went 958. And they both clear the top end. Let's see who's next. Well, the Twister team going back to the pits. I think this is going to be a solo. So looking around the corner, still got... No, actually, I think this could be the last one from Supercharged Outlaws. It's Mick Hanna with the Haggis Hunter, Slingshot Dragster, as after this it's going to be the Wild Bunch. Again, strong entry from them, 32 this weekend. So the Haggis Hunter going up to the line, ready to do its run. Well, that launched hard off the line, but unfortunately the engine cut straight away. Whether Mick cut it or it cut out on its own, but it was a good looking launch and the front wheels came up, hit the wheelie bar hard. But before it even got to 60 foot, the engine had cut out, the front wheels had come back down, and the car's just rolling to a stop between the 330 and the 8th mile. So our track crew out for a little jog. And just making sure everything is A-OK up there. So it will be the Wild Bunch up next. Good morning, James. How you doing down there, mate? Good to see you. Good to see the car running yesterday as well. Ah, right, yes. Going alongside the Sonic Attack machine. It's the Wide Bunch. How are we doing down there, guys? Really good to see you down there. So just looking at the top end to see if it's going to come back to the start. I'd imagine they're going to tow it up to the top end, actually. And obviously, Mick and the Haggis Hunter will be down for second run just after lunch today. Next up, as I say, is the Wild Bunch. So James with the little Faust dragster. It's got so much history, that car. So's James, actually. He's been around too long. Been racing for an eternity, really, but loves his drag racing. He really does. And the little Sonic Attack car down there as well. That's Steve Garland behind the wheel this weekend. So they will be the next pair. Right, just going to give the airwaves to Nitro FM just for a moment, as we do need to get this car towed off either the top end or, I imagine it will go that direction. So just rest my vocal cords for a moment. Nitro FM, if you can take the airwaves just for a little while, we'll be back with you. The continuation of qualifying here at the Hot Rod Drags. Biggest field of the year. Well, Jed moving us around his lane a bit. Martin Payne basically left before the tree run, so he's not getting any numbers at all. Jed opens his account with a 749 at 187. Well, Colin was having a little bit of a weave, but that is definitely going to be an awesome 7-second pass. It's a 7-1 lane, and Barry Woodford, we mentioned him earlier, he is in the Autoglim lane. Well, unfortunately, Barry went before the tree was fully activated, so no time for speed is going to be recorded for Barry. That's a shame. Doug goes through. Doug goes through with a 13.24 at 1:0. So Spencer's going to get to the stripe first. Goes 10.31 at 1:32. Badge on the back of the car, that's cool. So Pete Butler on his own. So we're back once again, and it's the Wild Bunch. It's the first pair for them. And it is Steve Garland taking on James Auld. So the Model T Altered of Steve Garland and the little dragster of James Auld. Now, a slight issue for Steve, not quite sure what's... looks like he's all right. No, hang on. So we'll get that one sorted out. He'll be back round later on. So going to be a solo, I think, for James Auld. Nice reaction time to kick things off there for James, a 0.6. Goes 13.55 at 1:06 at the stripe. Andy Clifford with Snake Eyes, and it's the Raging Cajun. Dan and Elliot Jones. They share the driving. I don't actually know who's behind the wheel. We'll find that out in due course. Andy Clifford has a PB of 8.94. Wonder if he's going to get into the 8s today. Roll the beam slightly, so Probably a totally representative run for him. Goes 9.78 against a 10.31 for the little man from Alton. Paul Tarry with Trigger's Broom. Going alongside the Boston Straggler number 2. This is Tim Roy. So very unusual setup in Boston Straggler number 2. It's a V12. Getting some good runs in yesterday as well. As a best of 9.20, 145. And Paul Tarry, it's been 11.75 in this little altered. $9.71 there for Tim Roy. 143 at the start, 11.76 at 114. Well, it's almost a PB actually. PB is of 11.75. Next up, Crazy Chris Hartnell with Backdraft, the little slingshot dragster, going alongside Lee Hartnell with the Metal Mistress. It's a family affair down there. Great to see them both racing together. Okay, Ian brings them forward. Crazy Chris generally does have the front wheels hanging in the air when he launches, and it does tend to move around a little bit, but then Chris is one of these guys where the right foot doesn't normally give in, so it should be quite entertaining on the launch. And actually kept the front wheels down. There's me building it up and did totally the opposite. 10.17, plays 11.27. Well, considering that Backdraft can run in the high 8s, I think Chris was taking it quite gently there. Well, that's Gary Atkinson just doing the burnout beneath us here with the 34 coupe, going alongside Jim Tanner with the Shindigger. $9.76 there for Gary Atkinson, $9.47 for Jim Tanner. Well, Gary Atkinson, and you're just a tenth and some loose change off a PB there. Very nice first run. What is interesting, if you just look at the wind turbines at the end there, they are not moving at all. The flags are hardly fluttering. I think there's only about 3 flags that are actually moving at the moment. The rest of them are just sort of hanging there doing nothing. Absolute glorious conditions today. So Steve Garlett with Sonic Attack. Ready for his run. Steve Garlett goes 12.63 at 102. Nicely done, sir. New PB. And that's his first 12 as well. Well done. So Bobby Wright with the altered 23 Ford Model T, and it's Kev Whiting with Tip Top. Bobby with the blue altered best of 988 at 138. And Kev's best, 1066. .1105 plays a 1030. Alright, we've still got more Wild Bunches around the corner to make an appearance. Next up, it is American Pie with Dan Boone behind the wheel. He's coming around the corner and he's going into the Kestrel Beers lane. Only problem he's got, he's got a lot of turning block, so he may just have to go back. It's a long car with not a huge amount of steering. Going alongside the other side, Bradley Cooper with the Blast from the Past slingshot. Cracking little car, this. So I think Dan's made it into position now. Well, the mission for Dan this weekend, he'd love to go sub 8.5. That's where he would really like to be. So Brad just waiting for Dan to come back. Brad's best in the car is 11.21 at 121 miles an hour. Dan Boone has been 8.60. So would love to get into the 8.5s. No, Darren spotted something on the side of the engine, and the crew basically confirming that, so they're shutting Dan Boone down. Unfortunately, could be a tiny bit of a leak, but that could turn into something a lot worse if he went for the run. So it's going to be a solo then for Bradley Cooper. back from the past, the little slingshot. .11.46 at 116 there for Brad. Nice, tidy little run from that lovely little slingshot dragster. Bear in mind, he's only got 296 cubic inch motor in there. That's a good little car, that. So Dan Boone being going to be taken back to the pits. So it is Ratchet Strap Racing. Matt behind the wheel this weekend, is that right? And going, yeah, we got a bit of a traffic jam behind us actually. And looks like we're just going to do a quick little bit of sledding. Yeah, slight issue in the Kestrel Beer Lane. So Nitro FM, if you can take the airwaves over just for a short moment. When we come back, it'll be the continuation of the Wild Bunch first session on the Saturday morning here at the Hot Rod Drags. And we look forward to plenty more action here today at Santa Pod Raceway. Nice reaction time to kick things off there for James, a 0.6. Goes 13.55 at 1.06 at the stripe. Roll the beam slightly, so won't be a totally representative run for him. Goes 9.78 against 10.31. That didn't take long for the track crew to get that one sorted out. So much so that he actually caught me out. So it is Matthew Hollins in the Cheap Thrills Dragster, the Ratchet Strap Racing team. And Skippy, who has driven Ratchet Strap Racing's Cheap Thrills Dragster, he is in the Chase and Time Slingshot in the other lane, and that is a great looking car. Has the best of 11.88, 114. I would imagine that's going to disappear this weekend. And Matthew Hollins at 10.19, he is going to go way quicker than that over the course of the weekend. The car has been into the 8.9s. So a bit of a musical chairs for these dragsters and drivers. Oh, Skippy gets first with a 10.07 at 130. And Matthew goes 10.33 at 134. That's a new PB on the speed there for Matthew. Alan Lloyd with Gonzo. 7-second altered car with so much history. And not only that, going just as quick as ever. Going alongside Wayne Colliver with the Misfit Slingshot. Wayne has got this into the 9.4s. Beautiful looking car. Kissed the line but didn't go over it. 8.71 there for Alan Lloyd. Wayne goes 12.14 at 94. But great to see the brothers racing each other. You have got Pete Brown in Wrathchild taking on Rob in Rebel. Well, Rob has been as quick as 8.4 in this car. Goes 8.7 and 11.31 for Wrathchild. Nicely done, guys. Ian Wild with the Wildcat, the little comported. Quite a few runs in yesterday. Jag 4.2 straight 6. Car's been around since the 1980s. It used to be the old Animal 2 with the Sabbath body show. Lots of history in this car, as a lot of them are in the Wild Bunch. Goes 12.38 at 108. And in Wild Bunch terms, that's a new PB. Well done, Ian. Mark Courcelle with the ball breaker slingshot. Boy, oh boy, did he have a good weekend last weekend in Super Pro ET, one of our bracket classes at the Euro final shootout. Mark went #1 qualifier for an eternity and stayed at the sharp end of the qualified order, had a great weekend. And not only that, went 8.07 with the ball breaker slingshot. Phenomenal performances. And Mark is the first to credit his crew chief, Steve Cassisi, with the staggering performance from that little dragster. Going alongside a newcomer to the Wild Bunch, this is Rich Butcher, the Fourth Dimension. Got some test runs in yesterday. .512 at 134, 811, 161. The form is still there. Nicely done, guys. Rich Butcher. Forget about the 9-second reaction time. Because the car basically broke the beams before he set off on his journey. So 2104, not really representative of what the car's capable of. I'll take at least 8 seconds off that, maybe more. So, Angela Lanny with Henry's Revenge. You know the name. And fair to say it's changed a bit over the years. I remember this from way back when. So, it's a one-punch debut then for this small block Ford 351 cubic inch motored car. It's a newly built car, but with an original body. Henry's Revenge had raced for many years with its previous owner. Basically taken 6 years on and off to build, and racing for the first time myself. So, Angelo Lanny, best of luck. Tried to get some runs in yesterday. Didn't go entirely to plan, but today's another day. Let's see how they get on. Oh dear. No arm restraints, that's what it is. Critical bit of safety. All part of the learning curve. So next up then, and it is so good to see this car here, Destiny's Angel being driven by Warren Rowlands. Well, there's a lot of people put a lot of help and effort into that car, and that car will get its opportunity. But the engine didn't sound 100% idling underneath the tower. But there's a lot of good people around that car, so they'll get that one sorted out. Right, just looking around the corner, and I do believe we are into Run What You Brung now. So just get ourselves sorted out, just moving lots of paperwork around. Just before Run What You Brung gets going good and proper from the Outlaw Anglia Brigade, had a lovely message from Kim Harrison, and basically she asked me could I do a big favour for her and wish Rod a happy 45th wedding anniversary from me during the day. Absolutely no problem at all, Kim. So also from us in the tower, happy anniversary to Rod and Kim Harrison, 45 years married. Congratulations. Right, I do believe that's Kenzie Taylor behind the wheel of the car. Is it Kenzie? It is. So just having his first run in the car today, 23.92 at 42 mile an hour, just getting himself used to it, and he will be licensing a bit later on today, so he can take part in some competition. But Nigel Taylor, Dad, and I tell you what, Nigel Taylor, if you want to look in your dictionary and see a definition of good egg, Nigel Taylor is top of that list. He's a top bloke and does so much for a lot of people, more than he actually realises. And Unusual Car Sales is a great little Facebook page that he's set up, and a lot of people very thankful for all of the effort he puts into that. So Nigel Taylor, keep up the great work, mate. He did actually. Yeah, that's a good point. Nicky just chipped in, and he's, as I say, there's a lot of people very thankful for what he does. So we're into Run What You Brung. So you've got a lot of great vehicles here this weekend, and nice to see the 100Es back out in force as well. And actually, I'm a bit annoyed with myself because I didn't get a chance to catch up with them all in the pits last night. There was a lot of people running around. There's a lot of things going on as well. But I do know that the car appearing in the Autogrim Lane is Scott Collin, trying a new setup underneath the bonnet to try and eke more power. The end result, that obviously being quicker times down the quarter mile. Going alongside his good friend and fellow 100E Stuart. Oh no, it's not Stuart. It's another one. It caught me out. It was seeing Monica down there that threw me. Well, the Destiny's Angel team going back to the pits. I know you guys will get that sorted out. I look forward to seeing you a little bit later on. Back down with the Wild Bunch once again. Oh, nice one. 10.67, best of the weekend so far for Stuart. And 14.77. It's pretty cool getting all the 100Es down in one hit, actually. I like that. Or as many of them as possible, put it that way. No, obviously we are into Run What You Brung this morning. There will be a different set of cars today because some of them that were running yesterday can't run today. There are some running today that weren't running yesterday. So we have a bit of a mixed bag this weekend. So you're going to see cars that didn't get any track time at all yesterday, but probably arrived late yesterday afternoon or arrived early this morning. But nevertheless, today's Run What You Brung sold out very quickly indeed. So there's a lot of other people that were trying to get on the list to run today, and unfortunately couldn't join in. Also, the other thing is that there's quite a few cars that I don't actually know this weekend, and this is a perfect example of that. That is a proper little and large match-up here. It's like you've got a half-scale car taking on a full-scale one here, but that is quite a sight to behold, and they're neck and neck at them as well. They're both 960 to the 8. Right, the heavy Chevy with Dave Caruso. And basically from the same stable, that's Paul Hammond with the 32 Roadster. 582 cubic inch. Nice automotive engine built by Rob Loring. He's not straight at all, so I need to give him a chance to get lined up the right way. And Paul Hammond, I believe he's got an engine built by the same company as well, so Rob Loring got a hand in both of these cars. Paul Hammond this weekend has already been in the 10s, heavy Chevy being in the 9s, but the goal is to get the heavy Chevy into the 8s. Well, unfortunately, Dave left before the tree ran, so we're not getting any times or speeds on that one. 11:22 at 119 there for Paul. So the little Vauxhall that was running yesterday didn't, obviously with the Run What You Brung screens cleared from yesterday, so unfortunately I haven't got a full reference of the numbers that they ran. But the Morgan yesterday does appear at quite a few of the Run What You Brungs. Said the Morgan is one of those cars that wasn't built for drag racing, but trying a few things with it, and it's starting to work very nicely indeed. Why use a Morgan? Why not? 1080 at 127. And 1644 for the Vauxhall. Well, just looking around the corner into the pairing lanes, and as you say, quite a mixed bag round there. Below us we can see Pete Lane with his Mopar down there. Another one of the 105Es. See Wayne Hiscock in the lanes with his Pro ET Chevy. And can also see Snow White in the lanes as well. So there's quite a good mix of vehicles down there. But just a little bit of prep in the Autoglim lane at the moment. Just to give you an update on sort of timings and what's going on around site today. Obviously this is quite key to sort of planning your day, if you like. Run What You Brung now will be going on till about 12:25, when Julian will be bringing Split Second, the Jet Dragster, down for a run. We'll be having then a lunch break, but just after Julian runs there will be a planned presentation, which will become obvious when that time comes. So lunch break is 12:30 till 1 o'clock. 1 o'clock we go into continuation of the qualifying for our race classes this weekend, which is obviously the Gasser Circus, Outlaw Anglia, Wild Bunch and Supercharged Outlaws. Once they're done, we'll be going into Run What You Brung once again, and that'll be going until 5 o'clock. So it's a good 3-hour session of Run What You Brung. Will be a dinner break on track. Basically the reason for that, because it's quite a late finish tonight, so we do need to give our track crew a chance to actually stand down. So a half-hour break at 5 o'clock, and then when we come back it will be the continuation of our race classes, and they will be getting their third runs of the day. And then once they're finished, the Run What We Brung will recommence for about another hour, finishing at 7:35 this evening. And the day will be rounded off with Julian with a Split Second Jet Dragster putting in another pass, which will lead us into our Cracklefest, where various cars will be coming down and starting up on the racetrack itself. And it's quite a moment indeed. And that will lead beautifully into the big fireworks display, time-tabled for 8 o'clock this evening. And then, of course, you've got live music in the music marquee at 8:45. So it's a full-on day here at the Hot Rod Drag. So Ian's just getting back in position. We're just starting him up again for Run What You Brung. Right, so Pete Lane. We've already mentioned this weekend that he's having a good time up at Sanapod this month. Goes 11.87, but 10.74 for the 105E, going at 124 miles an hour at the stripe. Very, very nice indeed. What's a shame, it looks like there's a slight issue with the Willis. Chris Coburn looks like he's going to be pushed back. Yep, crewman just been told what the issue is. So the Pop's got the track to himself. So continuation of Run What You Brung here, and it's good to see the car that everybody knows as Snow White back out on track once again. Oh, and, very heavy with the right foot there. And basically just went into a secondary burnout. But gets it through with an 11.89. Well, we're not quite sure if it dropped any fluid actually, so but it really did just sort of haze the tyres and just had a complete lack of forward motion. So we've got, as I say, it's a different batch of cars running in Run What You Brung today. So we're just getting all the information gathered for that. But looking in the lanes, some of our regulars as well. So it's going to be quite a good day. But seriously, folks, if you haven't had a chance to yet, if you walk round the back of the start line, as you know, you can go into the pits. You are just going to be met with the best car show ever. And I can only see a bit of it from here. It really is a proper car show over there. It's the coolest car park I think I've ever seen. And certainly during the lunch break, I'll be going down and having a good old look around there. Because some of these cars only make it out a few times a year. Well, only make it here a few times a year. Obviously, they'll go to their local shows. But to come up to or down or across to Santapod this weekend, you know, to support the Santa Pod Raceway and of course the NSRA, and that is a cracking car show over there. So please go and have a look, and most of them will be parked there all day long, because obviously the event itself doesn't finish till, well, gone 8 o'clock this evening, and with weather this good, they're not going to miss any of it. So Wayne Hiscock then with Chevy. Going alongside the... Oh, this is just a proper sleeper. And it don't... Well, this is... Well, I know Wayne will get there in the 9s, but I tell you what, the Daimler ain't going to be far behind. Well, good launch there for Wayne, to be fair. Read the lights beautifully, even though it was a red. It was a 0-1 and goes 9.54 at 136. David goes through with a 13.34 102, but we know that car can go into the 10s without any issues whatsoever. So nice to see this proper quick Ford making an appearance once again. I think it's Danny Wilson, apologies if I've got that one wrong, going alongside the Camaro that was running in the high 10s yesterday and has got away from the line beautifully, so that could be heading towards the mid 10s. It's got a good top end charge, 688 at 100, that should be about 10.7 perhaps, or nearly 1082 at 123. That weighs 1188 at 112. All right, Simon Foster with the 32 Ford rod. Obviously handcrafted back end on the car, but the front end started life as 32 Ford. 27 miles an hour. All right, next up in the Auto Glim lane, it's Gary Cork. One of those racers that has had a good season in Nostalgia Superstock, especially at lifestyle events. And good to see him here at the Hot Rod Drags this weekend. Do you know what? There's almost enough Nostalgia Superstockers for it to be around their championship, but it's not on their schedule. So they're all here just for Run What You Brung and basically having a good time, even though they're all pitted together. Car in the right lane. Need to find out more details on this one, but obviously I know Gary, one of the regulars in Nostalgia Superstock. Gary goes through with a 12.17 and it's 14.28. Well, this is basically insane. The car is called Too Much. No prizes for guessing why. Well, when this car first appeared, it was just one of those jaw-dropping moments. It's got an insane amount of power. twin front engine dragster. So non-wheeled and then with too much. That's an engineering masterpiece, it really is, to get two engines in a slingshot chassis, but that's what Norm's done. It's also trying to get both the engines and run to find the sweet spot together, and that's where the tuning and the engineering comes in. But that car does fly. It really is quick. Not on this particular run, but Norm and the team will get it back to the pits, and look forward to seeing them coming out again later on. Right, so pairing lanes chock-a-block at the moment. But unfortunately we're going to have a pause at the moment because we're stuck by the gate at the second exit. So just obviously we need to get the car removed. Okay, I'll tell you what we'll do just for a moment. Hand over to Nitro FM 96.2. We'll take it back in a moment when the top end is clear and we're ready to continue racing. Well, that was one of those moments as we go, do we play a tune? Is the car going to get stuck? Do we not? And we decided to go with it, and the top end crew got the car through the gate. It's just one of those things, but Nitro FM are always ready to jump in, so many thanks indeed for that. So we continue with Run What You Brung, and lanes chock-a-block. We've got cars all over the place, and I've now got the computer system up and running, so I just need to log in and we get all the names of all the runners and riders, and then it's just trying to find them all. So 9032 Ford sedan, and oh, look at this. You've got the white walls, you've got absolutely everything on there. And it is just so period correct. Oh, proper old school Ford. Even the driver's attire is just means hot rodding and yesteryear so much. Not only is the facility here full of hot rods and customs this weekend, there is a big showing down at Goodwood this weekend, the revival meeting, and there's a huge amount of hot rods down there as well. Fantastic display there. So in Johnson with the Olds Thunder, this car's up for grabs, and going 10-0s yesterday, oh so close to going into the 9s once again. Goes 10.44, 1 from 6 on that one. Against 15.01 and 84. Just having a look through the binoculars at this car in the left-hand lane, the Castrol Beer lane, and again it is just perfection. Has a open exhaust system as well as one through the silencers, open top, just absolutely beautiful. Car in the Ford in the Auto Glim lane was getting good runs in yesterday, because 11.31 at 120 miles an hour. That is not hanging about at all. Well done, guys. It's a consistent car as well. It doesn't look like it's going to go that quick, but when it goes up the track, it really does get a move on. And 11.3 with, shall we say, without the aid of a little bit broadside on the burnout there for Justin Woolner with the rat rod. There's a huge amount of tyre smoke billowing around the start line as the smoke clears to reveal Sally Woolner in the Camaro. So husband and wife match up here. Justin does take the rat rod to shows like Carfest, and shall we say he's rather well known for doing rather large Larry burnouts there. And Sally with the Camaro going very quickly indeed these days into well into the 8s. She goes 9.24 on that particular pass, and Justin goes 10.10 at 136. Well, so good to see this Willis back on track. It's been a few years since we saw this in Street Eliminator. I've got a feeling it's Graham Harrison. Apologies if I've got the name wrong, but if one of the team can give me a nod to confirm that. Going alongside Scott Collin with the 100E. To the 60 foot there for Scott. Anyway, he's running consistent 10s, but he wants to get in the low 10s. 10.68, 127. And the Willis goes through with the 14.71. this is an interesting one. You got Chris Thorburn with the white Mustang, 461 cubic inch big block Chevy, and a PB in the 10.2s. So musical chairs with the little roadster, Richard T. Well, Jasmine outside the car, she went into the 9s yesterday. Did very well indeed. Tried to bring it up and roll the beams. So let's have a look at Chris in the Mustang. All the way through to a 10.49 at 127. Okay, so let's bring the car up to the line then. That'll do, 971 at 138 miles an hour at the stripe. Job done. Jasmine's still smiling, which is good to see. I did have a good chat with Rich last night, so good to see him. He's, well, basically everybody with the team. One of the most original 4 pops you're going to see here this weekend. Been doing runs and getting to about sort of 43, 45 miles an hour at the stripe. This is pretty much the performance that it had when it came out of the factory all those many years ago. Lost in 840 goes 12.32, 112. Basically, when they designed motorways all those years ago and put 70 mile an hour speed limits on it, they thought, nah, it's going to be ages before people reach that sort of speed. There we go, 44 mile an hour, that's right. Graham Scriven, the second time of asking with the burnout there with the 1947 pop. Has the best of in the 9.7s, been running consistent 10s this weekend. Going alongside John Sleeth with the Camaro. 67 Camaro, 440 small block. Best yesterday of 9.83. Slight issue for John. Trouble-free yesterday. Graham Scriven taking it all the way to the stripe, goes 11.08, 121. But unfortunately, John Sleeth been pushed back. Oh, fingers crossed it's nothing too serious and he can get that sorted out and come back down. But yesterday he had a great day with the car. Went 9.91 on his first pass. Don't forget, John's only just got hold of the car. Done a few alterations with it. It's now on cow tracks. It used to be on ladder bars. And when it had the ladder bars on it, went into the 9.7s. But John already his best in the car, 9.83. I look forward to seeing that out again later on. John Sleeth. Junkyard Dog, haven't seen that this year yet. The Buick from the 1970s. going alongside 71 Dodge Challenger. Goes 14.12. Okay, so 15.36. Brian Savage with the 32. And Doug's taking a run out of Outlaw Anglia, and he's come down into Run What You've Run. So good to get as much track time as you can. So Brian Savage is going to be a 10 something, 10.51. Doug McClure shooting at 13.30. So Dave James with the Chevy. It's the one in Waterloo Lane. And he goes 14.89, 12.21 at 118. And Lee Pike, Jerry Denning having a good time tuning that car, and that's destined for some quite quick numbers in the not too distant future, as they aim to be running that. It's actually, I don't know if it's Tina that's driving the car. She's the one who's entered it this weekend. So Matt Southcroft with Camaro. Going alongside John Davidson. John goes 10.57, Camaro goes 10.79. Right, so Alex Richens in the Autoglim lane. That's a car I haven't seen before. And the other one got through too quick before I could clock all the details on it. But that's Stephen Summer going through. Cliff Turner in the Kestrel beer lane. Good looking run as well. Yeah, 9 flat, 148. Very good indeed. Chevy goes through with a 1097 at 123. And I wouldn't mind putting that in my own garage at home. That is a beautiful looking car. Pop just about to come into Kestrel beer lane, Graham Rawlings. And we got the Corvette below us. That was putting some runs in yesterday. So just checking out Graham's pop, just make sure he's all good to go. Corvette's ready to go. So yeah, just going to bring Graham up to the line. No, it does sound like there is a bit of a problem there for Graham. And obviously the car has just stopped on track there. Fingers crossed it's all okay. They can get that one recovered quickly, and we continue. Just having a look round in the pairing lanes, and quite a few of the Watts Speed Shop gang have made their way down. You can see Duncan Watts with the old school Pro Stocker down there. So yeah, pairing lane's got quite a bit. So I'm not sure if Graham has still got power, or if we're going to have to tow him off the track. So he's certainly not moving at the moment. Going to give the airwaves to Nitro FM 96.2. We'll take it back in a moment when we continue Run What You Brung here at the Hot Rod Drags. .85 plays a 9.44. Mike Couch with the little Hemi. Go quicker than that. Good crisp air and not a headwind today. May go a little bit quicker. Oh, 9.84. Yeah, he found about 100th from yesterday. Oh, he's done it again. 7.41 this time round. Nice run, 8:12, 163. Well, that's going to put a big smile on Jim Usher's face. That is straight true, launched beautifully, 8:09 at 165. Well, unfortunately, didn't entirely go to plan there. Left before everything was activated, basically. Couldn't hold it on the line. So Simon just goes to the top end. So unfortunately, no time or speed or anything. This is the Fadster. And Roy Wilding. Roy Wilding's going to get there first with a 7:51, 7:93 for Andy Hadfield. Russell's got a bit too far there. So the good guys go 880 at 150. Well, burnout launch and take it to about 330 there for Wayne. So next run for Wayne will be the half-track run. Well, neither of them launched straight, fair to say. Robbie had a brilliant save yesterday, and he goes through with a 9:58. Tony launched right, unfortunately, and had to gather it in. Nice reaction time to kick things off there for James, a 0.6. Goes 13:55 at 1:06 at the stripe. Rolled the beam slightly, so won't be a totally representative run for him. Goes 9:78 against a 10:31 for the little man from Alton. .971 there for Tim Roy. And actually kept the front wheels down. There's me building it up and did totally the opposite. 10:17, plays 11:27. .976 there for Gary Atkinson, 9:47 for Jim Tanner. Hey. Steve Garland goes 12:63 at 1:02. .11:05 plays a 10:30. .11:46 at 116 there for Brad. Nice. Oh, Skippy gets first with a 10:07 at 130. Right, we are back running once again, and the track crew have managed to clear the track, and great to see this gentleman who's come up to see me. It's always good to have John Price in the house. You'll be hearing from him in a little while. So we got one of the Outlaw Street cars, and typically it's under his Willis Ward's number, so I had it all set up on the computer here for Outlaw Street number, but never mind. The Willis pickup going through. Well, nice, 1086, 124 miles an hour. Plays a 1618 at 82. Duncan Watts with the old school Pro Stocker. Cracking vehicle this. Going alongside Glyn Boardman. So a Watts speed shot pairing this one. You see them at quite a few of the lifestyle events, bar unfortunately Glyn being pushed back. Not quite sure what the issue is. So it's going to be Duncan Cannibal Watts on his own out there. Yeah, whoops. Just going to back him back. That shows experience. Knows what to do. So for the second time asking then, what? That's the straightest launch he's had this weekend. Goes 948 at 139 miles an hour. So just a little bit of a minuscule clean-up in the Autogrill lane as Glyn takes the car back to the pits. He'll be back down again later on. So unfortunately I can't see who's next. I can see Jim Smith has made an appearance on the start line. Well done, Jim. Oh, this is just drop dead gorgeous. Straight out of the shops of Sean. Sean, good afternoon, mate. Beautiful. I love it. It's absolutely spot on. The starts. So it's first time on track. You've got to go and have a look at the paintwork on this in the pits. It is just, and it's just beautiful. First time I've seen it in the flesh, and it's perfect that the sun has come out as well. It's Dave Mott is the lucky owner of the car. Goes through with the 15-16 at 88 miles an hour. That doesn't matter. It's just getting the car down the track. And Sean, I'd really take my hat off to you, mate. I really do. That is class, mate. Well done. Right, I'm guessing it's Kenzie again. It is, well done. Oh, I can see Nigel down on the track there, actually. So, Kenzie Taylor with the 100E. Well done, Nigel. And Kenzie going through the processes, actually. That's what he has to do. And just close across the line at 31 mile an hour. But Kenzie enjoying himself out there. But he will take the first exit. So John Alt with the Anglia. unfortunately, just the number on the back window didn't match any name in the system there, so I still don't have a name of the car. That just went 1096 at 123. Maybe next time round. So John goes through with a 1318 at 105. So Sharon Carver, the car is called Jezebel. She is in the auto glim lane. Six at 115, just about 95 mile an hour. Ray Colclough from the Watts Speed Shop. Going alongside Payne with this Willis that is actually up for sale. Street legal as well, can run in the 9-second zone. Been running consistent 10s this weekend so far. Goes in the 9s just to prove the point. Well done, Johnny. And of course, Mick and the gang, 997, 132 miles an hour. So it's Jackie Kowalewski in the auto glim lane, but I know very little about the car, but unfortunately it's staging with the back wheels, not the front, so we just need to pull that one back. Going alongside Dominic Rossano, just managed to get the information up on time on that one. He goes 14:57 at 97 miles an hour. Just a reminder, folks, we are about 25-30 minutes away from split second Jet Dragster. Good to see the Snow White 57 Chevy back out on track once again, and to make things really interesting, we've got two of them. Not two Snow Whites, but two 57 Chevys. So you've got Adam Sayers with the big Chevy there. Looks like Adam may have... Oh no, he's okay. Just thought Adam was going to be pushed back then, but moving on forward. Oh, I know Graham Smith has been tuned into the live feed to see not one but two 57 Chevys going through. Adam is the quicker of the two with a 957. White goes through with a 984. And it's not long before Graham comes back with Grimhild, the new car that he'll be, well, new to him. He's basically rebuilt it from the ground up and getting very, very close to going on the street. And almost just as close is Rob and Trudy Slater with their 57 Chevy. Times recently, and really good to see Rob back out and about, and nice to see Rob and Trudy as well. Dominic Dromy down there. The Falcon. So, 10:05, 10 flat with the Wild Bunch car. That's going to help him. Obviously not running. Wayne Hiscock with the Chevelle, and alongside Dave Cherritt with the Dark Revenger. Both of these two racers you'll see probably next weekend. Well, you certainly see Dave Cherritt next weekend at the National Finals. Wayne hasn't had a race season this year, but at least he's managed to get the car out here this weekend. But you would normally see him run in Pro ET as well as Dave. Afternoon, Steve. And the difference with Dave today, he's just going to run it out the back door. No need to back off early. 985, 130. That'll do. Wayne Hiscock goes through with a 991, 131. Gary Court back out with the Coronet. And it's Paula Wright. At last I've got the name to go with the Camaro. So let's see how these two get on. The Camaro has been in the 10.8s this weekend now. Gary Cork with the Nostalgia Superstock car. He had a good season this year. Attended quite a few events, really good to see. Camaro 1097 at 123. So well on Paula, and Gary goes through 12.16 at 110. Chris Coburn with the Willis. Unfortunately was shut off last time he came down. But it looks like all is good for this one. Got 32 Ford in Kestrel Beer Lane. James Bull going through there. So unfortunately, still don't know the name of the driver of the 52 Ford. Nor the one in the other lane either. So the number plate's not matching the details. System apologies for that. Well, this Mini was absolutely bonkers last time I saw this. It's on the verge of going in the 9-second zone, and I'll tell you what, it is not that far away from it. It's Stuart Meads with the Mini. Goes 10.54 at 157. 127 and 13.68 at 95. Unfortunately, the ball just been pushed back this time round. Well, we're going to be in the 9. That is a good looking run. It's going to be a low 10. Could be 9. Oh, 10.04. 136 miles an hour. Getting the job done down there. I'll tell you what, that car is up for sale as well. Be a bargain for someone. So Johnny Best, he is the man fortunate enough to run that gorgeous run. Going alongside Graham Scriven. Graham gets to the top end, 11.47. Johnny goes through with a 13.59 at 98 miles an hour. All right, Chris Simcock coming underneath the tower. Well, he was. He stopped. So just a tiny bit of track check going on out there. All right, time now just gone 12:15. We are heading towards our planned lunch break, but don't go anywhere, folks, because we've got Julian Webb with Split Second, and then we have a bit of a surprise for you, actually. And you do not want to miss this. It's coming up straight after the jet car. All will become very clear. So, Tina Denning, we believe, behind the wheel. No, Tina's on the outside. Okay, so that is Jerry. No, Lee? No? Who's driving it? AJ. AJ, right, okay, thank you. Very confusing, but we got there in the end. Goes 1183 at 118 miles an hour. That is good times. Well on, gang. Savage going through with another 10.5. It's 10.52 at 125. Okay, just run, we run continues. So run what you run continuing here, and it's great to see father and daughter lining up next to each other here. Phil Malls with the flamed Willis going alongside his daughter Loz, and basically, well, we know Phil built the car in the Auto Glim lane. His daughter, with a little bit of help from Dad, has basically built the other one. Loz's car is Reliant Scimitar based, and been running in the 19s, and oh, I see Phil's trying to, because Phil runs in the 10s basically. Wait for it, Phil, wait for it. No, you went too soon, Phil. You had to wait until half track before Phil left the line, but no, actually maybe fairly close at the stripe. Yeah, Phil backed out of it, but that was good to see. And that's about 1902, best one of the weekend for Lawrence, so well done to her. So the Willis back round for another run. Tidily into the high 10s last time out. What we got this time? 10.85, 123. Good job.
Was that Ray Irish in the right-hand lane?
Could be. I haven't got all the runners and riders, and my memory isn't as good as it used to be.
I know Ray used to drive an 840 pickup truck,
yeah,
I think.
Ladies and gentlemen, do you recognise that voice?
No, throw him away.
Joined by John Price in the tower. John, was it 28 years you spent up here? I think it was something like that.
Well, it's 40-year anniversary this year of me actually coming up here to work as a commentator.
Wow.
Which was 81. But I started up here in 1979 doing the first Gary's Picnic as a disc jockey.
Yeah.
I always remember that, giving prizes away to people pictures of Nobby Hills' hound dog away to Ros Pryor and things like that, completely unknowing what I was stepping into. So 40 years ago, frightening, isn't it? Seems like yesterday.
It does, because when you come back through the gates here, it doesn't matter. Everything else that happens in the outside world, whatever's happened in your life, just all gets forgotten. Everybody's the same age. Everybody's got the great memories. Just a place to be, isn't it?
Well, in drag racing, of course, we get old, but we don't grow up.
No.
I think that's the
and we
mythology we live by.
We still go as fast as we used to.
In some cases, faster.
We do.
So, but we do have a special presentation. That's the reason I'm sitting here with Colin, coming up after the jet.
Yeah.
So please, before you rush off for your lunch, stick around with us, and we will let you know what's going on. But we do have Split Second coming up.
We do indeed, yes.
Any Split Second now?
Yeah, he's about... Oh, that's right. No, he's in the lanes. Hasn't come around the corner just yet, but he will be positioning in about 5 minutes or so, because the actual time for Julian's run is, well, literally 5 minutes' time. But obviously we need to get this pop moved out of the way.
It's amazing now to me how many Ford Pops and Anglias and Prefects and things like this, all of the sort of 40s to 50s just creeping into the 60s era are now back on the racetrack again.
Yeah.
Ford Pops were, of course, the thing that hot rodding, really, I think, in the UK started around a Ford Pop. It's the first one I ever saw was a lowered, fat-wheeled red Ford Pop, and that was going back into the 60s.
Yeah.
And yet now there's such a huge field of all these types of cars. And can you tell me something about the little Topolino?
Yeah, all I know is the lady's name. It's Jackie Kowalewski, going alongside Dominic Rossano in the other lane. But it's the first time I've actually seen this car here ever.
I don't think it's
never
a stock Topolino
No,
engine.
well, it's she beat the other one. I mean, they were going great guns.
Yeah. Absolutely cracking. And of course the Topolino is so famous, isn't it, in drag racing?
And to be honest with you, I think it's the first time I've seen a Topolino that isn't an out-and-out drag racing converted fiberglass bodied car.
You still get them in Italy.
Oh, yeah.
As daily drivers.
Yeah. But it's not hanging about. I mean, Jackie doing a great job. He's pulling away.
No, absolutely superb that. I'm just interested. I thought you might know what motor it had in. That's what I was hoping. But obviously not.
We'll have to go and find out.
Got there first.
Yeah.
My goodness.
So we got a few cars going through. And if you like your Falcons, get your eyes down on the racetrack. And interesting, you've got a 2-door and a 4-door.
But that, again, I think, I don't know, I was talking to you the other day, but there's more and more of these appearing on the hot rodding scene and in drag racing again. There's sort of a more family saloon than the Galaxies that were there before, which of course are aircraft carriers. But absolutely love them. I think they're fantastic. The more the merrier as far as I'm concerned.
Oh, most definitely. And you mentioned 4 Pops. I mean, Outlaw Anglia this weekend. I mean, we're nearly at 30. It's absolutely staggering, isn't it? I'm
going to go downstairs and stop bothering you. Thank you for that. And well, after the jet has run, as I said, we do have this special presentation. Yeah. If you can hold everybody back.
Yeah. I'm sure you'll remember, but don't walk behind the jet. So, John Price, he'll be doing a start line presentation after Julian runs. So, Runway Brung and getting into our last pair before... still got problems with the Falcon there, desperately trying to find a gear. Well, I know we're going into the lunch break very shortly, but Gasser Circus, we will need you into the lanes, please. Gasser Circus, we will need you into the lanes. I know you'll be running in about half an hour, but need to get yourself sorted. Right, we've got something very, very special coming up for you now. We have got Julian Webb with Split Second, the Jet Dragster. And then after that car has run, we have a bit of a presentation, and we would really love everybody to stay put. All will become very, very clear when John Price gets onto the radio mic down on the start line, and he's popped down there. And obviously this is a presentation in conjunction with the NSRA. So Julian just getting into position. So our plan is to run the jet. There'll be one car doing a pass, and then there'll be a presentation, and then it will be lunch break. So, but you don't want to disappear for the presentation because it's quite an important one. And then when we come back after lunch, it'll be the continuation of our race classes. It'll be their second runs of the day, and if I haven't already got them, I would love the numbers for the Supercharged Outlaws. So we'll get that one sorted out as well. So Julian is in position. And you can hear it starting up now. So the jet all started up and running nicely, so you're going to see a bit of a flame show and a kind of smoke show as well. So Julian comes up to the line then with split second. The jet dragster will be in the 6 second zone. .460, 574 to the 8th, and 681, 231 at the stripe. Okay, so we're getting ready to do this presentation. John Price is down on the start line. A very, very good afternoon to John. I know we had a little chat in the tower, but John Price, very good afternoon to you, sir.
Hello, Colin. Thank you very much indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Give the crew a huge round of applause as always. Ground's nice and sticky here. No wonder we're getting some good times here. We're going to bring out a car, ladies and gentlemen, that has got a lot of history in hot rodding and drag racing. I'd love it. I know you're all rushing to get something to eat, but I would like if somebody, one or two of you, could stay behind and applaud, please, as we bring this car out. And we've got a little presentation to make after the run. So we're going to see this car on a run. You know it as Roaring Rat. You've been watching it for years and years in the hands of Ken Brooks. It's now changed hands, and it's owned by the man who owns Santa Pod, who is Keith Bartlett, who is in the hot seat for this car. So if you want to just cast your eyes towards this very, very famous machine, And when it's completed its run, I'll tell you a little bit about the story of Roaring Rat.
Well, it always burns out well, does that car, John? Absolutely great car. I've had the pleasure of going alongside this car down the quarter mile, and Keith certainly has got a handle on this machine now. Running consistent mid to low tens.
Well, he's been running this morning. His first run was a 10.6. He's been running, you've been following it more than I have. 10.4s. 10.3, I think, has been the quickest in this for Keith. He's looking for a 10.2.
666 at 104 at the 8th.
Oh, 10.4. So he's going to be really, really pleased with that, Cole, I think.
Yeah.
Very, very happy, 122 miles an hour. So, ladies and gentlemen, what we're going to do is we're going to bring Keith straight back down here. And we've got a presentation, not for Keith, but I have to tell you, for the car. Because in the NSRA, and I'm very pleased to say I'm part of the NSRA, we have a Hall of Fame where we have humans in it, but we also have iconic cars. Cars that have set the hot rodding world alight in their time. And I gathered a few names together from the NSRA Hall of Fame. We've got Pinball Wizard, Hot and Bothered, which is one of John Baldacchino's creations. The Morris Minor called Havoc. The T-Bucket called Andromeda. And believe it or not, one of the other machines that's in the NSRA Hall of Fame is Milner's Coupe from American Graffiti. I mean, that's a standout motor car. We have many that look like that, drag racing and hot rodding in this country now. So we're going to bring Keith back down. Hopefully he's all okay, and he'll come down the old far up road, which means he'll be coming in front of the grandstand, I hope. The story of Roaring Rat goes right the way back to 1976, and it binds together so many different people from the world of hot rodding and drag racing. So in 1976, it was yellow. It was imported into the UK, and it was sold to a man called Keith Harvey. Now, a lot of you may remember that name. Keith Harvey used to run a American car parts business in Southend called Americar. And his partner in that was a guy called Tim Cook. And Tim Cook ended up not only being a hot rodder and a drag racer, for a while he was the track manager here. And Keith put a monster motor, a Dyer's blown 427 big block Chevy in it. He then sold it. It was black at that time. He then sold it to a guy called Tony Vanderput, who happens to be a friend of Keith Bartlett's. And he wanted it changed from the way that Keith Harvey had it. So two young men, as they were at the time, Stuart Vallance and Roger Hornsby, from a company called Slick Tricks, took hold of this car. Now we've got Slick Tricks in racing again now, with most of the Bartlett-Colleen family driving under that banner. And they did a lot of alterations to it. Ed Wimble was the man who painted the name on the side of the car, another well-known hot rodder. And in that guise, it was on the front cover of Custom Car magazine in June 1978. Now, it sort of disappeared a little bit after Tony Vanderput, who was French, had to go and do his national service. But lots of the bits off of that were used in other cars. Number one was Henry High Rise, if you remember that. And then Nick Vincent was another man who owned this particular car. And Nick Vincent, of course, was in partnership with that name Tim Cook again for Covin, who used to make replica bodyworks. Well, Ken Brooks saw an advert for this car back in, I think it was in the 80s. Let me just have a quick look. Anyway, it was in 1978, and he bought the car, and he started drag racing with the Gasser Circus, which is how it is still racing. And of course, the man who owns the track is trying to get quicker and quicker. It was a lot better on that run.
Still learning.
Yeah, but it was good. You were 10.6 this morning, 10.4 now, 10.2 this afternoon.
No, we dialed on a 10.4 because the track, something wasn't quite right in the first run. I snaked it to the right, lost 2/10, so I was pretty sure it'd be a 10.40 that time, so we dialed in spot on.
Good. What's it like driving a bit of history?
Well, the last time I drove it, I raced it on the street. So you go back to 77, I raced it on the street just before it won Best of Custom Car Show, and all the crew at Slick Tricks were absolutely terrified I was going to write it off, and I got beat, so I shouldn't have done it anyway.
Well, 78 was the year I first saw this, and I've got a picture of my little boy standing next to it. He's 51 this year, so it does have a lot of history with me, and my daughter had her photograph taken with it when she was about 6 or 7, and she's 22 now, so the years go rattling by. But the whole reason that we've asked you and the car to come out here is I have a team from the NSRA here with me, and right behind we have got Richard, and now the new guy, I've got to remember his name, he's got a beard, he's attractive, likes hot car, Alex. We've got Alex there, who's the new PR from the NSRA, and because of the way that this car has performed, that has changed people's lives in a lot of respect, it is an iconic car, and for that reason the Roaring Rat has been inducted into the NSRA Hall of Fame, and it joins a pretty mighty band of warriors there as well.
Including your good self, John.
Thank you.
I'll just add that, you know, I think it's fantastic the car's been inducted. Yes, I think it's iconic. I think it's not changed everyone's lives, but it's certainly where I began. I did race a couple of cars before, but this is definitely a car that made me fall in love with hot rodding, and many, many years later, too many to actually say, here I am driving it, so I'm just absolutely blown away. I'm honoured, actually. Considering this is the first sort of big car that Slick Tricks built and won custom car, along with Henry High Rise, which I also bought back, I just think it's amazing. It's gone full circle. And talking to a few people, Charlie Draper, Rob Loring today, there are so many in my age group bringing cars out again. We're all worried now. We've got, how many years have we got left? People are dropping dead. We're all going, wow, let's build cars and race. So I think this particular event and events like this is going to see a load of silly old fools like me reliving their youth. But I'm totally honoured, guys.
Yeah. Well, there you are. So, can we present the trophy, please? Here we go from the NSRA, courtesy of Richard and Alex. Could you give him a huge round of applause, everybody? Thank you so much indeed. Thank you to the NSRA for doing that. Thank you, Keith, for coming out here. I know you don't like the limelight. I know that. Oh, dear, I nearly choked on saying that. But are you going to drive it up the track for us again?
I don't like the limelight. I don't want to do it. Yes, of course.
Okay.
But I guess now we're just going to park it up and bring it out in the next round because it needs to cool down now.
Okay, good thoughts. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for standing by. You can now go to lunch. Thank you very much indeed. Well done. Thank you.
Well done indeed to Roaring Rat being inducted into the NSRA Hall of Fame, and Keith Bartlett going to pose for the photographs there. And it's so great to hear the tones of John Price once again here at Santa Pod Raceway. He's taught me a lot over the years, and absolute honour having John Price back here as well. So it is lunchtime, folks. We'll be back in half an hour, and of course it will be Gasser Circus that we'll be having in the pairing lanes. They'll be the first class to take to the track once again. But it is lunchtime, folks. We will see you in a little while, and the airwaves now belong to Nitro FM. So Jason Dial's a 10.78. Simon is 11.50. That's a circus this weekend, 20 of them are here, and all fighting out for the championship. It's the last round for them this weekend. (10.13) plays 11. Wilson in the number 4 spot. Billy Jones is 3, Jason Hollanby 2, and leading the way in the points chase, Nick Barnett. Martin Hallam with the 33 Willis. He's dialing in 11.49. Nice straight wheels down this time for Steve Matthews, not quite as high either. Breakout there for Tony, just goes out a little bit too quick. (10.64) breakout by 100th of a second. (11.74), 11.43. Good job from both. Nick Barnett. (10.61) plays 11.44. So dialing of 11.47. Nice, straight and true, goes 12.35 at 100 and biggest field of the year. Well, Jed moving us around his lane a bit. Martin Payne basically left before the tree run, so he's not getting any numbers at all. Jed opens his account with a 7.49 at 187. Well, Colin was having a little bit of a weave, but that is definitely going to be an awesome 7-second pass. It's a 7-1 lane, and Barry Woodford, we mentioned him earlier. He is in the Autoglim lane. Well, unfortunately, Barry went before the tree was fully activated, so no times or speeds going to be recorded for Barry. That's a shame. The Doug goes through. Doug goes through with a 13.24 at 101. So Spencer's going to get to the stripe first. Goes 10.31 at 132. Badge on the back of the car, that's cool. So Pete Butler on his own. Let's see how John gets on. 104 to 60 foot, and it's arrow straight. Little bit of a weave towards the stripe. 7.21 at 187 miles. So straight into stage for Paul. Well, that's straight and true. Goes 7.51 at 177 miles an hour. Well, I'm Paul. 20 to the 60 foot there for Rob Stone. 5.35 at the 8th and goes 8.45. Well, Ginny goes 9.89. We know it was quicker than that because he double stepped off the line. Proper chassis twisting launch for Gary Hill there. That's right, fairly close between them, to be honest. 9.65 face to 9.75. Well, Ben Kennedy was away well, but it just didn't quite hook up the way he wanted it to. Gary Byrne on a good one though, 8.65 at 157. Oh, lovely little wheel stand off the line there for Rob Nixon. And a very tidy 10.09 at 131. Shane goes through with a 13.7. .85 plays in 9.44. Mike Couch with the little Hemi Hut quicker than that. Good crisp air and not a headwind today. May go a little bit quicker. Oh, 9.84. Yeah, he found about 100th from yesterday. Oh, he's done it again. 7.41 this time round. Nice run. 8.12, 163. Well, that's going to put a big smile on Jim Usher's face. That is straight true, launched beautifully. 8.09 at 165. Well, unfortunately, didn't entirely go to plan there. Left before everything was activated, basically. Couldn't hold it on the line. So Simon just goes to the top end. So unfortunately, no time or speed or anything. This is the Fadster. And Roy Wilding. Roy Wilding's going to get there first with a 7.51, 7.93 for Andy Hadfield. So it's just got a bit too far there. So the good guys go 8.80 at 150. Well, burnout launch and take it to about 3.30 there for Wayne. So next run for Wayne will be the half-track run. Well, neither of them launched straight, fair to say. Robbie had a brilliant save yesterday, and he goes through with a 9.58. Tony launched right, unfortunately, and had to gather it in. Nice reaction time to kick things off there for James, a 0.6. Goes 13.55 at 1.06 at the stripe. Roll the beam slightly, so won't be a totally representative run for him. Goes 9.78 against a 10.31 for the little man from Alton. .71 there for Tim Roy. And actually kept the front wheels down. There's me building it up and did totally the opposite. 10-17, plays 11-27. $9.76 there for Gary Atkinson, $9.47 for Jim Tanner. Steve Garland goes 12.63 at 102. 11.05 plays at 10.30. $11.46 at 116 there for Brad. Nice. Oh, Skippy gets first with 11. A 10.07 at 130. Kissed the line but didn't go over it. 8.71 there for Alan Lloyd. Wayne goes 12.14 at 94. Well, Rob has been as quick as 8.4 in this car. Goes 8.7. And 11.31 for Rathchild. 2 straight 6. Car's been around since the 1980s. It used to be the old Animal 2 with the Sabbath body show. Lots of history in this car, as a lot of them are in the Wild Bunch. 5.12 at 134. 8.11, 161. The form is still there. Nicely done, guys. Right, I do believe that's Kenzie Taylor behind the wheel of the car. Is it? Is it Kenzie? It is. So just having his first run in the car today. 23.92. Oh, nice one. 10.67, best of the weekend so far for Stuart. And 14.77. There will be a different set of cars today because some of them that were running yesterday can't run today. There are some running today that weren't running yesterday. So we have a bit of a mixed bag this weekend. So you're going to see cars that didn't get any track time at all. It's like you've got a half-scale car taking on a full-scale one here, but that is quite a sight to behold, and they're neck and neck at them as well. They're both 9.60 to the 8. Well, unfortunately, Dave left before the tree ran, so we're not getting any times or speeds on that one. 11.22 at 119 there for Paul. Cars that wasn't built for drag racing, but trying a few things with it, and it's starting to work very nicely indeed. Why use a Morgan? Why not? 1080 at 127. Right, so Pete Lane. We've already mentioned this weekend that he's having a good time up at Sanapod this month. Goes 11.87. Very heavy with the right foot there. And basically just went into a secondary burnout. But gets it through with an 11.89. Well, good launch there for Wayne, to be fair. Read the lights beautifully, even though it was a red, it was a 0-1. And goes 9.54 at 136. Running in the high 10s yesterday. And has got away from the line beautifully, so that could be heading towards the mid-10s. It's got a good top-end charge, 688 at 100. That should be about 10.7 perhaps, or nearly 1082 at 123. The data is wiped off from yesterday. It's a fresh set of data today, so obviously I can't record every car. Like 1052 at 127 miles an hour. Car in the right lane. Need to find out more details on this one, but obviously I know Gary, one of the regulars in Nostalgia Superstock. He's also trying to get both the engines and run to find the sweet spot together, and that's where the tuning and the engineering comes in. But that car does fly. It really is quick. We've got cars all over the place, and I've now got the computer system up and running, so I just need to log in and we get all the names of all the runners and riders, and then it's just trying to find them all. Hot rodding and yesteryear so much. Not only is the going 10-0s yesterday, oh so close to going into the 9s once again. Has a open exhaust system as well as one through the silencers. Open top, just absolutely beautiful. Car in the Ford in the auto glim lane was getting good runs in yesterday, because 11.31 and 120 these days into the well into the 8s. She goes 9.24 on that particular pass, and just 156 to the 60 foot there for Scott. Anyway, he's running consistent 10s, but he wants to get in the low 10s. 10.68, 127. And the Willis goes through with the 14. Try to bring it up and roll the beams. So let's have a look at Chris in the Mustang. All the way through to a 10.49 at 120. That'll do, 9.71 at 138 miles an hour at the stripe. There's a slight issue for John. Trouble-free yesterday. Grand Scriven taking it all the way to the stripe, goes 11.08, 121. But unfortunately, John Sleeth's been pushed back. Goes 14.12. Okay, so 15.36. Ryan's time it's going to be a 10 something, 10.51, 106. Like the going alongside John Davidson. John goes 10.57, Camaro goes 10.79. And the other one got through too quick before I could clock all the details on it. But that's Stephen Summer going through. Good looking run as well. Yeah, 9 flat, 148. Very good indeed. Chevy goes through with a 10.97 at 123. No, it does sound like there is a bit of a problem there for Graham. And obviously the car has just stopped on track there. Fingers crossed it's all okay. They can get that one recovered quickly, and we continue. Just having a look round in the pairing lanes. And that's the straightest launch he's had this weekend. Goes 9.48 and 139 miles an hour. Well, once again, massive thanks to Nitro FM for taking over the airwaves during the lunch break. So, we're about to go racing once again. Can I please have the Wild Bunch into the pairing lanes now, please? Can I have the Wild Bunch into the pairing lanes? So, it is Gasser Circus. It's qualifying session number 2. And these two are the first pairing when Gasser Circus took to the track this morning. Obviously went 1 and 2, but not only that, they held it all the way through the session, and basically 2 perfect runs. Your number 1 qualifier, Tom Margerson, dialed in 11.38, went 11.38 with a 1, and Katie Booth dialed in 10.43, she went 10.43 with a 7. So they're 1 and 2. Dialed in to change a fraction this time. 11.40 and 11.46, that's basically because the air's not as crisp as it was this morning. So the cars may slow down just a little bit. But 11.42 for Tom, 11.45 breakout, tiny breakout by 100th of a second for Katie. But it goes to show how well these teams know their cars. So honky tonky number 2 and honky tonky number 1. So Steve Matthews dialing in at 9.72. He's in the Auto Glim lane, and Lee Pike with the Nova, the blue, honky tonky number 2. He's dialing in 9.25. Well, Steve is currently number 8, Lee number 10. That could all change round. And yep, Lee finds an improvement, goes 41 on that 25. He's only 16 hundredths off now, moves up from 10 to 8. No improvement for Steve, he drops back a step. Right, Keith Bartlett, we just saw that fantastic presentation with Roaring Rat being inducted into the NSRA Hall of Fame. Joined a very select and elite list of some seriously cool cars. Going alongside the Cherry Bomb, another Tri-Chevy, this one of Jason Pickett. So you got a 57 against a 55. The Darlings, 10.45 for Keith, 11.41 for Jason. Well, Jason stays number 3. Keith Bartlett, though, goes 49 on a 45, moves up from 11 to 5. Good looking run indeed from both. Next up, Tony Pearson with the Guzzler, 56 Chevy. Just had to find one to go in between the 55 and the 57 that just ran. Going alongside Jason Hollenby with the Jumpin' Jalapeno, the Falcon, dialing in 10.78. Tony currently number 17 on the qualified order. That's basically because you broke out in Q1. Jason currently number 6. Doesn't matter if they go red in qualifying, in the racing it'll make a big difference. 10.87 for Tony. 10.81, just 300ths off for Jason, so he moves up from 6 to 4. Tony moves up from 17 to number 8. Nervous Nick with Not Bad the Bad. The Austin going alongside Identity Crisis. Brian Gibson with the 64 Dodge Dart. Well, the numbers on the top of the scoreboards are their reaction times. The bottom numbers are their predicted ETs, and then obviously that will change to speed and ET. Brian Gibson stays 13. Nick goes 792, stays 15, so no movement for these two. Sean Milson with Ain't Misbehaving, dialing in a 10.12. He's currently in the number 9 spot, going alongside Simon Glenn with the straight shooter. The Austin pickup, he's dial-in is 11.50. Well, Sean makes good use of the wheelie bar there, just riding it past the 60 foot. 10.12 is the target, 10.09 for A count, and a 12.02 for Simon Glenn. So they stay put. Billy Jones and Ray Irish up next. It's Grumpy Grizz, the Willis Coupe, going alongside Gas Junkie, 41 Willis pickup. So 10.69 for Billy Jones, moves up from 17 to 8. Ray Irish goes 10.12, moves up from 18 to 9. Paul Dominey and Mick Allen, the next pair. The dial-ins 11.47 and 10.50. So Mick Allen moves up from 14 to 7 with that one, 10.54. Nice looking run, no change. So Graham Barton and Nick Barnett. Now then, quite key weekend for Nick Barnett. He's leading the points chase in the Gasser Circus. I tell you what, Graham Barton isn't a million miles away actually. My Anxiety, number 5 in the points, could make some moves this weekend. Nick Barnett, though, he's got a fair old lead. Going to be difficult to catch. They're currently 8 for Graham, 5 for Nick. And a breakout for Nick, and Graham doesn't improve, 85 on a 73, so they stay put. All right, Martin Hallam with Whiplash. Dial-in is 11:41. Currently in the number 19 spot, needs to get a run the right side this time. Goes 11:37, just 400ths of a second too quick. So Robin Reed, 6.65 yesterday. Outstanding pass with the spirit of Le Patron. He's quickest in the car. Over 200 miles an hour. But folks, the key with this car is the engine. It's Daimler powered. And for all bar the shouting, 2.5 litre engine in the back of what we could basically call it a scaled down top fuel drag. It runs on nitromethane, and it has been a passion for the Reed family for, we're going way back to the 70s when Jim Reed started it all off, working just outside Wallingford in Oxfordshire. Still Oxfordshire based now with Robin. Now yesterday he went 106 to the 60 foot. We need to look at the short numbers as the run builds, but yesterday was just a thing of beauty. Not only that, they got the car back to the pits last night, just routine service, no dramas. 103 to 60 foot. And Robin is sticking with it. It looks quicker than yesterday. It is 6:52. Oh boy, 206 miles an hour at the stripe. That is absolutely outstanding once again. Robin Reed, 103 to 60 foot. He was 417 at 171 at the 8th. 6:52, 206 miles an hour at the stripe. Basically 1500ths of a second quicker than he went yesterday. Outstanding. Right, hold your breath, folks. Not for too long, because this is Outlaw Anglia. It's qualifying session number 2. And you got two of the heavy hitters out straight away. Colin Miller going alongside Jed Guy. Good afternoon, John. No, good evening, John Willard down in Australia. Actually, I have to do a time check. It could even be a very early hours of the morning down there. So John proudly owns an Outlaw Anglia 6-second sticker, which is on his car down under. Will we see another one join that elusive club this weekend? These two are really trying for it. Colin Miller went 7.10 in Q1. Jed went 7.49. Jed has been in the 7.0s. He's almost in the 6s. He went 7.01 this year. Colin Miller has been in the 7.0s as well. His quickest was 7.04. Hold on tight, both purging the nitrous. Oh, they are both absolutely going for it here. Are we going to see it? Is it going to be low 7s? Is it going to be 6s? Oh, we've got it! We've got it! Jed Guy gets the one, 6.97. And look at the speed, 193 miles an hour. 7.08 at 192 for Colin Miller. but Jed Guy has done it. He's got it. 6.97 in Outlaw Anglia in the UK. Gemma is beside herself down there. The nitrous. Oh, they are both absolutely going for it here. Are we going to see it? Is it going to be low sevens? Is it going to be sixes? Oh, we've got it! We've got it! Jed Guy gets the one. 6.97. And look at the speed. 193 miles an hour. 7.08 for Colin at the 8th. 4.47 at 1.59 for Jed, and 4.55, 1.56 for Colin. But I tell you what, they'll be both at the top end now. They'll be celebrating between themselves at the top end, waiting for the rest of Outlaw Anglia to come down and join them. Right, we need to get our breath back after that. Ginner with the disturbed Fordson. Went 9.89, he basically rolled the beams, double-stepped it a bit, so he'll be back in the 8s this time round. But then Ginner's first track appearance this year, that's more like it. .544, 127 at the 8th. 8.54, 157. Give them a huge round of applause, folks. That is your first UK 6-second Outlaw Anglia team going up to the top end to pick up Jed. Party time in the pits tonight, and I'm definitely stopping by for that one. Right, Rob Brindle and Mark Bracking. So Mark Bracking purging the nitrous on his street-driven, I'll add a word to that, regularly street-driven Anglia for East Coast Racing. And Rob Brindle, we didn't see him in Q1, we saw him out yesterday doing some test passes. And as you can see, the build is almost complete, but we just need to finish off the body on the outside. But yeah, we don't know the colour scheme yet, but actually looks quite cool at the moment. So Mark Bracking looking to go basically a second quicker than he went earlier. And obviously Rob Brindle looking to get a score on the doors. So Rob coming up to the line, and Mark joining him. Well, fairly even at the stripe, to be honest. 10.56 for Mark Bracking. He moves up from 18 to 14 and gets comfortably in the 10s with that one. Rob Brindle goes 10.64 at 120. All right, Barry Woodford underneath the tower in the Kestrel Beer lane. Just rolling forward after his burnout. Can't see anybody going alongside him, but got John Webster in the lanes. He's not too far away from coming around the corner. So Barry Woodford hoping to get a score on the door, just like the others. Got 3 qualifying runs for Outlaw Anglia today. And they will be going into eliminations. Be a 32-car field for Outlaw Anglia, so it's going to be a busy day for them tomorrow. And as with all drag racing, it's not necessarily the quickest that makes it all the way through to the final, as you do get attrition as well. So Barry goes through with a 12.96 at that. Right, next up then, John Webster with Fast Company 2. Going alongside the Anglia Saxon. Well, John Webster will already know that the first six-second pass in Europe has gone to Jed Guy. John has already run a 7:21 today. Well, we know the conditions. Look at the flags, as in, you can't really see them. They're just hanging limp. The wind turbine's not moving. There's hardly a breath of wind out there at all. Track is heated up as well. It's excellent conditions out there. Obviously, I don't know what the DA is, but conditions pretty good. Rob Turrington with Anglia Saxon. He's currently in the number 18 spot. And John Webster currently number 3. John Webster 103 to 60 foot, hugging the centre line. 7:20 again. 7:21 on the first pass. 7:20 on the second. 187 miles an hour at the stripe. Rob Stone doing the cloud making there for us in the Kestrel Beer Lane. Going alongside Gary Hill with Hoppin' Poppin'. Rob Stone went 8:45 in Q1 and Gary Hill went 9:65. Obviously looking to improve on those numbers if they can, but they're safely qualified and that's the most important thing. Got to get a number on the board to be racing tomorrow. So purge of the nitrous there for Gary. As they go into stage, the lights go green. 117 to the 60 for Rob Stone. Good looking run. Can he go quicker than 8:45? He does. 8:44 and a 9:66. He dropped 100 there for Gary Hill. Ronnie Mercer with Annie. He appears into the Auto-Cadim lane, going alongside Rob Nixon, currently in the number 12 spot with a 10:09. So crew just opening the passenger door, turning on the nitrous bottles. Once that's done, you'll see the purge of nitrous appear from the front of Ronnie's windscreen. And there it is. Well, we've already mentioned the fact that Ronnie Mercer took the win last weekend at the Euro final shootout in Pro ET. That was a field of 32 down to a winner. And he's qualified in the number 8 spot at the moment with 8:87. Rob Nixon, 10:09, looking to get into the 9s on this run. Lovely use of the wheelie bar there for Rob. Just missed the 9 by 200ths of a second. Ronnie going 8:93 at 148. Paul Henshaw with Gas Attack. 7:51 in Q1. Going alongside Wayne Power, looking to get a number on the board. Venture away, arrow straight, 112 to 60, 472 at 146 to the 8th. 745 at 177. Moves from the 7.5s to the 7.4s, and Wayne Power goes 11.84 at 108, gets himself qualified. Well done, Wayne. Kim Harrison, I did read it out earlier, but now that she's on the start line with husband Rod, celebrating their 45th wedding anniversary this weekend. So a big shout out to Kim and Rod. And Kim just also wanted to say to Rod a massive thank you for absolutely everything he does for Kim and the family. Going alongside Gary Bird with the Lucky Penny. He went 8.65 on his qualifier this morning. Kim went 10.68. Well, Gary's going to get to the stripe first. Goes 8.59, finds a little improvement. Kim off the throttle by the stripe there, 12.51. Rod, I hope you can hear that, but Kim says happy wedding anniversary today. 45 years married to that great man down there. Well done to Kim and to Rod. Martin Payne with the Great Barbarian. Left before the tree activated on his first run, so we didn't get a time or speed for him. Pete Butler, he's in the 10s already this weekend with the little gold pop. So the Great Barbarian, one of the best looking anglers on the scene at the moment. Looking to get a number on the board this time round. Pete Butler, safety qualified. Basically, you just get a number on the board and you're in. First round of eliminations tomorrow morning. Good job for Martin there, 8.73, 155. Pete Butler goes 11.15 at 120. Martin Payne slots in at number 8. Andy Cunningham with Agent Orange. And Shane Bird with the long shot. These two currently 22 and 25 on the qualified order. But the great thing with Outlaw Anglia, though it's a heads-up class, anything can happen in drag racing. We've seen it so many times. Andy's going to get to the stripe first. 12.01 to 13.58. So Mick Taylor, he's one that Q1 didn't go very well for. I don't know what happened, but the revs shot up just after the burnout. So, and we know that Tony Morris is tuned in from the USA today. Tony, a very, very good afternoon. And Dave Gibbons is down there on the start line. Very good afternoon to you, Dave. And of course, Dave is UK representative for TMC, which is Tony Morris Carburettors. And you'll find one of those on Mick Taylor's Banshee. So if you're interested in getting a pretty serious bit of kit in the carburettor stakes, get in touch with Mick Taylor. He'll tell you all about it. And Dave Gibbons can sort one out for you. Mick Taylor goes 866 165, which, in all fairness, was a bit of a checkout pass for him because and David spotted his old sparring partner John Price there. And of course, John wrote the preface to Dave's book, The Accidental Polymath. So Mick Taylor goes into the number 8 spot there with the 866. Well, they keep on coming. Tom Markison with the Tinseltown Hustler. Still number 1 in the Gasser Circus. Going to be tough to beat, but there is room. Go alongside Phil Druitt. The 403 Mafia. Well, Phil in Q1 went 9.75. Tom is in the 11.4s. Right, let's see how these two get on then. Tom, we know, is very, very consistent. 11.4 second runner. But Phil Druitt, 9.75, can he improve on that? $9.85 there for Phil and $11.57 for Tom. So no improvements for either, they stay put. Ted Booth coming forward with Mighty Mouse. Well, to say Mighty Mouse is a well-sorted car is an understatement because it's double classing. Katie still on the outside runs the car in Gasser Circus, and then Ted runs the car in Outlaw Anglia. Rod Harrison, if you can make your way down to the shutdown area, Kim is stuck down there actually. So Rod Harrison and the gang, if you can make your way down to the shutdown area, Kim is stuck down there with the car. So Ted Booth, can he go quicker than 9.49? Lovely little wheelie as all the power comes in. Moving it, Ted runs nitrous. He's behind the wheel. There's 9.43. Finds a little bit. Doug McClure taking on Ben Kennedy. I think it's pretty good that Doug actually takes part in Run What You Brung as well between classes so he can get as much track time as possible this weekend. He doesn't want 3 runs a day, he wants more. Hence that's why he's in Run What You Brung. The Relentless Pop of Ben Kennedy. So he's had an interesting season is a bit of an understatement. Those of you that know the story with Ben. Car did fall over at one of the meetings, but they got it fixed and got it back out again the next meeting. Well, Ben, I think he's certainly on for an improvement here. Number 27 spot. Yeah, nicely done. 10.24 is going to move him up to number 15 with that one. Doug goes through with a 13.46 at 102. Spencer Tidswell, he's in the auto glim lane, going alongside Pete Jones. Now we haven't got a number on the board yet for Pete. We should do after this run, fingers crossed for him. Still got an issue with, oh, what a shame for Pete. 2 for 2. I'm not being able to make the run, unfortunately. Risky little leap from underneath the car, and Spencer turning hard left off the line, but gathers it up. And a very experienced racer got that one handled. 10:46, 131. All right, Pete Jones, fingers crossed for the next round he can get it sorted, but it looks like there is just this pesky little leak underneath the car. And it's a case of finding it, sorting it, and fingers crossed they'll be down for the next qualifier. Pete Grange heading off home. Good to see you this weekend, Pete. If you've got the radio on in the truck, but a bit of a journey to get back, so safe journey, mate. So we're looking around the lanes to see Supercharged Outlaws, and what you're going to see on the scoreboards when this lot come round are their own set indexes, if you like. They're not dial-ins. It's the numbers that they're going to try and run to. It's basically what we call a Q&E combo. They don't actually have eliminations. They leave the start line at the same time. It's all about trying to get as close to your number as possible. And all will become clear when they come round the corner. Way before the track opened at 9:30 this morning, they start getting everything ready, and they don't actually finish work tonight until gone 8 o'clock this evening, because once all the activities are finished, they still have things to do after that. So it's only right that they get a couple of breaks during the day, and the second break for our track crew is at 5 o'clock this afternoon. So run what you run after our race classes all the way up to 5 o'clock. And then it'll be the final qualifying session for our race classes. Another hour or so of run what you've run, and the day will be finished off at 25 to 8 with another run from the split second jet dragster with Julian Webb, followed by our Crackle Fest when loads of cars will come down onto the track. And the day will be finished off with a fantastic fireworks display. Those of you who've seen the fireworks here at Santa Barbara before, you know that it's a brilliant display. And that display, if you look at the finish line, it's to the right hand side, the field there. That's where the display comes from. So if you're in the grandstands for this evening, you'll be able to see the cars having just done the Crackle Fest on the track, and then the fireworks will be going off in the background. So it is quite a sight to behold, to be honest, and we hope everybody here can stick around right till the end of the day for those parts of the activities. We've got to say a special thank you, of course, to the NSRA It's the 33rd running of the Hot Rod Drags at its new home here at Santa Pod Raceway. And of course, next year is a banner year for the NSRA. It was founded in 1972, so it's the 50th anniversary next year. I know they're planning quite a few big things next year, and it will obviously be a phenomenal event to come to, which will be the 50th anniversary of the NSRA, and of course it'll be the 34th running of the Hot Rod Drags this time next year. So had a huge following, and I'm proud to be a member of the NSRA as well, as are many of you here this weekend. I'm just looking at that car park over there. It's turned into a phenomenal display of hot rods, muscle cars, you name it. Absolutely everything is around there, so it's a stunning sight. I implore you to go around and have a good look at all of the cars around there, because you'll see cars that you just will not see anywhere else, and having a gathering like that as well, it's certainly worthwhile. Fingers crossed, issue sorted. Pete Jones with the pop. Desperate to get a number on the board. He's been in the 10s. And what do you give for another one of those now as well? Well, there you go. Pete Jones gets the number on the board, and that's a wrap for Outlaw Anglia. And that will always be remembered for the 6.9742. Jed Guy gets the first European 6-second Outlaw Anglia pass in the qualifying session number 2 at the Hot Rod Drags here at Santa Pod Raceway. But well done, Jed. Congratulations. And I know later on today or this evening, that car will be proudly wearing a 6-second Outlaw Anglia sticker on probably the boot lid, so that everybody else can see it when he's pulling away. But congratulations to Jed and the whole team. And of course, I've got to say congratulations to Outlaw Anglia as a class themselves, the way they present themselves at the race meetings. And just the sheer volume of cars this weekend is staggering. So well done. But Jed Guy, second member of the 6-second club for Outlaw Anglia, joining John Willard down in Australia. Okay, so it's the Wild Bunch then, qualifying session number 2. Callum Swinchat coming round with the King's Topolino. Alongside Tim Roy. The Boston Straggler, number 2. Right, this is where the PB sheets come back out again, because the Outlaw Anglia, a lot have settled their numbers now. It's the turn of the Wild Bunch, and I do have the list of all of their PBs, and ended up scribbling all over it as people find improvements. Sometimes run after run, you never know. So Callum Swinchat didn't get run in Q1. Cancelled anyway. Now Tim Roy's target. We haven't got one yet. Tim Roy went 9.71 in Q1. New PB for Tim Roy, 9.12 and 141 miles an hour. Callum Swinchak goes 8.99 at 1.38. Chris has a wry smile there. James Ald alongside Steve Garland. Sonic Attack taking on Little Faust. Well, unfortunately, James being pushed back. I'm not quite sure what actually happened there. Do you know what? I think that's possibly the first time I've ever seen James being pushed back. So, going to be a solo then for Steve. Set a new PB in Q1 of 12.63 at 102. Is he going to go quicker? He does. 12.57 at 103. So well done, Steve. The numbers just keep on coming. Right, Rob White with Happy Days. Again, another one that didn't make the first session. Gary Atkinson certainly did. He's been having an absolute blast this weekend. Doing lots of run what you brung passes yesterday. Now he's into the class good and proper now. PB in the 9.6s, went 9.76 in the first session. And Rob White looking to get his first run of the day completed and get a number on the board. And if it's got an 11 in the first part of the numbers, he'll be very happy. So Gary Atkinson, good looking run from him. He goes quicker. 9.73, 12.05 there for Rob White. So the Henry's Revenge altered. So this is Angelo Lani making his Wild Bunch debut with the altered and going alongside Kev Whiting with Tip Top. Went 11.05 in Q1. So they both get the thumbs up. Parachute now armed, so Angelo can bring Henry's Revenge up to the line. Kev Whiting with Tip Top. Now Kev has already been 11.05, would love to get into the 10s. And this will be Angelo's first pass in Wild Bunch. So whenever he runs, will be a PB in the class. I'll tell you what, that's not a bad opener. 948 at 136. 1075 at 121 for Kev. You know what, he's only a tenth off a PB as well. Bradley Cooper with Back from the Past, the little slingshot, only 296 cubic inches, Ford flathead in there, going alongside Rich Butcher. He is a debutant this weekend with that lovely little slingshot. Oh, Brad goes 11.22 at 117. And Rich goes 13.53. Oh, Brad Cooper nearly on a PB there. Missed it by 100th of a second. So he's running as best as he ever has. Wayne Colliver with the slingshot. The car is called Misfit and has a PB of 9.43. And the Wildcat machine, Ian Wild. Just had to appear from underneath the tower before we saw him. He's been in the mid-12s. Wayne's been 9.4. Arrow straight for Wayne. 9.46, 140. Well, that's a fair old improvement from Q1 and almost on PB form there. 12.43 though, that is a new personal best for Ian Wild. Well, I'll rephrase that. He went 12.38 in round one, but his PB coming into the weekend was 12.59, so he's consistently under his old PB, but that 12.38 from Q1 remains his quickest. The Shindinga just coming underneath the tap. Jim Tanner does the burnout, and the crew go chasing after him. Now, obviously, with drag racer vehicles, no mirrors, can't see where they're going backwards, so that's why we have somebody out front to direct him which way to go. And you normally have a crew member at the back signalling where they want the car to be, and then the crew member at the front gives the direction and run back to keep pace with the car. That basically keeps them in the groove, or keeps them on the burnout tracks that they've just laid down. Idea being that they are in the perfect spot ready for the launch. Well, Jim staying on the gas way past the finish line, goes 9:57. Just a tenth off what he ran earlier. Well, we saw these two matched up in Q1, and they're matched up again, and in the same lanes actually. Chris Hartnell, he is in the Kestrel Beers lane, and it's the Metal Mistress in the Autoglim lane, and that of course driven by Lee. So both in stage, the lights counting down, and that's more like it for Crazy Chris off the start line. The front wheels dangling in the air, high 8s or low 9s, the order of the day, and it's a 9:21 and a 10:17, so big improvements for both. 9:21 and 10:17. The Brown boys, Rob and Pete. So this time they swap round. Pete is in Wrathchild and Rob is in Rebel. Well, 8:70 was the run for Rebel earlier on. Goes 8:72, so it's pretty consistent. And Wrathchild goes 11:33. Don't forget, after our race classes, we are back into Run What You Brung here at the Hot Rod Drags this afternoon. This is Mark Coulsell. And James Ord getting another opportunity to get Little Faust down the track. So James Ord and Mark Coulsell. Mark, quickest of the wild bunch so far today, an 8.11. James looking to get into the mid-12s. .810, quickest of the day. Nice consistent runs there. Mark and of course Steve. And James all back in the 12s there, 12.98. Well, you'll see some familiar pairings. These two paired up last time and they're back again. Skippy in the slingshot, chasing time. He's in the Kestrel beer lane going alongside Matt Hollins in the Cheap Thrills ratchet strap racing. Slingshot in the Autoglib lane. Skippy went 10.07 with the blue dragster in the first qualifying session. 10.33 was the number for Matthew. He's in the yellow machine in the Autoglib lane. 10.57 plays 10.49. Going pretty good. So they stay put. Next up, it is the Raging Cajun of Dan and Elliot Jones, the Bantam, going alongside Alan Lloyd, Gonzo the Great. 8.71 in Q1. Let's see if they can move on up. Car has the capabilities of going into the 7-second zone. But went 10.30 earlier on. Goes 10.17, his best of the day. A little bit off his 9-second form that he has run. And 11.37 there for Paul. Well, I've really been looking forward to seeing this one now. This is Warren Rowland with Destiny's Angel. Now, Warren's dad, Dave Rowland, used to campaign this car, and tragically, we lost Dave earlier on this year, and Angie, Warren, and everybody that knew Dave really does miss him. He's part of our family here at Sandford Raceway, always will be. But so good to see his car back out in the hands of Warren. I tell you what, that is a lovely little half pass. Excellent stuff. Well done, Warren, and well done, and thank you to everybody else helping Warren out this weekend. Angie, I know it means a heck of a lot to you. She's smiling, she's fist pumping. Happy days, well done. Brilliant stuff. All right, Phil James, another one we didn't see in the first qualifying session. Saw him being towed around the pits earlier, but first time on the track today. Oh, he's still got his drinks bottle in there. That's a bit of a random one. Even Darren's smiling at that one. That was like a vending machine, that was. Put his money in and gets a bottle out. So, Phil James with the Rampage. Again, a car with a huge amount of history. Well, the target has got to be in the 9.4s. 9.44, told you. Very consistent car, that one. So, Supercharged Outlaws. We get things a bit faster. Des Taylor with the Thunder God. And it's the good guys. So what we have on the scoreboards, which will be appearing very shortly, is, well, we know their indexes. 8.8 is the number that Steve, Nigel and the gang are going to be aiming for. And Des Taylor looking for a 7.40. I want to get as near to those numbers as possible. That's a bit bizarre. They've been fed into the system, but it doesn't appear on the boards. We'll get that sorted out. So they have their practice run, and then when they come up to the line, they set. And then from the second session onwards, they all aim to get as close as they can. So Des Taylor, how close to 740 can he get? 752, not too bad. 8.80, and on 8, he's in it bang on. Absolutely bang on. They selected 8.80 and they've run 8.8002. It's a perfect ET. Oh, that's unbelievable. Well done to the good guys. Topolino, bang on the number. Staggering, absolutely staggering. Well done. Wow, that was fantastic. Well done to the good guys. Right, move on then. Joe Bond. He's aiming for 6.60, and Roy Wilding aiming for 6.99. Now, these are the numbers that they're going to be aiming for all weekend long. Doesn't matter if they go under it, doesn't matter if they go over it. That is their target. Well, Joe Bond had a bit of a moment yesterday, burnt a piston, damaged a head, and, well, when I say burnt a piston, massive hole in it yesterday, and it was a fairly new set of heads as well, but one head totally unserviceable this weekend. But they got it fixed, had spares in the trailer, thank goodness. Unfortunately, we got a slight leak underneath Roy Wilding's Chariots of Fire dragster, so you're going to have to shut him off. So Joe Bond with a nothing fancy dragster looking for a 6.60 there or thereabouts. Oh, I saw the oil light flickering then. As soon as Joe went for the launch, the red light was flashing in front of him, and Joe very, very quickly shut the car off. Doesn't want to cause any more pain to the car, so fingers crossed they can get that back to the pits. And oh, something came out. So Joe Bond goes 22 seconds, not what he was looking for, obviously. But they had a big thrash on yesterday afternoon to get the car fixed after holding that piston yesterday. But they're a good team, and they'll work on it once again. Andy Park coming round against Paul Dale. From the Wild Bunch, can Paul Tarry's crew please go down to the shutdown area to collect the car? That's Paul Tarry's crew. If you could go down to the shutdown area to collect the car, please. Paul is, well, he can't come back on his own. He needs your help. So if they could go down there, please. That's Paul Tarry's crew to the shutdown area. Andy Park is target number 9.80, and Paul Dale 8.90. That was the reason for their practice runs this morning, to help them select their numbers. Now, Andy Park can run consistent 9/8s all weekend long, so he's certainly going to be a contender in Supercharged Outlaws this weekend. Paul Dow in all the 9s this weekend so far, just chasing a niggle that's resurfaced. .987 plays a 977. Andy Park. Nice little run for him, consistent in the 9/8s. And Paul Dale's crew will get that sorted out. I don't know if it's electrical or mechanical, but they'll work their way through it. They've done it before. Well, they'll certainly do it again. So RWYB once again. Whatever the issue was has been sorted out. Well, the Fadster is in the house, and he goes all the way to the 330 with the tyre spoken. He coasts to the 8th mile. He loves the show, does the Fadster. I tell you what, he's coming back pretty quickly as well, as Tony is almost back to the start line. Charlotte's going, you think I'm running all the way up there? You got another thing coming. Don't blame you. So the Fadster, his target is 7.50. Tony's is 7:02. Andy in test mode yesterday went 7:51. So a new PB. Tony has been in the low 7s before. Even Woody out front had to go in the car yesterday. couple of passes that really were enjoyable for him. So here we go then. Tony Underhill with a Willis sedan. He is in the Kestrel Beer lane. Andy Hadfield with Twister in the Autoglim lane. Now then, is the Fadster going to use the trans brake, or is he going to take it calmly off the line and build up on the run at the end? Works really well without the trans brake, but let's see. Gotta say hello to each other. 9:16 plays 9:52. A little bit of entertainment between the two of them there. And his tyre shake. So we've had the Willis sedan and the T-bucket. Now we've got a pair of slingshots for you. Jim Usher, he's in the Autoglim lane with the Hemi Hunter slingshot, and it's Mick Checkett with his front engine dragster. 750 the target for Jim, 770 the target for Mick. As I say, these aren't dial-ins, these are just target numbers for the guys to run to, and just try and get as close and as consistently close to as possible. It's the good guys at the moment leading the way. I mean, to hit your number bang on with a perfect ET, absolutely staggering. Well done. So Mick Checkett, both of these guys definitely got 7-second form. They went 8.0 and 8.1 on their checkout passes earlier, so looking to go a little bit quicker. Mick Checkett goes 7.96, Jim Usher goes 8.15. So Mick the nearer of the two of them on his dial-in. But good passes nevertheless, well done. Looking in the lanes, you can see Aaron Windridge. Also see the Motormas, but coming round the corner next, it's the mental breakdown of Wayne Allman. Now, Wayne's first pass was a planned burnout launch and 60 foot, but he took it a little bit further. So this time, the plan is a half track pass. And going alongside the Haggis Hunter. So Wayne Allman with mental breakdown, the VW split screen going alongside Mick Hanna with her Haggis Hunter, the slingshot. Unfortunately, Wayne Allman being pushed back there after the burnout. As I say, first appearance for a couple of years for Wayne Allman. Actually, I could just see a tiny fluid leak on the track there. Well spotted by the track crew. It may be nothing, but it's not worth risking it. So Mick Hanna, his target number 7.50. That is a good looking run. Pedal to the metal all the way through to a 7.24. Oh yes, we like that one. Well done, Mick. Fantastic job there. 7:24, 191 miles an hour for the Haggis Hunter. They're going to be going, I wish we'd chosen our number to be a bit faster than we actually set, but they're not going to be moaning about that one. Respect to the guys there. Well done. I think it is going to be Aaron Windridge coming round next. Well, certainly Stevie Johnson coming round with the Motor Mouse. Bob Main holding home. Good afternoon, Bob. And sorry that the car broke yesterday. It's just one of those things really frustrating, especially when it's on the first pass. But we'll see you soon, Bob. Safe drive home all the way back up to Scotland. Well, Steve Johnson with the Motor Mouse, this lovely little slingshot dragster. Now here's target number 7.50. Now, one thing that really aided his progression is this new wheelie bar that is used perfectly as a tuning aid, as well as stopping the front end of the dragster coming up too hard, but it allows Steve to keep his foot in much, much longer, and helps settle the car down as well. Through the tyre shake, gets a little bit loose at half track, gets his foot back in it again, still goes 770. That is respect. 177 miles an hour at the stripe, and do you know what, he's only 0.2 off his predicted number there. That car will go quicker than 7.5 without a shadow of a doubt, but on that particular run it was 770. I think it's only fitting that these two line up against each other. Aaron Windridge and Gary Parks. The Grim Reaper taking on Purple Days. And you've got two 7-second Supercharged Outlaw Ultimates here. Gary Parks, unbelievable performances from him this weekend. I mean, he's 7:41. New PB set in his checkout pass earlier on. His chosen number is 7:45. Do you know what? If he goes under that, he doesn't care. He's had a weekend that he is never going to forget. Coming into this weekend, he just about dipped into the 7.8s. Well, 7.7s, I should say. He'd been running in the 7.8 second zone, and this year was the first year running the 7s. And just look at where he is now, in the low 7.4s. Aaron Windridge with the Grim Reaper, the T-Bucket. Again, it's an amalgamation of cars into one here. Aaron was telling me a little bit about this. He's a young lad as well, actually. I was quite surprised when actually met Aaron. But loves his racing, just full of sort of joy and enthusiasm. That's the type of guy. Good looking runs for both of them. Aaron taking slightly longer route, but look at these numbers again. 7:45 for Gary Parks. Absolutely bang on his number. Aaron Windridge goes 7:59. He's only 100th off his. Outstanding from Supercharged Outlaws there. Gary Parks hits his number. Aaron, just a 100th of a second off. Absolutely outstanding. In actual fact, if you look at how close they were to their predicted numbers, Aaron was the closest. He missed it by 0.0051 and Gary missed it by 0.0083. Brilliant performances, guys. Outstanding. So we've got Luke Watts round the corner. So just waiting to... looks like the car's fired up. But lots of ancillary equipment there, just moving the pit bike out of the way. So here comes Luke Watts then, with Al Capone. And I've just seen the body on there now. And going alongside, Little Hemi Hustler. Well, the target numbers for these two then. Mike Couch with the Slingshot Dragster, 8.70, but poor old Luke, it's just not going his way today. Didn't get the run in earlier and being pushed back again. The team will suss it out, but it's just not doing what it wants to at the moment. So going to be a solo then for Mike. Target number for Mike then, 8.70. How close can he get to that? He went 8.85 on his test run earlier. Oh, nearly missed second, but got it. How about an 884 and an 870 index that he's chosen for himself this weekend? Gutted for Wayne and the gang as they go back to the pits. Fingers crossed they can make the next session. But mental breakdown. Those of you in the grandstand got a beautiful view of that incredible vehicle. Right, fingers crossed for Luke. Managed to get it started up again. He's done the same thing again. Oh, I'm gutted for them because he just wants to get it down. Oh, no, he's got it going. Well, that fooled us all, that did. And got it a bit further up, and this time has stopped. And I think he is actually stuck on track this time around. So, going to be a little retrieve. We'll give him a chance to rest the vocal cords for a minute and get some more paperwork in order. Nitro FM 96.2. Okay, so the top end is cleared, so we are now back into Run What You Brung, but we have a little bit of a treat lined up in the pairing lanes. All will become clear, I think, fairly shortly, actually, because they're pretty much ready to go. You will find out in a moment. So we're back into Run What You Brung then. Oh, bit of a hop, skip and a jump. So that's AJ in the 57. Goes 12.37 at 117. And 15.66 at 89. Well, here's that little treat I mentioned for you. Tony Betts in blown 34. Tony last weekend had a fantastic drive driving the Venom car. Consistent sixes from Tony. But we haven't seen this car for quite a while now. And it's so good to see it back on track once again. Well, we got 2.25 hours of Run What You Brung now. So it's a case of just keep an eye on the track and also keep an eye on the lanes, and be a bit of a mystery what we get come down to take part. Some of the cars we'll have seen already today, there's obviously going to be a few of them that we haven't. Oh, Tony with a little bit of a tank slapper there, but he gathered it in nicely. Still goes 901, but off the throttle at 110 miles an hour. Well, we've seen both of these take to the quarter mile this weekend. I think it's the first time we've seen them side by side, though. Both in the 10-second zone. And 11.04 this time at 10.82 in Stuart Flitton and Scott Collin, 100 E's. Well, 10.4s, 10.5s, the order of the day for Scott. 10.8s for Stuart. And that, both of them looking to get quicker. Certainly Scott is. Stuart's going to get to the strike first on this particular matchup. 10.68 plays a 10.72. So well done to Stuart. Got there first. A wry smile from Vonica there. I like it. So, as you say, run what you brung. Good old mix of cars coming round. Some we know, some we don't. Certainly know the one in the Kestrel Beers lane. That car make quite a few appearances at Hot Rod Drags and the Vintage Nationals, events like that. This, of course, it's Brian Star Savage with the 32 running mid-10s like clockwork. Don't know much about the car in the Autoclip lane, apart from the fact he gets a little bit sideways, will spin off the line. Gathered up nicely though. And another 10.5 for Brian Savage, 10.55 at 126, 12.99 despite the sideways motion off the start line in the Autoclip lane. So Kenzie Taylor getting used to the little 100E. I would imagine you'll be taking it at half track this time. All the way through. Hey, that'll do. Nice little 17.35 run there. Happy days. Well done. Yes. 73 miles an hour at the stripe. And narrow straight. Showing good composure as well. So well done, Kenzie. That's a long old burnout underneath the tower. Getting some, it's the Morgan. Getting some heat into those tyres. Now, I've said it before and I'll say it again, it's quite a feat getting a car that you would normally see hill climbing, circuit racing, you name it, be able to put some numbers down on a drag strip. It's a totally different thought process with regards to setup on the car. But they're getting it done. It's running some really good numbers. 165 to 60 foot. The 8th mile is 687 at 102. And a 1075 and 125 at the stripe. Very nicely done indeed. So I say it's the 100E challenge. That is really going to build up for next year, as there's a good number of them here this weekend. That's a tidy 1172 at 115. But this has just got to be the debut of debuts this weekend. Created by Sean Doyle. And seems to have lost steering. Picked up a block as well. And eventually comes to rest. Now that was a bit of a bizarre one. So alright, so just stop the car there. Not quite sure quite what happened. Alright, so just a bit of a retrieval there. Alright, so Nitro FM, if you can just take the airwaves over for a moment. We'll be back shortly when we continue here at the Hot Rod Drags. Just one car to move from the track. That's Kenzie Taylor behind the wheel of the car. Is it? Is it Kenzie? It is. So just having his first run in the car today, 23.92. Oh, nice one. 10.67, best of the weekend so far for Stuart. And 14.77. There will be a different set of cars today because some of them that were running yesterday can't run today. There are some running today that weren't running yesterday. So we have a bit of a mixed bag this weekend. So you're going to see cars that didn't get any track time at all. It's like you've got a half-scale car taking on a full-scale one here, but that is quite a sight to behold, and they're neck and neck at them as well. They're both 960 to the 8. Well, unfortunately, Dave left before the tree ran, so we're not getting any times or speeds on that one. 11:22 at 119 there for Paul. Cars that wasn't built for drag racing, but trying a few things with it, and it's starting to work very nicely indeed. Why use a Morgan? Why not? 1080 at 127. Right, so Pete Lane. We've already mentioned this weekend that he's having a good time up at Sanapod this month. Goes 11:87, but very heavy with the right foot there. And basically just went into a secondary burnout. But gets it through with an 11:89. Well, good launch there for Wayne, to be fair. Read the lights beautifully, even though it was a red, it was a 0-1. And goes 9:54 at 136. Running in the high 10s yesterday. And has got away from the line beautifully, so that could be heading towards the mid-10s. It's got a good top-end charge, 688 at 100. That should be about 10.7 perhaps, or nearly 1082 at 123. The data is wiped off from yesterday. It's a fresh set of data today, so obviously I can't record every car. Like 1052 at 127 miles an hour. Car in the right lane. Need to find out more details on this one, but obviously I know Gary, one of the regulars in Nostalgia Superstock. He's also trying to get both the engines and run to find the sweet spot together, and that's where the tuning and the engineering comes in. But that car does fly. It really is quick. We've got cars all over the place, and I've now got the computer system up and running, so I just need to log in, and we get all the names of all the runners and riders, and then it's just trying to find them all. Hot rodding and yesteryear so much. Not only is the going 10-0s yesterday, oh so close to going into the 9s once again. Has a open exhaust system as well as one through the silencers. Open top, just absolutely beautiful. Car in the Ford in the auto trim lane was getting good runs in yesterday, because 11:31 and 120 these days into the well into the 8s. She goes 9:24 on that particular pass, and just 156 to the 60 foot there for Scott. Anyway, he's running consistent 10s, but he wants to get in the low 10s. 10.68, 127. And the Willis goes through with the 14th. Try to bring it up and roll the beams. So let's have a look at Chris in the Mustang. All the way through to a 10.49 at 100. That'll do, 9.71 at 138 miles an hour at the stripe. Slight issue for John. Trouble-free yesterday. Grand Scriven taking it all the way to the stripe, goes 11.08, 121. But unfortunately, John Sleeth been pushed back. Goes 14.12 against a 15.36. So Brian Savage is going to be a 10 something, 10.51 126. Doug McClure goes 15. Going alongside John Davidson. John goes 10.57, Camaro goes 10.79. And the other one got through too quick before I could clock all the details on it. But that's Stephen Summer going through. Okay, we are back once again. Well done to the track crew. The Brickyard Shaker 100E looks like they had a steering issue with the vehicle and had to take it off the back of the knowledge in the end. So they'll work on that, and as I say, it's a stunning creation, and so nice to see it here at the track as well. Right, we go back to Run What You Brung, and it's Paul Hammond out there with that cracking little Ford, and dare I say it, that cracking 10-second Ford 32, going alongside Pete Lane with the Barracuda. Pete hunting down his PB this weekend, 11.68. He's been consistently in the 11s, but a little bit north of his PB at the moment. I tell you what, that's his quickest of the weekend. Well done. 11.77 and 11.08 there for Paul Hammond. Now, if memory serves me right, there's a little Pro Charger stuck under the bonnet of this car. And, oh, I love it. Two proper little sleepers out here now. Just watch these two go. Well, all sorts of pops and bangs there from Danny. Goes through with a 1089 at only 85 miles an hour. We know there's a lot more performance in that car. So we saw these two paired up earlier on, and they're back at it again. Justin Woolner with the Rat Rod, going alongside Sally Woolner. It's been a half. She is in the Camaro. Now Sally went 9.24 earlier on. Justin in the 10s. Oh, Justin taking a little bit of a scenic route. No issues for Sally whatsoever. And 9.29, 9.86 for Justin, despite having a bit of a weave on there. But yeah, both of them in the 9-second zone now. Right, Steve Mears with the Mini. Oh my goodness me, this thing does not hang about. Was in the 10s earlier on, knocking on the doors of the 9. We want to see that 9 appear this weekend. It has got 9-second form though. So love to see that run at 9. Oh, here comes the power. Oh, 10.61, 135 miles an hour. Goes at 17.02 at 76. All right, Gary Cork with the Coronet. Going alongside Alex Richins. Hey, I'm still going to go. Good lad. So Gary Cork going to get to the top end first, one of the regular races in UK Nostalgia Superstock. Regular 12.8s and 20.32. Right, Jim Smith with the big Dodge going alongside. I tell you what, Graham Scrimmins has had quite a few runs in this car this weekend. Built it to be reliable, and certainly proving to be the case here. 383 small block Chevy, but obviously with the Blower Shops Supercharger on top. Has been into the 9s, but running consistent 10s this weekend. Goes 11.17, just to prove you wrong on that one. 11.65 for Jim. John Dalrymple with the full tilt. He's back in the 9s already this weekend. All right, Adam Sayers. He's in the autoclip lane with the 57 Chevy, gets off the line nicely. He's already run a 9.57 on an earlier pass today. He's going to go quicker. 9.53, nicely done. And John goes through with 11.38, 126. Well, that was Billy Mills doing his burnout underneath us, but has actually shut the car off. Went 10.6, 124 yesterday. And you've got that cracking little Austin A40 down there. Kevin Baker, yeah, the little Austin A40. Looks like he's got the track to himself. And then Billy Mills will be tucking in behind Kevin. .67 at 109 on that one. All right, Billy Mills, another one of the Nostalgia Superstock racers. As he quotes himself, happy with the car, and why not? It's a cracking car, it's Barracuda. Oh, that's away nicely, 160 to 60 foot. Let's have a look at the 8th. 688, that'll be around about a 10.7. Oh, nearly 10.82, 123. Lost a little bit on the 60 foot actually. Needed, well, he had a 160 there. A 150 would turn in nicely into a low 10.6 or quicker. That's where he wants to be. He wants to get a 10.5 this weekend. Just having a look into the pairing lanes at the moment. They're all tucked round there waiting to go. Ain't no Saint Volvo. He's in the lanes. Mick Payne with the retirement package. That's right, there's a good old mix cars down there. I think Paul Wright with the 69 Camaro down there. Oh, a little bit of a sort of clean up in the lanes. I'll tell you what, a couple of adverts from Nitro FM and we'll take it back in a moment. So the airwaves are 96.2. Doesn't matter if they go red in qualifying, in the racing, it'll make a big difference. 1087 for Tony. 1081, just 300s on. Well, the numbers on the top of the scoreboards are their reaction times. The bottom numbers are their predicted ETs, and then obviously that will change to speed and ET. Brian Gibson stays 13. Nick goes. Well, Shaw makes good use of the wheelie bar there, just riding it past the 60 foot. Now, 10.12 is the target. 10.09 for Acal. And a 12.02. So 10.69 for Billy Jones, moves up from 17 to 8. Ray Irish, next pair, the dial-ins, 11.47 and 10.50. I think the points could make some moves this weekend. Nick Barnett, though, he's got a fair old lead. Going to be difficult to catch. They're currently 8 for Graham, 5 for Nick. And a breakout for Nick and Graham. Goes 11.37. Just 400ths of a second too quick. By purging the nitrous. Oh, they are both absolutely going for it here. Are we going to see it? Is it going to be low sevens? Is it going to be sixes? Oh, we've got it! We've got it! Jed Guy gets the one, 6.97. And look at the speed, 193 miles an hour. It's this time round, but then Ginner's first track appearance this year. That's more like it. .544, 127 at the 8th. 8.54, 157. Give him a huge round of applause, folks. That. Well, fairly even at the stripe, to be honest. 10.56 from Mark Bracking. He moves up from 18 to 14 and gets comfortably in the 10s with that one. So Barry goes through with a 12.96 on that. John Webster 103 to 60 foot, hugging the centre line. 7.20 again. 7.21 on the first pass. 7.20 on the second. As they go into stage, the lights go green. 1.17 to the 60 for Rob Stone. Good looking run. Can he go quicker than 8.45? He does. 8.44 and a 9.66. He dropped under there to Gary in 09, looking to get into the 9s on this run. Lovely use of the wheelie bar there for Rob. Henshaw away, arrow straight, 112 to 60, 472 at 146 to the 8th. 7.45 at 103. Well, Gary's going to get to the stripe first, goes 8.59, finds a little improvement. Tomorrow morning. Good job for Martin there, 8.73, 155. And he's going to get to the stripe first. Carburettor stakes. Get in touch with Mick Taylor, he'll tell you all about it, and Dave Gibbons can sort one out for you. Mick Taylor goes 866 165, which in all fairness was a bit of a checkout pass for him, but Phil Jewett 975, can he improve on that? $985 there for Phil and $1157 for Tom, so no improvements for either, they stay put. So Ted Booth, can he go quicker than 949? Lovely little wheelie as all the power comes in. Hoping that Ted runs nitrous. He's behind the wheel. 943, finds a little bit. Well, Ben, I think he's certainly on for an improvement here. Currently number 27 spot. Yeah, nicely done. 10.24 is going to move him up to number 15 with that one from underneath the car. And Spencer turning hard left off the line, but gathers it up. And a very experienced racer got that one handled. 10.46, 131. Well, there you go. Pete Jones gets the number on the board, and that's a wrap for Outlaw Anglia. Oh, new PB for Tim Roy, 9.12. Always good to try leave Booker T with green onions running as long as possible. But from green onions to green Volvos, this is the Ain't No Saint. Now you got Lee Johnson on the outside looking in. As today behind the wheel, it's Sarah Grace. And Lee yesterday was running in the 10-0s, but they had a tiny sort of fuel air leak yesterday. But got that sorted out and then picked up a puncture on one of their front tyres this morning, which was discovered, so they had to get that fixed. So let's see how Sarah gets on. Her first run of the weekend. 10.36, 132. Lee looking happy. Happy days, mate. Thing is though, Sarah's going to come back. Does she want to go quicker? So the 69 Camaro, Paula Wright. There's this one. Obviously, Camaro's trying to stage with the back wheels. He wanted to stage with the front ones, so just bring it back. Car's been in the 10.8s already today. $153 to 60. That's looking good. Oh, we could go quicker than 10.8 here. 1082. Very, very close to getting into the 10.7s there. 1091, not too far behind in the auto glim lane. Right, Mick Payne with the timer package went into the 9s earlier on, 9.97. Johnny Morris helping on crew duties, always does actually when Mick runs the car. Going alongside Dave Cherritt, got young Steve out front, and Dave, he had a good run earlier, went 9.85. Side by side, 9s it is, 9.70, how about 9.89 for Mick Payne? Whoa! Outstanding pass, 9.89. He's just found another 1/10 of a second on that one. You'll take that. Brilliant. So, Kenny Dromey, he is in the Kestrel beer lane. And that's Graham Harrison with the 33 Willis. Well, Graham's now approached the line. Kenny just coming forward with the Falcon. .06 for Kenny, 16.38 there for Graham. It's all about track time, getting used to it, getting the tune right, and then it will fly. Well, how about a 10.04 from Ian Johnson earlier on, and God, that's going to be in the 9s. Got to be. Car's up for sale, and it's not silly money either. That is ready to go straight into Nostalgia Superstock. That's where it's been racing before. Going alongside this cracking 32 Ford of Simon Foster. Simon has a PB in the 10.3s. Went 10.6 yesterday. 10.10 from Ian with the Olds Thunder 1490. Just clicking it off very early there for Simon Foster. Oh, we've got Gillian Hunt with the pop. Takes it through, goes 14.61 against a 14.14. Right, got a name at last. Harley Peters is in the Ford in the Kestrel beer lane. Going alongside Duncan Watts. 964, good looking run that one. All right, Wayne Hitchcock with the Chevelle. All right, Cliff Turner in the other lane. I think Cliff's got the drop on this one. Wayne trying to close him down. Good matchup. Whoa, 8.999. Get in there in the eights. Wayne Hiscott goes 9.41, but Cliff Turner 8.999. That's one way of sneaking into the 8-second zone. Absolutely superb pass. Well done. All right, Lawrence Butcher. A little bit of an issue for him. Just coasting up to the stripe. We've got that lovely little pop though. Runs about 43 to 46 miles an hour at the stripe, 37 at the eighth. And well, backs off this time to a 28. All right, Johnny Best in the Auto Glim lane. And it's just perfect for the photographers, this one. Getting these two lined up together, both with their white wall tyres and totally fenderless. And period correct looking drivers as well. And they're pretty much side by side all the way up. Side by side 13-second passes. Very good indeed. All right, you got Darren Hussey in the Kestrel beer lane. And apologies, haven't got the name of the driver with the Corvette at the moment. Was running yesterday. Oh, Darren's got a problem with the four-door Falcon there. Yeah, just going to bring him back, give it another go. Corvette goes through with a 17.10 at 76. Well, you've got about an hour and a half to run before the dinner break for the track crew. Pairing lanes chock-a-block with machinery, and not only that, the display car park is as well. Everybody having a good time here at the Hot Rod Drags. Chilled out event, absolutely love this one. So Glyn Boardman back down once again with the car called Wolverine. Another one that takes part with the Nostalgia Super Stock class. And when you get to the lifestyle events, expect to see around about 50 cars taking part. 1069, 126. And 1584, 86. Good to see the Watch Speed Shop in force this weekend. Right, Oscar Cross we have in the Auto Glim lane. And Chris Coburn with the Willis. Chris says you're taking part in the Willis Wars, run with your brung, hot rod meets. Let's get to visit a few places, does Chris. That is a very tidy 1167 there from Oscar. 1276 for Chris. Well, I think the inscription on the back of the Chevy just says it all. Badass Chevy. Certainly is. Best colour for a race car, black. Even though it's a street car. That'll be a 10. 1096 at 123. Quickest run of the weekend. Well done. Right, Craig Ball finally got a name for the car in the Kestrel Beer Lane. And it's Ray Colclough, actually. Another one of the Watch Speed Shop gang. Ray goes 1065. And Craig goes through with a 1264. All right, Kenzie Taylor. How are we doing, Nigel? How are the nerves now? Calm down. First time we've seen this Cortina. This isn't going to hang about, basically. Oh, sorry, Cortina. What am I talking about? An Escort Mark 1. Adam Smith behind the wheel. Look at it go. It is 11:27 for Adam Smith there with the Escort. 124 miles an hour. That was really picking up speed at the stripe there for Adam. And a 153 60 foot. So just get the middle part of the run sorted and the rest will all come into place nicely. Snow White, the 57 Chevy, going alongside the Mustang. Chris Thorburn having a great time this weekend. Got a new converter in the car this weekend. Desperately hunting the 9s. Snow White's already been there. 982 for the Chevy, 1051 for the Mustang. John Davison down there with the Soper and Heck Plymouth. Looks like an out-and-out race car, and it does race, and it races very well in the 10-second zone in Nostalgia Superstock, but it is street legal. John has been seen driving around the roads of Northamptonshire visiting car shows. And of course a local lad as well. Going alongside the altered of Bobby Wright. He's in Wild Bunch, but he's also booked in for Run What You Brung as well, just to get some extra track time. But John Davison has obviously spent a lot of time polishing and cleaning. That car's looking mint down there. John and his good buddy Les spent many a weekend here at Santa Pod. And let's see if John can get into the mid-10s once again. And 10.03 for Bobby. Went 10 flat on his previous runs in Run What You Brung. John Ett then with the 105E. Apologies, haven't got a name for the Outlaw Street entry. Goes 10.68, 126. And John goes through with a 13.80, 103. Phil Moores giving it large there on the burnout with the Willis. And that's James Lupton in the Auto Glimnane. I haven't got a score on the door yet for James. Phil Moores is desperately trying to get back in the nines. Having a bit of fun with his daughter, shadowing her to the stripe earlier on, but Phil all the way through to a 10.06, 134. He'll take that one. Nicely done. And James Lupton goes through with a 12.54. Gary back round again with the Coronet. He's getting some good runs in. He's consistent in the 12s. All about consistency in Nostalgia Superstock as well, actually. Although it's not a race meeting for them this weekend. It's always good to try and get the car consistent. Going alongside Dave Kerr. Oh, that was lucky. He left before the tree activated, but he's still going to get some numbers. So Dave will have something to work with. It's just such a shame to have a wasted run. So Dave Kerr goes through with a 15.18 at 83. Gary goes through with a 12.20 to 110. A good run. Well, pairing lanes, chock-a-block. So many vehicles down there. The basics of it being that to do a run and just get back of the queue again. That's the whole idea. We'll be running 1 metre brung right up until 5 o'clock. We'll give our track crew a chance to have a dinner break. And then at 5:30 it'll be the continuation of our qualifying for our race classes. Run What You Brung will then continue around about 20 past, 6:30. And that'll be for another hour. And then we'll be running the Jet Dragster 7:35 and then our Track and Fest 20 to 8. And that'll be followed by fireworks. So Lauren Malls, we just saw Phil go through a little while ago. Don't wait. No, he went too soon. Going to catch, well, just after half track, I think. $10.81, and let's get into the 18s for Loz. Come on. Oh, wrong way. 46 at 56. So I do believe that's Dominic Rossano in the Kestrel Beer lane. Certainly no, it's Paul Hammond in the Autoglim lane. Running consistent 10s with that 415 cubic inch small block. Just getting Dominic to roll into the beams, which he's done. Paul Hammond short shifting there, not building up the revs too much on the run. 11:24, 119. You just hear the engine note change, or the gear change, a little bit lower than normal. Right, Jack Hudson in the Vauxhall. Pretty close with the pop, to be honest. 16:14 to 16:66. So AJ back out with the 57. Oh, unfortunately just been pushed back in the other lane, so the 55 not going to make the run. So let's see what AJ's got for us then. Lots of wheel spin on previous runs. And a box full of neutrals trying to find second to third. Little wheelie in first. Had everything. 13:45, 112. Needless to say, and I think the team are well aware of that, but needs a bit more rubber on the back end. Very skinny tyres trying to get that car to hook up and go. But that is a cracking team behind that car, and just watch that thing build up on performance as the meetings progress, and that is certainly going to be a potent force to watch out for. So just a little bit of track grooming before we continue with more Run What You Brung here. So Nitro FM 96.2 going to take the airwaves over for a short moment. We'll be back when we continue Run What You Brung here at the Hot Rod Drags. biggest field of the year. Well, Jed moving us around his lane a bit. Martin Payne basically left before the tree run, so he's not got any numbers at all. Jed opens his account with a 749 at 187. Well, Colin was having a little bit of a weave, but that is definitely going to be an awesome 7-second pass. It's a 7-1 lane, and Barry Woodford, we mentioned him earlier. He is in the Autoglim lane. Well, unfortunately, Barry went before the tree was fully activated, so no time for speed is going to be recorded for Barry. That's a shame. The Doug goes through. Doug goes through with a 13.24 at 1:01. So Spencer's going to get to the stripe first. Goes 10.31 at 1:32. Badge on the back of the car, that's cool. So Pete Butler on his own. Let's see how John gets on. 104 to 60 foot and this arrow straight. Little bit of a weave towards the stripe. 721 at 187 miles. So straight into stage for Paul. Well, that's straight and true. Goes 751 at 177 miles an hour. Well, I'm Paul. To the 60 foot there for Rob Stone. 5.35 at the 8th and goes 8.45. Well, Ginny goes 9.89. We know it was quicker than that because he double stepped off the line. Proper chassis twisting launch for Gary Hill there. That's right, fairly close between them, to be honest. 965 face to 975. Well, Ben Kennedy was away well, but it just didn't quite hook up the way he wanted it to. Gary Byrne on a good one though, 865 at 157. And it's great to be back once again. Many thanks indeed to Nitro FM for taking over the airwaves whilst gave my vocal cords a rest for a moment. Okay, so we're back and it's Colin Wood with the Hillman Husky. And proper old purge, proper purge of the nitrous, giving it absolutely everything. Darren saying, pull down on them harnesses. I want you nice and tight in there. Don't want any movement whatsoever. Going alongside Alex Richens with a lovely little car. Been running in the, well, round about the 20s, to be honest, but it's good to see it on track. So Colin Wood was running in the high 12s yesterday. And 12.70 on that particular pass. I think that's getting towards his best of the weekend so far. Well, as John Price alluded to, you do not see many of these unmolested. It's a Fiat Topolino, and you see a lot of the body shells on some of these cars, but that is just brilliant, that car. I don't know anything about the power plant. It's obviously pretty quick. Going alongside the little Austin A40. That little Topolino just went in the 14s, 14.56. Paul Wright 69 Camaro, 1082 on its last pass. Might be a little bit slower on this one. Indeed it is. 11 flat at 123, 1508 at 89.6. Right, Gillian Hunt running consistent 14s this weekend with a little Anglia. I don't know much about the car, unfortunately. Haven't got enough information on it to confidently tell you who the driver is. Got a bizarre number plate on the back which doesn't feed into our system. Problems there for Gillian. Not quite sure if she's still got drive. Oh no, the engine's cut out. You could just see the exhaust start. There she goes. 14.14 in the auto glim lane, and Gillian's just going to take it up and clear the top end. So the time now 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Another hour of Run What You Brung. And it will be a dinner break for our track crew. Well deserved one as well. Alright, Douglas McClure with the 10-second Outlaw Anglia. Just getting valuable track time. So not only is he in the race classes, he's running in Run What You Brung as well. Entirely to plan there for Doug. Very soft 60, not quite sure what happened there. He's still moving, but very, very slowly indeed. Well, below us we got the Brickyard Shaker, and just absolutely drop dead gorgeous, that car. Had a slight issue with the steering down there. But yeah, last run just had a little bit of a steering issue, but all sorted. Sean Doyle from Zero Customs down there, man responsible for finishing this one off. And you just need to go and have a look at this one close up. It is absolutely gorgeous. That goes through 15 flat at 96 miles an hour. But thank goodness the steering's all sorted out. Well done, Sean and the gang. So Craig Ball went 12.64 on his last pass in the Auto Glim Lane, and that is Wayne Hiscock with the Chevelle. get, well, wasn't here yesterday, arrived late yesterday night. Craig a little bit keen to get going. Oh, gee, he's going to get a number. That's lucky. Left before the tree activated, but luckily the timing system was running. So he gets an 11:32. Wayne gets a 9:46. Graham Scrivens once again. And that lovely little pop. That's Chris Simcock with the almost all original one. Yeah, 28.01 on that pass, 45 miles an hour. And Chris taking the first exit. We close the barrier. The next pair get ready to go. Ain't No Saint Volvo with Sarah Grace Johnson behind the wheel. And I don't know who's driving the Javelin, I do apologise. It's just not any on any of my lists at all up here. Oh, Sarah Grace giving it absolutely everything off the line there, just a little bit of wheel slippage, but gathered it in quickly. 10.3 on the last pass, 10.23 on that one. Oh, it's getting down to the 10.1s and the 10.0s. It's getting there, mate. It's getting there. So Oscar Cross back down once again with that Ford. Going alongside Darren Hussey with the four-door. Hang on, Darren. Hang on, mate. The car's not staged yet. I want to bring it back. Mind you, he can't hear me, so no point in me saying that. There we go. He's in stage. Oh, and then he jumped out of gear. What a shame. Oh, gonna give it another go. I like it. 1381 at 110. So Darren having a chat with Ian. Door won't close. Ah, curses. Looks like the door latch might be broken, actually. That's a shame. So the Angry Bird. There's a little bit of a adjustment on the door latch there, I think. Can't run with the door hanging open. Gives me a chance to say hello to a few people, actually, that have been sort of messaging and that. People that have been sat on the banking or on site. Hot Rod Andy North, where is he? He's on the banking somewhere. Andy North, a very, very good afternoon to you, Andy. Hope you're keeping well. Steve Foreman, that we used to see running the Impala up here, unfortunately hasn't got the car here within this weekend, but good fun to watch Steve run the car. And Mikey Durbridge is here this weekend. So a very good afternoon to you, Mikey. Hope you're keeping well. Hope you're enjoying the Hot Rod Drags. It's a little bit different to the other meetings that you normally come to, but it's cool, it's laid back, and it's a lot of fun. Scott Collin goes 10.45 at 129 miles an hour. And 11.79 at 116 on the other 100E. Chris Coburn with the Willis appears in the Autoglim lane. And Justin Woolner, last pass was in the 9 second zone. He went 9.86. What a show car this is, to be honest. Goes to car shows all over the place. A regular at Carfest, where performs ridiculous burnouts and does 360 spins whilst the tyres are smoking themselves silly. No wonder Nigel Lockley books that car every year to put on a show. 9.79 at 136 miles an hour. Chris goes through with a 12.79 at 104, but Justin Woolner really getting that car to move on very nicely indeed. So not only does it perform some of the best burnouts you'll ever see, that is quick as well. 9.79, 136. Johnette with the 105E, going alongside Kenzie Taylor. Makes you wonder if Nigel will ever get the car back now, actually. Kenzie getting quite comfortable in it. $14 flat, and Kenzie goes 17.19. Right, just had notification as Richard T brings the little Brogy Roadster up to the line, and I'll tell you about what I've just been told, just to get this pair through. Well, going to be a solo, is it? So Richard's going to bring the Roadster up to the line. Went 9.71 earlier on. Let's see what he's got for us this time. It just rolls the beams a little bit there before it gets going, and it just hurts the ET a little bit. But nevertheless, it's going to be a 9.48. Oh, that'll do. 9.48, good run. Well done, Rich. Right, listen up in the pits, especially the race classes. Runway Brung is thinning out a little bit down there. So if anybody in the race classes wants to get a sneaky run in before they do their next qualifying pass 5:30 onwards, then you can get into the pairing lanes and take advantage of that. It's just that we're getting a bit low on Runway Brung cars, so any of the race cars want to get a run in before their race scheduled runs at 5:30 onwards, then you can come down into the pairing lanes now. And obviously if anybody that's booked in for Run What You Brung, we could do with if you want to get more runs in, get back in the lanes. Simple as that. Right, got Jack Hudson with the Vauxhall down there. He is in the Kestrel beer lane. He's been running in the 16s. So just waiting for him to come forward. And we've got, well, it's right below us here, I can't see it. But waiting for that one to roll forward, which he's now doing. There we go, Dave Kerr. Dave goes 14.43. And the Vauxhall goes 17.20. Right, Tom Semper. Having a lot of fun with this one. This winds it up and launches it like a coiled spring. He really does. Come on, Tom. 12.68 at 112. All right, Jackie Karolewski with that little Topolino. We've since found out that it's got a 2-litre engine in there. Allegedly a Pinto power plant. But it's one of those things that we will need to check out. Going alongside Dominic Rossano. And the Pinto powered Topolino goes 14.52 against a 14.59. All right, Kenny Dromey with the Green Falcon, going alongside the little Austin A40. That's Kevin Baker. So just coming up to the line. Don't forget, Ron, you're brung until 5 o'clock, 4:15 now. We've got 3/4 of an hour. And I say there has been a call out made to any of the cars that are in the race classes that can get a run in now. You're more than welcome to pop down into the lanes. But obviously you do need to be ready to run in your class 5:30 onwards. Whichever class you're in, you know the run order, you've seen it yourselves. But if you think you can sneak a run in now, you're more than welcome to pop down into lanes as they're a little bit quieter. Our 4 classes, obviously Gas Circus, Outlaw Anglia, Wild Bunch and Supercharged Outlaws. Simon Foster once again with the 32 Ford Custom Special. Basically, I'm going to call that now. 10.59 at 127. That's his best of the weekend so far. heading towards his PB of 10:36. So Craig Ball down once again. Was running in the 12s, then he pulled 11:32 out of the bag. It was good to see. And AJ with the 57 Chevy just had everything in one run. A wheelie, wheel spin, missed gear change. There's the wheelie. And another wheelie. Changes gear and lifts the front on every run. On every gear change, I should say. 12 flat plays 1180. Right, Doug McClure then. He doesn't need a second invitation to take advantage of a run that he brung. Mind you, he did pre-book for it. So getting some laps in. Not quite sure what happened on his last run, actually. Didn't go entirely to plan, so this one hopefully be a lot better. Yeah, that's moving up the road. It's much nicer this time. Still not as fast as he'd been earlier. And he does click it again at half track, but making progress. So we got the Buick. And of course, once again, the pop of Gillian Hunt. Running in the 14s. Buick looks entertaining to drive. Problems once again for Gillian. Did exactly the same thing on its last run, but catches it quicker this time. The Buick goes 14.18 at 95 miles an hour, and the pop approaching the stripe 20.87. Right, Chris Simcock with the pop. Somewhere between 28 and 30 seconds for the run, around about 45, 47 miles an hour. Going alongside Oscar Cross. Oscar goes 11.85. 117.61 miles an hour at the stripe. .45 miles an hour in 27.81 there for Chris. You can tell when you've got a good looking car when you get all the photographers taking pictures of it. It really is absolute work of art, this one. .15.04 at 96 inches right. Justin Warner and Billy Mills. So Justin Warner, awesome run last time out. Went 9.79. Billy Mills comfortably in the 10s. $9.77, he's found a little bit more. See, he's almost in the top 10 of quickest vehicles today. 10.76 there for Billy Mills with the Nostalgia Super Stocker. Right, Sarah Grace Johnston with Ain't No Saint. Going alongside Brian Gibson with the Identity Crisis. Well, I think he's taken advantage of my call out there. Actually, he's one of those that's running in the Gasser Circus. Thought, oh, I can get a free run in here. So he's jumped in the lanes and made it to the start line already. A little bit of wheel spin, not as much as last time though, so Sarah Grace could improve on that 10.2 from earlier. Oh, I went the other way, 10.56, 131. Speed still there. Whee! Rob and Pete Brown share the driving duties of Rebel. Well, you know they were listening in. There's Rob very keen to get back to the start line there. Thought he was Freddie Fagerstrom then. So another one heard the call, jumped in the car, come down for a free run. This doesn't count towards Wild Bunch running. As does Ryan Gibson's run in the Identity Crisis. That's a good looking run. 5.41 at 126 to the 8th and 8.56, 154. That'll do nicely. There's quite a few of them that put their race suits on and got their cars. Well, the cars were already ready, but coming back down into the lanes to get a run in, and why not? Chris Coburn. I tell you what, a couple of them from the Willis Wars. Good to see that. $13.26 plays $11.92. So that's Damien Bacon in the Willis Wars pickup. Kenzie Taylor once again changing side of track this time. He goes over into the Kestrel beer lane. Going alongside 52 for Pop, but unfortunately tried every combination of details into the computer system. I just can't locate the driver name, and I do apologise for that, but it's just not coming up. Kenzie Taylor, 1763 and a 1668 from the Pop. James Ord with the Little Faust from the Wild Bunch come down to get a run in. Ooh, just rolled through the beams. Done that before actually, so I can only assume that got a slight issue with the engine dragging him through. Oh. Well, we're still going to get some numbers. You didn't want to hang about and stop the next person from having a bit of fun, don't blame him. Douglas McClure once again trying to get this issue sorted out, trying to get it sorted in Runway Brung, because obviously he'll be out back in class soon. Doug goes through with the 1366. Right, Jack Hudson with the Vauxhall running in the 16s. And how about the Hillman Husky of Colin Wood? Went down to 12.7 earlier on today. I think that's on his last run actually. On this particular pass, and Jack goes through with a 1646. He's consistent. Right, Darryl Flitton then with his 100E. Apologies, I haven't got a name for the 55. .69 looking good out there, and 12.83. So Warren Rowland taking advantage of the call out there to get some more cars to put passes in. Great to see so many people helping out Warren this weekend. That's good launch. Warren taking it all the way through. 120 at the 8th. 890 at the stripe. Wow. Knocked it out. Look at that. 890, 143 miles an hour. Outstanding. Outstanding. I really do. Round of applause for that one. Brilliant job. That's a massive PB as well. Nicely done, Warren. His PB before that was 9:57. He just went into the 8s. Oh, cracking. You can't beat running a PB. You really can't. Just a little bit of track prep going on. A couple of issues, I think. Well, not issues, but they just want to have a good look at the Kestrel beer lane. So Nitro FM going to take over the airways for a moment as Ian does a little bit of sledding out there. So if they can take over the airways, we'll be back with a continuation of RWYB here at the Hot Rod Drags, and it won't be too long. I do believe that's Kenzie Taylor behind the wheel of the car. Is it? Is it Kenzie? It is. So just having his first run in the car today, 23.92. Oh, nice one. 10.67, best of the weekend so far for Stuart. And 14.77. There will be a different set of cars today because some of them that were running yesterday can't run today. There are some running today that weren't running yesterday. So we have a bit of a mixed bag this weekend. So you're going to see cars that didn't get any track time at all. It's like you've got a half-scale car taking on a full-scale one here, but that is quite a sight to behold. And they're neck and neck at them as well. They're both 960 to the 8. Well, unfortunately, Dave left before the tree ran, so we're not getting any times or speeds on that one. 11.22 at 119.
He's a cuckoo in my car.
Oh, very heavy with the right foot there. And basically just went into a secondary burnout. But gets it through with an 11.89. Well, good launch there for Wayne, to be fair. Read the lights beautifully, even though it was a red, it was a 0-1. And goes 9.54 at 136. Running in the high 10s yesterday. And has got away from the line beautifully, so that could be heading towards the mid-10s. It's got a good top-end charge, 688 at 100. That should be about 10.7 perhaps, or nearly 1082 at 123. The data is wiped off from yesterday. It's a fresh set of data today, so obviously I can't record every car. Like 1052 at 127 miles an hour. Car in the right lane. Need to find out more details on this one, but obviously I know Gary, one of the regulars in Nostalgia Superstock. It's also trying to get both the engines and run to find the sweet spot together, and that's where the tuning and the engineering comes in. But that car does fly. It really is quick. We've got cars all over the place, and I've now got the computer system up and running, so I just need to log in and we get all the names of all the runners and riders, and then it's just trying to find them all. Hot rodding and yesteryear so much. Not only is the going 10-0s yesterday, oh so close to going into the 9s once again. Has a open exhaust system as well as one through the silencers, open top, just absolutely beautiful. Car in the Ford in the auto glim lane was getting good runs in yesterday, because 11.31 and 120 these days into the well into the 8s. She goes 9.24 on that particular pass, and just 1.56 to the 60 foot there for Scott. Anyway, he's running consistent 10s, but he wants to get in the low 10s. 10.68, 127. And the Willis goes through with the 14th. Try to bring it up and roll the beams. So let's have a look at Chris in the Mustang. All the way through to a 10.49 at 120. That'll do, 9.71 at 138 miles an hour. Into the pairing lanes. Good old mix of cars down there. Some racers have taken advantage of relatively quiet lanes. They're just getting a sneaky pass in before the dinner break for our track crew. And oh, sorry, two on the line. I'm too busy looking behind me. You got two underneath me that snuck through. Yeah, so cars in the pairing lane. Some of them are racing. Some of them are here obviously for Run What You Brung, but the pairing lanes did go a little bit quiet, so we've invited some of our race cars to come and have a go. So let's get back to facing forwards. Oscar Cross is getting quite a few runs in now, actually. Good to see that. And Snow White just obliterating the sight line with the burnout smoke. The 57 Chevy goes 9.73 at 138, and Oscar goes no time or speed recorded, unfortunately. That's a shame, actually. Callum Swinchat with the King's Topolino. So taking advantage of the bonus run, if you like. Run is always good information. Helps the teams dial the cars in. Well, something with an 8 in front will do nicely. Wheels up, launch that arrow straight. That's a good looking run. 8.91, 143. Chris will take that. Think he's happy? Yeah, sweet spot. That's what I was looking for. Well done. Nice one, gang. Right, Gary Cork with the Coronet once again. And the Green Falcon. Kenny Dromey. Well, Kenny's in stage, waiting to go. Gary, being an experienced racer, just takes his time, brings the car up to the line. Well, you can tell he's not in race mode this weekend. A 0.5 reaction time wouldn't do him any favours. In Standard Superstar, 12.26, 110. Take that, 13.60. Kenny, 99 mile an hour. Matt Hollins with this Willis grey primer. If you've seen the film Hot Rod, you know that this particular car, well, not this actual one, but a car identical to it featured in that film. And Sleep at Violet Springs was the only decal that was to be carried on that car. 10.54, plays 12.21. Right, Gasser Circa matchup. Katie Booth. And it's the jumping jalapeno. Jason Hollenby's actually number 2 in Gasser Circus points coming into this weekend. Katie number 12 in the points, but all about having a bit of fun this weekend for them. 10.51 plays a 10.81. Yeah, don't get me wrong. Sorry, don't misunderstand this. This is not Gasser Circus qualifying. They've just come down to get an extra run or two. So, Honky Tonkin number 2 going alongside Identity Crisis. Right, Gibson, cheeky little wheelie off the line there. Well, I think it's going to be Honky Tonkin 2 to the line first with a low 9. It's a 9.39 at 1:39 and 11.44. Good afternoon, Rob. How you doing, mate? Good to see you. Well, this Mini's already been in the mid-10s today. Love to see it in the 9s. We know it's run 1, but I'd love to see it run 1 today here at the Hot Rod Drags. Going alongside Sarah Grace Johnston in Ain't No Saint the Volvo. Oh. She's still going to take it. Oh, it's making smoke signals going up the track. That was a bit bizarre. Yeah, we saw that as well. Very, very strange. Didn't shift from 2nd to 3rd either. 10.73 at 108. Oh, that's purely because it wasn't shifting gear. So the 52.4 Pop going alongside the 100E of Kenzie Taylor. Not long to our dinner break. So I'd imagine we'll just get the cars through that are in the lanes now and give our track crew a chance to stand down, and then it'll be the next round of our qualifying. Or the final round, actually. Right, Billy Jones appears in the Kestrel Beer Lane. The Run What You Brung Fire Up Road is now closed, just to let you know. Oh, problems down there. Oh, it's a shame, actually. The car was starting to get going really quick. Cliff Turner, 8.9999 on his last run. So Billy Jones going through with his Gasser Circus entry. 3rd in the points, as I say, 10.69. So Cliff Turner just been pushed back. So pairing lanes are now closed for Run What You Brung. They will open up again later, but obviously we got the dinner break coming up on track, and then we're going into our race classes. All right, AJ just bringing the 57 Chevy forward. Oh, shame for Cliff, actually. I think they're going to be pushing that one back to the pits. To cut out on him. So AJ going alongside that man there, Pete Lane, with the Barracuda. Too much power, not enough traction, but that Chevy's going well. 12.10, 11.81 for Pete Lane. There's only 1300s off a PB there, so the car's running really well today. And 12.10 for AJ there. Well, the pairing lanes, as we approach the dinner break, got some interesting machinery in it. And next up, I think it's going to be Simon Barlow. It's quite a while before they get to run again, so he's going to put a lap in. So Jack Hudson with the Vauxhall, 16.4. Pretty much all day long. Just let's restage them. Simon Barlow with the beast, the Outlaw Anglia. Good looking run here, 504 at 139, all the way through to a 778, 184. The Corvette's come back down for another one. And Oscar Cross has made it. Oscar's getting plenty of runs. I think he must be a contender for most runs today. As it just seems to go, does his run, gets back in the lanes, and then you see him appear on the line again. Got some seriously heavy artillery in the pairing lanes ready to come round the corner though. It's going to get very entertaining in a minute as we head towards our track cruise dinner break. I imagine we'll get as many of these through. Because obviously when we come back we'll be going into our race classes, want to clear the lanes. 11.67 for Oscar Cross. Obviously done so. Robin Reed is down there, fresh from that 6.52 from earlier today. $11.66 and $12.33. That's for the 100E and the Willis Wars car. Right, okay, Justin Woolner. God, he's getting quicker and quicker and quicker with every pass. He's in the 9.7s now. 982, just dropped off a fraction on that one, but just running nines every single run. Phil Moore's driving back to the pits. Not quite sure why he's doing that. Maybe just a tiny issue that prevented him from taking a run there. Gary Atkinson with the time lock, 34 Ford, sorry. He appears in the Autoglim lane, obviously running with a wild bunch, but can get a run in before the dinner break, and there's a bit of time to turn the car around as well. So got the track to himself, thinks. I don't know if the Chevy's going to come forward. And then we've got one more car to run before the dinner break, and that will be Robin Reed with the Supercharged Nitro Daimler powered dragster, who so far is the quickest car on track this weekend. Come on, Gary, you're on your own, mate. So the Chevy just coming up to the line. It's been in the 10s this weekend. Good looking car. Doesn't hang about either. Oh. 158 to the 60. 698. And 100 miles an hour at the 8th. That's going to be a high 10. It is 1097 at 123. One more car to go before the dinner break. And then, of course, we'll be into the final round of qualifying for our race classes. And it's Robin Reed. And he's the quickest one on the premises this weekend. An outstanding 6:52 from earlier on. What you have to consider with this dragster, yes, it's nitro, yes, it's supercharged, but it's got one of the smallest engines on most of the vehicles on the premises here this weekend. It's a Daimler, and I think it's 117 cubic inches. I stand to be corrected on that, but this car is outstanding. You just cannot comprehend how much work has gone into this machine. Yes, it's a state-of-the-art chassis. It's the new chassis for the spirit of the Patron Dragster. But the team, Robin and everyone, has been working on this combination tirelessly. And it looks like this weekend everything, and I mean everything, has come right. An outstanding pass in the 6.6s, followed by this 6.52 from earlier today. Can they find a little bit more? But I tell you what, 6.52 at 207. That is a heck of a timing slip to be going home with, and it's been relatively trouble-free. They're the weird ones. They're trouble-free and they're fast. 102 to 60 foot for Robin Reed. 417 at the 8th. 6:53. Look at the speed. 209.02. That's a personal best on the speed. Dropped to 100th on the ET, but 209 at the stripe. That is a fantastic job. Robin Reed and the team, brilliant job. Right, our track crew are going to take a breather for half an hour. I do have a notice to read out, though, and that is from the security team. And tomorrow morning, between 11 a.m. and 12:30, there will be a procession of horses, cyclists and children walking from Poddington Garden Centre to Hinwick and back. This is part of a nationwide campaign called Pass Slow and Wide. The police will also be in attendance, so anybody leaving the site about those times, please take it slowly and carefully. Thank you. Well, that goes no matter what time you leave the premises here. Take it carefully, take it slowly, and respect the local laws. I've got to say, massive congratulations to the Robin Reid team, the Spirit of Le Patron, as they go up to collect Robin from the top end. That's 2 6.5-second passes this weekend. OK, it is dinner break, half an hour for our track crew to get themselves a little breather. But don't forget, the track action doesn't stop until 7:30 this evening. We've still got another round of qualifying to come for our race classes. A bit more rugby brung. We've got jet cast run, we've got fireworks, Cracklefest. So still a lot to come. But half an hour break now. We'll see you a bit later on. The airwaves now belong to Nitro FM. So Jason Dial's a 10.78. Simon is 11.50. That's a circus this weekend. 20 of them are here, and all fighting out for the championship. It's the last round for them this weekend. Place 11. Wilson in the number 4 spot. Billy Jones is 3. Jason Hollaby 2. And leading the way in the points chase, Nick Barnett. Entertaining. Martin Hallam with the 33 Willis. He's dialing in 11.49. Nice straight wheels down this time for Steve Matthews. Not quite as high either. Out there for Tony, just goes out a little bit too quick. .10.64 breakout by 100th of a second. .11.74, 11.43. Good job from both. Nick Barnett. .10.61, place 11.44. So dialing of 11.47. Nice, straight and true, goes 12.35 at 100 and biggest field of the year. Well, Jed moving us around his lane a bit. Martin Payne basically left before the tree run, so he's not got any numbers at all. Jed opens his account with a 749 at 187. Well, Colin was having a little bit of a weave, but that is definitely going to be an awesome 7-second pass. It's a 7-1 lane, and Barry Woodford, we mentioned him earlier. He is in the Autoglim lane. Well, unfortunately, Barry went before the tree was fully activated, so no times or speeds going to be recorded for Barry. That's a shame. But Doug goes through. Doug goes through with a 13.24 at 101. So Spencer's going to get to the stripe first. Goes 10.31 at 132. Badge on the back of the car, that's cool. So Pete Butler on his own. Let's see how John gets on. 104 to 60 foot and this arrow straight. Little bit of a weave towards the stripe. 721 at 187 miles. So straight into stage for Paul. Well, that's straight and true. Goes 751 at 177 miles an hour. Well, I'm Paul. To the 60 foot there for Rob Stone. 5.35 at the 8th and goes 8.45. Well, Ginny goes 9.89. We know it was quicker than that because he double stepped off the line. Proper chassis twisting launch with Gary Hill there. That's right, fairly close between them, to be honest. 9.65 pace to 9.75. Well, Ben Kennedy was away well, but it just didn't quite hook up the way he wanted it to. Gary Byrne on a good one though, 8.65 at 157. Turbo stand. Oh, lovely little wheel stand off the line there for Rob Nixon. And a very tidy 10.09 at 131. Shane goes through with a 13.7. .85 plays a 9.44. Mike Couch with a little Hemi quicker than that. Good crisp air and not a headwind today. May go a little bit quicker. Oh, 9.84. Yeah, he found about 100th from yesterday. Oh, he's done it again. 7.41 this time round. Nice run. 8.12, 163. Well, that's going to put a big smile on Jim Usher's face. That is straight true, launched beautifully. 809 at 165. Well, unfortunately, didn't entirely go to plan there. Left before everything was activated, basically. Couldn't hold it on the line. So Simon just goes to the top end. So unfortunately, no time or speed or anything. This is the Fadster. And Roy Wilding. Roy Wilding is going to get there first with a 751, 793 for Andy Hadfield. So he's just got a bit too far there. So the good guys go 880 at 150. Well, burnout launch and take it to about 330 there for Wayne. So next run for Wayne will be the half-track run. Well, neither of them launched straight, fair to say. Robbie had a brilliant save yesterday, and he goes through with a 958. Tony launched right, unfortunately, and had to gather it in. Nice reaction time to kick things off there for James, a 0.6. Goes 13.55 at 106 at the stripe. Roll the beam slightly, so won't be a totally representative run for him. Goes 9.78 against a 10.31 for the little man from Alton. .971 there for Tim Roy. And actually kept the front wheels down. There's me building it up and did totally the opposite. 10.17, plays 11.27. .976 there for Gary Atkinson, 947 for Jim Tanner. Steve Garland goes 12.63 at 102. 11.05 plays a 10.30. $11.46 at 116 there for Brad. Oh, Skippy gets first with a 10.07 at 130. Oh, kissed the line but didn't go over it. 8.71 there for Alan Lloyd. Wayne goes 12.14 at 94. Well, Rob has been as quick as 8.4 in this car. Goes 8.7. And 11.31 for Rathchild. 2 straight 6. Car's been around since the 1980s. It used to be the old Animal 2 with the Sabbath body show. Lots of history in this car. As a lot of them are in the Wild Bunch. 512 at 134. 811, 161. The form is still there. Nicely done, guys. Right, I do believe that's Kenzie Taylor behind the wheel of the car. Is it? Is it Kenzie? It is. So just having his first run in the car today. 23.92. Oh, nice one. 10.67, best of the weekend so far for Stuart. And 14.77. There will be a different set of cars today because some of them that were running yesterday can't run today. There are some running today that weren't running yesterday. So we have a bit of a mixed bag this weekend. So you're going to see cars that didn't get any track time at all. It's like you've got a half-scale car taking on a full-scale one here, but that is quite a sight to behold, and they're neck and neck at them as well. They're both 960 to the 8. Well, unfortunately, Dave left before the tree ran, so we're not getting any times or speeds on that one. 11.22 at 119 there for Paul. That wasn't built for drag racing, but trying a few things with it, and it's starting to work very nicely indeed. Why use a Morgan? Why not? 1080 at 127. Right, so Pete Lane. We've already mentioned this weekend that he's having a good time up at Sanapod this month. Goes 11.87. Oh, and, very heavy with the right foot there. And basically just went into a secondary burnout. But gets it through with an 11.89. Well, good launch there for Wayne, to be fair. Read the lights beautifully, even though it was a red, it was a 0-1. And goes 9.54 at 136. Running in the high 10s yesterday. And has got away from the line beautifully, so that could be heading towards the mid-10s. It's got a good top-end charge, 688 at 100. That should be about 10.7 perhaps, or nearly 1082 at 123. The data is wiped off from yesterday. It's a fresh set of data today, so obviously I can't record every car. Like 10.52 at 127 miles an hour. Car in the right lane. Need to find out more details on this one, but obviously I know Gary, one of the regulars in Nostalgia Superstock. He's also trying to get both the engines and run. To find the sweet spot together, and that's where the tuning and the engineering comes in. But that car does fly. It really is quick. We've got cars all over the place, and I've now got the computer system up and running, so I just need to log in, and we get all the names of all the runners and riders, and then it's just trying to find them all. Rodding and yesteryear so much. Not only is he going 10-0s yesterday, oh so close to going into the 9s once again. has a open exhaust system as well as one through the silencers. Open top, just absolutely beautiful. Car in the Ford in the Autoclim lane was getting good runs in yesterday because 11:31 and 120 these days into the well into the eights. She goes 9:24 on that particular pass and just 156 to the 60 foot there for Scott. Well, he's running consistent 10s, but he wants to get in the low 10s. 10.68, 127. And the Willis goes through with the 14. Try to bring it up and roll the beams. So let's have a look at Chris in the Mustang. All the way through to a 10.49 at 120. That'll do, 9.71 at 138 miles an hour at the stripe. There's a slight issue for John. Trouble-free yesterday. Grand Scriven taking it all the way to the stripe, goes 11.08, 121. But unfortunately, John Sleeth been pushed back. Goes 14.12. Okay, so 15.36. Ryan Savage is going to be a 10 something, 10.55, 106. Doug McClure goes in. Going alongside John Davidson. John goes 10.57, Camaro goes 10.79. And the other one got through too quick before I could clock all the details on it. But that's Stephen Summer going through. Looking run as well. Yeah, 9 flat, 148. Very good indeed. Chevy goes through with a 10.97 at 123. No, it does sound like there is a bit of a problem there for Graham. And obviously the car has just stopped on track there. Fingers crossed it's all okay. They can get that one recovered quickly, and we continue. Just having a look round in the pairing lanes. And that's the straightest launch he's had this weekend. Goes 9.48 and 139 miles an hour. First time I've seen it in the flesh, and it's perfect that the sun has come out as well. It's Dave Mott is the lucky owner of the car. Goes through with a 15.16 at 88 miles an hour. That doesn't matter, it's just getting the car down the track. And Sean, and unfortunately, I just the number on the back window didn't match any name in the system there, so I still don't have a name of the car. That just went 10.96 at 123. Maybe next time. His street lead as well, Cam on in the 9-second zone. Been running consistent 10s this weekend so far. Goes in the 9s just to prove the point. Well done, Johnny. And of course, Mick and the gang, 997, 132 miles an hour. Going alongside Dominic Rossano, just managed to get the information up on time on that one. He goes 14.57 at 97 miles an hour. Just a reminder, folks, we are about 25-30 minutes away from split second Jet Dragster. Oh, no, Graham Smith has been tuned into the live feed to see not one but two 57 Chevys going through. Adam is the quicker of the two with a 957. White goes through with a 984. So, 10.05, 10 flat with the Wild Bunch car. That's going to help him. Obviously not running. Oh, Dave Sherritt lifting those front wheels up beautifully. And the difference with Dave today, he's just going to run it out the back door. No need to back off early. 985, 130. That'll do. Wayne Hiscock goes through with a 991, 131. With the Nostalgia Superstock car. He had a good season this year. Attended quite a few events, really good to see. Camaro 1097 at 123. So 2 Ford in Castroville Lane. James Bull going through there. 2 Ford. All the one the other lane either. So the other plate's not matching the details. System apologies. Stuart Meads with the Mini. Goes 10.54 at 157. Going to be in the 9. That is a good looking run. It's going to be a low 10. Could be 9 or 10.04. 136 miles an hour. Getting the job done down there. Goes 11.83 at 118 miles an hour. That. So Ryan Savage going through with another 10.5. It's 10.52 at 125. And been running in the 19s. And oh, I see Phil's trying to, because Phil runs in the 10s basically. Wait for it, Phil. Wait for it. No, you went too soon, Phil. You had to wait until half track before Phil left the line. But no, actually, maybe fairly close at the stripe. Yeah, Phil backed out of it. But that was good to see. And that's about 1902, best one of the weekend for Lawrence. So well done to her.
Rush off for your lunch. stick around with us, and we will let you know what's going on. But we do have split second coming up.
We
don't
do indeed, yes.
Any split second now?
Yeah, he's about. Oh, that's right. No, he's in the lanes. Hasn't come round the corner just yet, but he will be positioning in about 5 minutes or so, because the actual time for Julian's run is, well, literally 5 minutes time.
You still get them in Italy.
Oh yeah,
as daily drivers.
Yeah. But it's not hanging about. I mean, Jackie doing a great job. They're pulling away.
No, absolutely superb that. I'm just interested. I thought you might know what motor it had in. That's what I was hoping. But obviously not.
We'll have to go and find out.
Got there first.
Yeah.
My goodness.
So we got a few cars.
Craft carriers. But absolutely love them. I think they're fantastic. The more the merrier as far as I'm concerned.
Oh, most definitely. And you mentioned 4 pops. I mean, Outlaw Anglia this weekend. I mean, we're nearly at 30. It's absolutely staggering, isn't it?
I'm going to go downstairs.
Heading into our last pair before... Oh, still got problems with the Falcon there, desperately trying to find a gear. Well, I know we're going into the lunch break very shortly, but Gasser Circus, we will need you into the lanes, please. Gasser Circus, we will need you into the lanes. I know you'll be running in about half an hour, but need to get yourself sorted. Right, we've got something very, very special coming up for you now. Again, the Jet Dragster will be in the 6-second zone. .460, 574 to the 8th, and 681, 231.
0.2.
666 at 104 at the 8th.
Oh, 10.4. So he's going to be really, really pleased with that, Cole, I think.
Yeah.
Very, very happy, 122 miles an hour. So, ladies...
She went 10.43 with a 7. So they're 1 and 2. Started to change a fraction this time. 11.40 and 11.46. That's basically because the air's not as crisp as it was this morning. So the cars may slow down just a little bit. But 11.42 for Tom. 11.45 breakout. Tiny breakout. And everybody is fed and watered and ready for our next session. And this is Gasser Circus. Welcome back, everybody. Gasser Circus qualifying session number 3. Well, these two paired up at the start of the day. They were 1 and 2 qualifiers after that session, and they ain't been pipped yet. Tom Margerson and Katie Booth. Tom, number 1 qualifier when he dialed an 11.38, went 11.38 with a 1. And Katie dialed 10.43 and she went 10.43 with a 7. Slight adjustments of the dial-ins now. 10.40 for Tom. And Katie dialing in, 11.40 for Tom and 10.45 for Katie. Well, Tom wide awake off the line there at 0.5 on the tree. Katie goes 10.45 with a 9, 11.45. Tell you what, Katie's going to be a proper threat this weekend. That's her second bang-on run of the day, and she's only had 3. Can I have the Wild Bunch into the pairing lanes, please? Wild Bunch, can we have you into the pairing lanes? All right, pick your Falcon, Nick Barnett. He's in the number 5 spot, dialing in 11.70. Jason Hollenby, he's number 4. He's dialing in 10.80. .006. Reaction time for Jason. Goes 10.86, stays number 5 because Nick Barnett goes 11.71 on 11.70. He moves up from 5 to 3. Pick your honky tonkin. Is it number 1 or is it number 2? Steve Matthews with the Chevy. Oh, we got a couple of big Chevy fans tuned in. Graham and Rachel Smith, Rob and Trudy Slater watching the coverage in the garage. Good afternoon to you. Hope you're keeping well, and good to see progress on the two cars. Steve Matthews riding that wheelie as far as he could. Going to be Lee Pike to the stripe first. 9.35, he moves up 13 to 8, and 9.81 on the 72. Steve Matthews goes from 14 to 13. Yeah, good to see Graham Smith just sort of driving around the property, if you like. Just checking out all the electrics in Grimhold, and nice to see progress there. They'll be out next year, as will Rob and Trudy Slater with their car as well. Good to see you tune in as well. Nice to see the Facebook update. Next up, Billy Jones, Tony Pearson, both in stage. So Tony looking for a 10.79, Billy looks for a 10.64. 10.67, 10.86. Billy goes 10 to 6. Tony moves up as well. Jason Pickett, he's in the number 4 spot at the moment, dialing in 11.41. And Mick Allen with the Quick Buck Corvette, 10.50 his dial. Jason Pickett currently number 4. Mick Allen, number 8. So Mick Allen's going to get to the stripe first, but how close to 10.50 is he going to get? 10.61. 11.38, Jason Pickett breaks out by 300ths of a second. The car's been running 10.4s all day long. It goes 10.38. That's typical. Martin Hallam with the 33 Willis going alongside Simon Glenn with the Austin. 11.30 plays 11.50. Don't forget, once they've done this qualifying session, it'll be into eliminations tomorrow. Well, Martin read the tree better there, 0.6 line. It doesn't really matter about reaction times to qualify, but they still like to put the good numbers. 11.40 plays 11.94. Martin Hallam moves up 5 spots. Simon drops 1. Sean Milsom ain't misbehaving with a 10.03 dialing on the back of the Morris van. And it's Keith Bartlett with Roaring Rat looking for a 10.45. Well, Roaring Rat inducted into the NSRA Hall of Fame and has joined a few other select cars in there. And that presentation took place earlier on today with John Price. Thank you, thanks indeed to John. Oh, 10.35 for Keith Bartlett. Breaks out by a 10th. That is getting close to PB territory. I think Keith's PB in the car is 10.30. Sean Milsom goes 10.15. Ray Irish with the Gas Junkie, 41 Willis pickup. It is dial-in, 10.07. Going alongside Logbad the Bag, the 1948 Austin. A dial-in for Nick, 11.85. $10.15 plays 11.95. Ray Irish stays 12. Nick goes up from 18 to 14. Well, pick your county. We got the Austin Devon and the Austin Dorset. Graham Barton with High Anxiety looking for a 10.75, and Paul Dominey looking for 11.84. Oh, 004 red. Paul trying to chop the tree down there. 10.77. Graham Bart moves from 10 to 5. Paul Dominey improves as well. Goes 12 flat on that 11.84. Just moves up a couple of spots. Brian Gibson with the Identity Crisis 64 Dodge Dart. At 11.37. He's currently in number 18 spot. Cheeky little wheelie off the line. Oh, breaks up by less than 100th of a second. Goes 11.36 with a 6 on 11.37 darting. This, ladies and gentlemen, is Outlaw Anglia. And going almost to the 8th mile there was Ginner with the disturbed Fordson van. The Speedy comes backwards. Going alongside Ronnie Mercer with Annie. Now, both of these cars have been in the 8s this weekend. Ginner with an 8.54, Ronnie with an 8.87. I know a lot of people are tuned in to see Outlaw Anglia all over the world this weekend. There's been some incredible passes. Jed Guy is your number 1 qualifier, 6.97. How good is it to read a 6-second pass in Outlaw Anglia? Only 2 members of the Outlaw Anglia 6-second club. Jed Guy becoming the 2nd member after John Willard in Australia. And I know John's tuned in. Very good morning to you, John. And it's a good evening from us here at Santa Pod. Big time difference, and we really hope to see John bring his car over here. Maybe next year, maybe the year after, but it'd be an honour to have it here. Good race. Both of them 125 to 60. Ginner starting to stretch away. 8.49, but 8.72. Best of the day for Ronnie Mercer there. 8.72, cracking run. Right, John Webster. I mean, this car goes 102, 103 to 60 foot. Absolutely flies off the line. Going alongside Mark Bracking with the East Coast Anglia, totally street legal. Right, what has John Webster got for us? If the short numbers calculate, i.e. it can go 102, 103 to 60 and John can stick with it and can release all the power that that car's got and take it all the way to the stripe. Hopefully it'll go quicker than 720, and you never know what the ET will flash up. So Mark Bracking, he's in the 10s. John Webster at the moment, 720. 105 to 60, just a little bit off, but the car looks straight and true and settled. 7.15 at 188 miles an hour. John Webster finds 500ths of a second. Mark Bracking goes through with a 10.65. Wow, John Webster really putting everything into it. Just a little bit off on the 60 foot, but the ET was quicker. Martin Payne with the Great Barbarian going alongside Shane Bird with the long shot. Martin Payne went 8.73 earlier on. You really need to see this car in the flesh. Although the coverage from Santapod through the live feed and Box Lane is staggering. Well done to the Fast Company 2 team. They're going to pick John Webster up from the top end, 7.15. We like that one a lot. He's in the number 3 spot. So just waiting for Shane to go into pre-stage. Then Martin goes in stage. Tree goes green. Off they go. Martin Payne powering on up through to the stripe. 873. Well, 2 in a row for Martin with that number. Shane Bird goes 1361. Spencer Tidswell with the Battle Axe Warrior. Open the boot lid to turn on the nitrous. So Spencer Tidswell coming forward. Can I please have Supercharged Outlaws into the pairing lanes, please? Supercharged Outlaws, can we have you into the lanes, please? So Spencer on his own, should have been alongside Dougie McClure, but Dougie not there. Oh, he is, and maybe moved back. Yeah, he's just been pushed back at the moment. So unsure what the issue is there for Dougie. But here comes Spencer, got the tractor himself. Currently with the 10s. Whoa, right there. 10:31 at the moment. Just going to get a little bit close to the centre line. Off the centre line goes 963, and that is a nice run for him. The moves up from 16 to 12. Right, Barry Woodford appears in the Auto Glim lane with the Grumpy Racing 4 Pop. He's currently the number 26 spot. Gary Bird with the Lucky Penny. 859 his current number. So the last qualifying session for Outlaw Anglia. Next time you see them tomorrow morning, they will be into eliminations. Barry looking a lot quicker on this pass. Gary Bird obviously out in front. He's chasing to go quicker than 8:59. Goes 8:58. Barry Woodford, that's better. 10:34 at 128. Moves him up from 26 to 17. Nicely done, guys. Brilliant job. Well done. All right, Douglas McClure with a slug, got it running, coming up to the line. Had plenty of runs today, to be fair. Not only is he running in he's run with your brung as well. Rob Nixon so far has been 10:02. Obvious goal for Rob is to get into the nines, maybe quicker. He's not hanging about, is he? Rob just reversed back the line, engaged forward motion, and came up to the line quite quickly there. So, Rob Nixon, Doug McClure. I think Doug's still got an issue. So it's going to be a solo then for Rob Nixon. Unfortunately, Doug just been pushed back now. Proper wheel stand off the line there for Rob Nixon. Having to pedal it as well to settle the car down. And it still goes 10:15 at 131. But that had a 9-second pass written all over it, but it's such a shame he had to pedal it. Yep, snaking up the track there. But certainly entertaining, that run. Right, a little bit of shuffling around. It's Andy Cunningham up next with Agent Orange. Pairing lanes, chock-a-block with Outlaw Anglia still. Got a mix down there. But Doug McClure just been pushed back, trying to get him over to the old return road and then get everything else done. So just a little bit of, no, not a little bit of fluid, there's a fair bit of fluid underneath where Doug had been with the slug, so a bit of a clean up in the Kestrel Beers lane. Oh, it's a shame, Doug. He's got plenty of runs today, but maybe it was just one run too far. But they'll get that back to the pits, they'll get it sorted out, fingers crossed. Darren just seeing what the actual fluid was. It wasn't evaporating, so it wasn't fuel, but it could be anything. But fingers crossed for the team. Well, I don't know how many miles Chris has done on the sweeper this weekend, but he's been on and off that quite a lot. Brindle and Andy Cunningham. So Rob Brindle and Andy Cunningham. Andy, well, waiting for him to appear actually. I know he's there, but Rob Brindle just done his burnout. Andy doesn't need to do monstrous burnouts, just as a little one to haze the tyres, and drives up to the line. Andy currently qualified in the number 26 spot. Rob Brindle currently number 19. Off and running, Rob Brindle, currently in the number 19 spot. And goes 10.98, stays 19. Andy Cunningham moves up a couple of spots though, goes 11.28, 124. Rob Turrington with Anglia Saxon going alongside Pete Jones. He's back. Well, it was one night only back at Dragstalgia, but that's Darren down there with the full chainmail and the full suit. I'm so pleased to see him back once again. He's got something written on his shield. I missed that. Well, Rob Turrington storming off into the distance. It goes 11.34 at 118 miles an hour. Yeah, it is one night only. Excellent job. Well done, Rob Turrington. Well done, Darren, as well. He was the best backup guy at Dragstalgia. Paul Hensher with the gas attack. Sitting in the number 4 spot at the moment with a 7.45. And should go alongside Mick Taylor, but oh no, Paul Hensher being pushed back. Well, fingers crossed it. Well, proper bailout there for Mick Taylor. And there's another opportunity to say a big hi to Tony Morris, tuned in from the States. And Mick Taylor running, I believe, Tony Morris carburetors on his car now. And if you want to know any more information about the TMC carburetors, have a word with Dave Gibbons. He's around and about this weekend. And he is the UK arm of Tony Morris carburetors. A big old purge of the nitrous there for Mick Taylor with the Banshee, and the gas attack car of Paul Hensher. Well, pushed it back. It's up and running and coming up to the line. So side by side, 7-second passes. Fingers crossed coming up. Oh, cough on a splutter, unfortunately, for Paul Hensher. Mick Taylor disappearing into the distance. Oh, 8.01, 167. Well, you can't get much closer to running a 7 than that. And Mick Taylor moves up from number 9 to number 5. Well, unfortunately, Paul Hensher, the car is rolling very, very slowly, but no, it's actually come to a standstill now. So our start line crew, unfortunately, out for a little jog to get up to Paul Hensher. I'm not sure if they'll get a quad and tow it all the way up to the top, if they can get the car restarted or push it back to the start line. It's beyond the 330, and that's a fair old push. In actual fact, a vehicle has appeared from the top end, so I gather that's going to be the plan. No, that vehicle is not coming down to the start line. Alright, so the tow vehicle appeared and is now going back. So it's a bit of a push, unfortunately, to get Paul Henschel's car back. Tell you what, Nitro FM, just take the airways from it. It's going to take a couple of seconds to move this car out of the way, and we'll be back with you shortly.
He's a cuckoo in my car.
Well, once again, thanks, Callum. Now know the reason why Paul Henschel was pushed back. Proper little carb fire he had going on underneath there. Rob Stone with the head rush going alongside Pete Jones with his Ford Pop. Well, Paul Henschel is still qualified, obviously. He's in the number 3 spot. Oh, number 4 spot, apologies. So then, Rob Stone, currently 6 on the late 44. Pete Jones, currently number 21. .48, only 400 is what you ran earlier. And a 10.95 for Pete Jones, so it goes straight through. Ben Kennedy with the Relentless Pop going alongside Gary Hill. Hoppin' Poppin' Anglia. Ben Kennedy, best in Outlaw Anglia this weekend, 10.24. Gary Hill, 9.65. Oh, don't forget, we've still got Colin Miller to come round. We've still got Jed Guy to come round. But our focus is on these two at the moment, Ben Kennedy and Gary Hill. Proper little wheel stand there for Ben, but it's Gary out in front. 970 plays a 10.27. No help for either of them, just a little bit off what they ran before. So Pete Butler with the little gold pop taking on Ted Booth with Mighty Mouse. Ted in number 11 spot, Pete number 22. Ted, 9.43. Best so far. Katie having a brilliant time in Gasser Circus. She number 2 qualifier there. And she's run bang on her number twice. Car launches and the nitrous kicks in for Ted. 9.45, just 200s off. And Pete Butler goes 11.18. Tom Margerson in the number 25 spot with the Tinseltown Hustler. Running in the 11.4s, going alongside Phil Jewett, 9.75 for the 403 Mafia. Tom waiting patiently as Phil Jewett comes up to the line. Well, can Phil go quicker than 9.75? Can he? I'll say so. 9.36, 138. That moves Phil up from 14 to 11. 11.59, no help there for Tom. All right, the banner match up then. Jed Guy, Colin Miller, number 1 and number 2. Quickest ever side-by-side Outlaw Anglia pass, 7.08 for Colin Miller, 6.97 for Jed Guy. And no surprise whatsoever, that 6-second club sticker is already on the boot lid of Jed Guy's Shorty's Hot Rod. And that's going to be a photograph that's going to be appearing on social media later on. But Colin Miller would love to be the next member. He wants to join that club today. All 3 stages of nitrous he's got. Obviously Jed nitrous as well. So you could see history in the making again here. Are we going to see side-by-side 6s? Is Colin Miller going to join that club? Are we going to have a new number 1 qualifier? Let's see as this one gets ready to go. Equal 109 to 60 foot. 7.06, Colin Miller. Jed backed out of the run in the end there, 7.72 at 126, but 7.06 for Colin. They were both 109 to 60 foot. They were both in the 4.5 second zone to the 8th mile, but after that it was all Colin. I'll tell you what, there's only 100th between them on the reaction times as well. That was good race, even though it was qualifying. So, Jed Guy goes into eliminations as your number 1 qualifier. Colin Miller goes in at number 2. We move into the Wild Bunch. And first up, it's Paul Tarry with Trigger's Broom, going alongside Callum Swinchat with the King's Topolino. Paul Tarry, don't forget the way the Wild Bunch work, they run all day long, just getting numbers together. Lovely little wheel stand off the line there for Callum. $8.95 go and 11.26. Paul Tarry. Wow. He's just found half a second improvement on his PB. And he's also got a new speed PB as well. So Paul Tarry has just gone from 11.75 to 11.26. That's half a second improvement. Well done, Paul. Steve Garland with the Sonic Attack, going alongside James Ald with the Little Faust Dragster. Well, Steve Garland running PB after PB this weekend. Can he go quicker than 12.57? James Ald, been a few years since he's been down to the 12.2s. Maybe in the high 12s here. Mind you, James can cut a light, that's for sure. 0.4. Mid 12s again, 12.68 and a 12.87 there for James. Alan Lloyd with Gonzo. 8.04 earlier on. And he's got Kevin Whiting with Tip Top. Alan Lloyd on a great looking run here. 7.99, 159. Kev Whiting goes 10.66. And he's equalled his PB there. If he'd have done 10.65, it would have been a PB, but 10.66 was the run. So Bobby Wright with the altered. 9.88 is his PB. Looks like he's got the track to himself. Can't see Wayne Colliver down there. He'll appear in a moment. Oh, a bit of a hop, skip and a jump off the line there for Bobby. Still goes 10.13 on that. 136 miles an hour. If he didn't have that little jump off the line, that could have been back in the 9s again. Angelo Lenny with Henry's Revenge. Alongside Dan and Elliot. I say Dan and Elliot because I don't know who's behind the wheel. Raging Cajun has a best of 9.93. So we're going to send the Raging Cajun first. Good looking run. 10, 2730. Oh, you get that front wheel shake. That once it starts, you just got to let it take its course. It's very bizarre when that happens. Seen it on a few cars. Well, unfortunately, when they pulled the parachute pin out, the parachute came out, so that's why they've had to abort this run. It's just one of those things that happens sometimes when you pull the parachute pin out to, in effect, arm it. Sometimes if the cable's too short or too tight, or whatever, sometimes the parachute safety mechanism just stops it. But yeah, unfortunate that, but at least the parachute itself hasn't come out, so they may be able to repack that and give it another go, but we will see. Happy Days is in the Auto Glim lane. That is Rob White going alongside Ian Wild with the Wildcat. Ian Wild goes 13.29. Rob White goes 12.13. Well, unfortunately, Wayne Colliver, though he's still sat in the car, I'm not too sure if he'll be making the run, so. So just a little bit of a traffic jam down there as Jim Tanner comes around the corner with a shindigger. And it's the Boston Straggler number 2 coming around the corner. So a pair of slingshots for you. So Tim Roy, chance to have a look down on that V12 Jag engine in the Boston Straggler. What a fantastic combination. And interesting, they've taken the covers or the filters off the top of the engine, made it look even lower. So Tim Roy coming into this weekend at a PB of 9.20. That's already been improved upon. Tim going 9.12 in qualifying today. Jim Tanner 9.18. So in fact, these two are very evenly matched on ET. Cracking launch there for Tim Roy. Great looking runs a pair. 9.26, plays a 9.14 for Jim Tanner. That's a PB for Jim. Well done, Jim. Quite on the speed, but it's the ET that what counts. So well done to Jim. Nine PBs for ET during the Wild Bunch so far today. And a few of them have set new PBs for their speed as well. 6 of them have gone faster than they've ever been. Crazy Chris with Backdraft. And it's Lee Hartnell with Metal Mistress. Got to thank Claire once again for all the information that she gives us for these events. So backdraft and Metal Mistress. Chris using the wheelie bar once again. For what little of it is there is on the car. 9.23, plays a 10.02. What a way to run a new PB. Almost in the 9s as well. Brilliant job. 10.02 for Lee Hartnell. And look at the speed as well, 131.81. That is a monstrous PB, well done. So Phil James with the Rampage Funny Car. Are we going to get a drinks bottle this time? Maybe not. Right, going alongside Rich Butcher with the 4th Dimension. Quite sure what's happened with Rich, but all good to go now. Wayne Colliver unfortunately going back to the pits. That's a shame. I was hoping to see Wayne put another run in today, but it's not to be. So Phil James goes 9.45, he's consistent, and a 13.15 for Rich Butcher. So Rob and Pete Brown, Wrathchild and Rebel. So it's Pete Brown in Rebel, he is in the Auto Gleam lane, and it's Rob in Wrathchild in the Kestrel Beer lane. Rebel goes through with an 8.61. Wrathchild goes through with an 11.47. Next up it's Mark Coulsell. Going alongside Bradley Cooper with the flathead. Cracking little dragster that Bradley's got there, back from past Slingshot. I think he's got the smallest engine in the Wild Bunch running this weekend. Only 296 cubic inches. And not only that, it's a 6-cylinder, not a V8. One of the smallest engines that Darren's had to look at for a little while. But a lovely little dragster that Brad's got there. PB in the 11.2s. Mark Corsell's gone 8.07. He's gone 8.10 today. Oh, look at that go. 8.11. Brad Cooper goes to 17. And that's another PB, Brad Cooper. Oh, I just love it when people do PB runs. Not his fastest ever, but got there too quick to build up any more speed. 11.17. Well done, Brad. Next up, Matthew Hollins and Skippy with Chasing Time.
Can you switch the lanes over?
So Skippy in his new ride, Chasing Time. And Hollins in the slingshot. Throws. Skippy goes 991. Goes up from. Let's just double check on his previous numbers. Yeah, that's his first 9. Congratulations, Skip. And there's a new speed as well. Matthew Hollins goes 10.30. But he's gone faster than he's ever gone before, 134.94 now. Well, the PBs just keep on coming. So that's the Wild Bunch done. We move over to the Supercharged Outlaws. So Tony Underhill and Gary Parks, your next pair. Lots of information to give out during Supercharged Outlaws, but the first pair, Tony Underhill and Gary Parks. And Gary, 7.45 this weekend. He's hit his number bang on. Tony Underhill, his target 7.02. They're going to leave the line together. It's not racing, it's just seeing how close to the numbers they can get. They can go under it doesn't matter. But at least you can see the target numbers they're aiming for. Oh, if Tony can stick with it, this is on a good number. 7.32. And look at this, 7.38. Ah, Gary Parks is in the 7.3s. Tony Underhill is in the 7.3s. Tony was off the throttle at the stripe as well, only 151. Gary Parks, 7.38, 179. This story is just unfolding. Unbelievable. Right, Freddie's Revenge. And Joe Hood managed to get in touch with us. Jenny just wanted to say that it's likely to be her last meeting with the team, as they are moving to Australia. Thought it was worth a mention when Robbie Grabbin pulls round with the Supercharged Outlaws. Well, Joe, I know the run is about to take place. I hope you can hear this. So, Joe Hood, myself, Sharp, dancing, and my brood. Good stuff. Going alongside Steve Johnson with the Motor Mouse, the Slingshot. Robbie looking for a 720. Steve Johnson looking for a 750. Oh, Steve blazes the tyres, so it's all about Robbie. That's a great looking run. 749 at 162. Steve Johnson just coasting through with a 1242. Well, trying to keep up with what's been planned at the moment is quite unbelievable. So our next pair come round, and it is Slingshot of Roy Wilding. That, of course, is the Chariots of Fire machine. There's a big, strong burn out there for Simon Barlow with the Beast. Targets are both in the 7-second zone. So Roy Wilding with the Chariots of Fire dragster. Unfortunately, we just lost his target number for the time being. His run will still count. Obviously, Simon Barlow, well, he's obviously targeted the 7 because he'd love to run one. When I say a 7, it'd be a 7 flat. No times or speeds, unfortunately, for Simon Barlow. That's a 761 at 182 there for Roy Wilding, but unfortunately Simon Barlow just jumped through and didn't get a chance to stage the vehicle properly. That's a great shame. It's a run that they won't get any information from the timing screen. They'll certainly get some info off the car. Right, whilst it's quiet, it gives you an opportunity to read out some information for you. One of the pairings you're about to see is going to be Andy Hadfield going alongside Aaron Rindridge. And Andy Hadfield has got a special passenger on board, but basically in the parachute pack. Andy Hadfield is carrying some of Dave Rowland's ashes in his parachute pack. And obviously this has been quite a build-up to this particular moment. Dave Rowlands was one of our family here at Sandipod Raceway. He was a start line marshal and did everything he could to help out on the track, was here a lot of the times during the week as well. And his car, Destiny's Angel, has been driven by Warren, and that's gone into the 8-second zone today, so that's been absolutely staggering. So when Andy pulls the parachutes, Dave Rowlands will be home. But not only that, Aaron Windridge is going to be side by side with Andy Hadfield. Aaron has ashes of Kevin Mortimer in his parachute pack. He was a massive part of the Supercharged Outlaws and the whole drag racing scene, even in the Wild Bunch. He used to race the old Madder slingshot, which is now Mick Checkett's car. It's going to be quite emotional for both the teams when they come round the corner, and especially so when the parachutes are pulled in the shutdown area. And actually, to be honest with you, I'm getting a bit emotional talking about it, because two great people, it will be their fondest farewell ever when those cars come round the corner. I'll mention it again when the actual cars come round, but I had a quiet moment to actually get that information out. Before they do their runs, we've still got some more Supercharged Outlaws coming around the corner. It's the good guys going alongside the Little Hemi Hustler. The time now, 20 to 7 in the evening. Well, can you believe this? The good guys hit their number absolutely bang on earlier. They set a target of 8.80 and they went 8.80 and they put another 0 on the end of that. Outstanding. Going along, Mike Couch with Little Hemi Hustler. 8.84 is where he's run so far, but his target is 8.70. Parachutes armed on both cars. So the good guys, Topolino against the Little Hemi Hustler. Supercharged Outlaws, their third session. .75 and 9.24. Mike Couch very close to his, only 0.05 off. Not quite as precise as the last one for the good guys, but they're having a pretty good weekend. So just having a look round to see that Joe Bond is in the lanes. A Herculean effort from them this weekend. Luke Watts is there with Al Capone. It's a track debut for that car this weekend. But it's still not running right. It's a new car making its debut this weekend, but new car gremlins, you'll always find them. But once everything settles down and they get it all running sweet as a nut, then the numbers will follow after that. So it looks like Des Taylor with Thunder God making his way forward, and Joe Bond is down there as well with the Bond, Hannes and Osborne slingshot. And it is Joe Bond that's fired up. Oh, nearly was fired up. So Jim Usher is down there with the Hemi Hunter. Well, Joe's engine starts, but it just doesn't want to keep going. So Des Taylor with the Thunder God. Here he comes. One of the great stories of the weekend actually was from Des. There's a change of drivers on Friday. That was when Duncan Beard had to go. Proper right foot heavy burn out there from Des Taylor with Thunder God. Des eventually coming back. He will be coming back. There he is. Well, as the sun sets behind the spectator banking, been a glorious day here today. It's so good that the Hot Rod Drags has been able to have 2 years in a row of nigh on perfect conditions on the Saturday. The flags just barely fluttering, the wind turbines have hardly turned today. Well, Luke Watts heading back to the pits, frustrating with the new car, but they'll get it sussed out, and I'll tell you what, that thing's going to fly when they get that sussed. It's a good team, that. It's like a new pair of jeans. They're never comfortable the first time you put them on, but once you get used to them. Des Taylor on a storming run here. Went 752 earlier. That's another one, a 750 this time round. The Thunder God absolutely thundering down the track. Team extremely happy with that one. Well done, Des. Well, unfortunately, Joe Bond heading back to the pits. I'll tell you what, they've really been up against it this weekend. Damaged a head and piston and all sorts of ancillaries yesterday. Managed to get down again today, which is great to see, but going back to the pits. So, Jim Usher, 8.15 earlier on. His target is 750. So you're wondering what they're spraying into the air intake there. It's a de-icer. When the cars run methanol, it burns cold and it can actually freeze the injectors closed. So they spray de-icer to stop them from freezing shut. Yeah, it sounded like it was missing just a little bit as he was going up the track. So Jim Usher backs out of it, goes 984, still goes 984 at 91 mile an hour. But yeah, it just something, I don't know if it was a misfire or what, but it just didn't sound 100% firing on all 8 there. Next up then, Andy Park. And what a matchup this is. Andy Park going alongside Wayne Allman with Mental Breakdown. Now, if Wayne is sticking to plan, which I assume he is, this will be a half pass for Wayne. He didn't actually get the run in last time. Well, Wayne bouncing to a stop between the 330 and the 8th. Andy Park, always a threat in Supercharged Outlaws. His target number is 9.80. Don't worry about the 7 flat for Wayne Allman. That's when he does his full pass. But as far as I'm concerned, this is a half pass coming up for Wayne. Lots of new bits on the top of the engine. Basically everything north of the manifold is new. So wants to bed it in before he hits it too hard. He's got all day tomorrow for that. Andy Park in pre-stage, just waiting patiently for Wayne to come forward. So half pass for Wayne, full pass coming up for Andy. Andy trying to get as close to 980 as he can, but well, Wayne's decided to take it all the way through to a 726 at 188. Andy Park goes 984 at 134. Oh, I wasn't quite sure if Wayne was going to do that. I know he missed a run and he was targeting to do a full pass at the end of the day, but because he missed a run, I didn't think he'd do it. Nevertheless, 726, 188, well on Wayne. So Mick Hanna and Mick Checkett. There are slingshots for you. 770 plays 750 with the Haggis Hunter going 724 earlier on. Absolutely outstanding pass there for Mick Hanna. Mick Checkett's also been in the sevens. He's gone 796 so far. The idea is to try and get as close to their numbers on the boards as possible. Got to say well done to Wayne Allman, his crew going to pick him up. Well done, gang. Cracking pass. Unexpected, but brilliant. I totally approve the hoodie that Emma's got on. Mick Hanna coming alongside Mick Checkett. 2 slingshots. They can go as hard and as fast as they like. Those target numbers are literally that. They're just targets, 750 and 770. Let's see how they get on. Yeah. And well held, sir. Mick Checkett goes 795 at 167. Mick Hanna all over the place there, but kept it in his lane, goes 1457. So as we managed to get out earlier on, this is very, very special, this particular pairing. So as we know, Aaron Windridge has got some ashes in his parachute pack, and they are of course Kevin Mortimer. Well, I think they're giving him a ride of their lifetime here, as Andy Hadfield goes to the 8th, and so does Aaron. Although they're trying to run some numbers, this is quite a personal moment for everybody down there. As you say, Aaron in his parachute pack has got Kevin Mortimer's ashes, and Andy Hadfield the ashes of Dave Rowlands. When they go through the finish line, they're going to pull those chutes, and Kev and Dave will basically be here forever. And it's a a real fitting send-off. Oh, so careful with the parachute pins. Do you say goodbye to Dave? Say bye to Kev. And we'll be at their spiritual home forever. So we bid farewell. We've said goodbye to them already, but this is... We'll never forget them. But they're going to be at home forever here at Santa Pod Raceway, the home of European drag racing and home to the memories. Wow. Huge wheel stand for Andy Hadfield. Aaron's going to pull the chutes. And there go the ashes. Unfortunately, we're going to have to wait a little bit for Andy to be able to pull the ashes for Dave Rowlands. But that was a skywards wheel stand, but a cracking run for Aaron. 784, 169 miles an hour. Andy Hadfield, you are a legend, sir. Well, no pun intended, but when you carry a passenger in your parachutes, it's going to weigh the back end of the car down. And maybe Dave just didn't want to go just yet. But he's still home. And they'll still pull the chutes at some stage this weekend. But it's not going to be on that particular pass. But Andy Hadfield, what a wheel stand that was. Awesome. But Aaron Windridge at 784, 169 miles an hour. Tucked in behind us is young Warren with Destiny's Angel. He's been in the 8s this weekend. Staggering performance. Rich Wilcock down there. Brilliant job from everybody down there. But Andy Hadfield with that wheel stand, my goodness me. Well, I know he's got new wheelie bars on there, but that thing reached for the sky. It really did. Came down to earth with a bit of a thud as well, to be honest. But Andy was out of the car. He's okay. He's waving to us all. Don't forget, you still got to do the barbecue tonight, Andy. You got to love him. Top bloke. Absolutely top bloke. So obviously Twister is stuck on the track at the moment. So obviously we need to get that moved before we can run the next car. And that, of course, is young Warren with Destiny's Angel. Well, Angie, I don't know if you can hear me down there. I'm not sure if she can, but it just makes the story that much more interesting as we look on. Warren's sitting there patiently waiting. Yeah, they're all good down there. They're all good. Right, I'll tell you what, I don't know how long it's going to take to get Andy, and I can pad out as long as possible, but Nitro FM, if you can just take the airways for a moment, we'll be back with you, and continuation of fun and games here at the Hot Rod Drags. Well, sometimes don't. Everything doesn't go to plan. Gemma and Jed Guy just been in touch. Has anybody got a crank trigger sensor? They rather need one of those. So, if anybody has got a crank trigger sensor, just pop round and see Jed in the pits of Outlaw Anglia. Okay, so this is Warren Rowlands with Destiny's Angel. Bit of a special run for Warren. But we just have a little bit of a giggle down on the start line. The idea being that Warren would be the next one down the track to drive through Dave's Ashes, but obviously they're still in the parachute pack of Andy Hadfield's Twister, and hopefully Andy's car's A-OK. That rode the wheelie bars very high indeed. 944, 147 miles an hour, and I tell you what, all the effort that's gone into that car this weekend has been 100% worthwhile. Angie, she's having a weekend never to forget. So obviously Andy, hopefully tomorrow will be able to do the proper shoot run, and obviously we hope that Twister is A-OK after that ridiculously high wheel stand. So we now are into Run What You Brung, and it's only going to be about well, a reduced Run What You Brung session due to all the shenanigans of of our race classes. Certainly been entertaining, that's for sure. So just a quick timing system reboot. So the plan for the rest of the evening, obviously it's now going to be Run What You Brung, and it'll lead up to the split-second Jet Dragster at 7:35, and then our Crackle-Fest at 20 to 8. Right, so Run What You Brung, just getting ready. Got AJ with the 57. And Harley Peters with the yellow 32. Just getting ourselves set. Issue with the computer system. Sorry about that. Well, there goes the Destiny's Roland team, Destiny's Angel team, and of course Andy Hadfield and Aaron Windridge. What a final part of Supercharged Outlaws that was. So afternoon turns to evening, and been a pretty amazing day, dawn to dusk here at Santa Pod for the Hot Rod Drags. We get to do it all again tomorrow. Well, it gives me a chance to just call that one out once again. Gemma Guy has been in touch. Jed is trying to find a crank trigger sensor. If anybody's got one, if they could please pop round and see Gemma and Jed Guy in the Outlaw Anglia pits. Sort of thing that somebody might have. So fingers crossed they can get that sorted out. Well, the computers picked this moment to pick a wobbly. You can see the reboot actually taking place now. Actually, look at this. All the hieroglyphics on the scoreboards and on the tree. Well, the computer's back up. Fingers crossed. Looks like we're good to go. We are indeed. So, start them up, folks. Bring you forward once again. So Harley Peters then with the yellow 32, going alongside AJ with the 57 Chevy. Well, the conditions really good to go fast now. There's still a bit of heat in the track. Obviously, it's getting a little bit darker out there, so the air is getting better. And perfect ingredients to go quick. Well, that call-out worked for Gemma and Jed Guy. They've got a crank trigger sensor, so they're sorted. Well done. 11:32 plays 11:73. Quickest of the day. Well, 11:73, quickest for the last few passes, that's for sure. So Oscar Cross down again. Goodness me, he's getting some runs in. Got the Chevy down there as well. Trouble is I've lost the other computer now, so I'm down to notes on my book and trying to find everybody now is a little bit fun. It's getting dark in the tower, and if I put the light on I can't see much else what's going on. So Oscar's been 11.6. That's what we got this time. Not quite as quick. 13.36 plays for 14.93. Nostalgia Superstop matchup between Jim Smith, he's in the Auto Glim lane, and Glyn Boardman with the Watts Speed Shop car. Do you know what, this could be qualifying for Nostalgia Superstop. The amount of them that we got on site here this weekend. And 11.60. Graham Scribbins back down for yet another run, and it's the first time I've seen this car appear on the track today. Left it late. I'm just wondering if it's Duncan Beard, because it's got, if not, it's an identical crash helmet. Could be wrong, but that was lucky. It was still rolling. That's what gave him a 0.9 reaction time. $11.25 there for Graham and $14.37 for the Cobra. Chris Simcock with Little Pop. Been running about 28 seconds. Going alongside Graham Harrison with the 33 Willis. Car used to feature, me and David Murdoch drove it in Street Eliminator. Tell you what, when that car hits a sweet spot and really starts hauling, it is going to be a totally different animal to drive. Just goes through with an 1871, and about 10 seconds later, Chris Simcock will take the stripe. Be about 28 seconds. There we go, 28.39 at 45 miles an hour. Well, the lane's looking pretty busy. So Richard T then with the little Roadster. 9:48 earlier on. Cracking run. Jasmine peering in. There's obviously an adjust, maybe it's nitrous or whatever, but just getting it set for the run. Not quite sure what's going on. Yep, all good. So the car that Kevin Carousel built, and this isn't the only one he built. Another one we said goodbye to earlier this year. A little bit late on the shift there. I know he went for the shift, but it didn't come in. 980 at 137. Just having a look at the cars coming round. It's plenty of them in the lanes. Right, Danny Wilson. This car doesn't hang about. Not quite sure what his best is. It's certainly in the 10s. Oh, just stopped literally as soon as he went for the launch. It something cut or lost drive. .52 going through okay. That's had quite a few runs today as well. Goes 16.94 at 75. But the bonnet coming up, so obviously an issue under there. So Kenny Dromey with the Falcon. Oh, just a little bit too far, just staged a little bit deep. Now he's in pre-stage. He's in stage. Off he goes. $13.70 at 97 miles an hour. Well done, Kenny. Well, 69 Camaro underneath us here. Been consistently in the 10.8s. Name on the booking says Paula Wright. If this thing launches well, and it's been going around about 152 to 60 foot, and love to see a 10.7 out of this one. But as I say, the early part of the run will determine how the car builds up on its run, charges up to the stripe. So 149 to the 60. That's its quickest of the day. Right, we're going to see a 10.7. We are 10.77, 123. Quickest run of the day for that car. Well done. Once again, just got to reset the timing. So let's have a look below us to see Duncan Watts going alongside Ian Johnson. Still got quite a few in the pairing lanes as well. So obviously we're going to get through as many of those as we possibly can, but we will be seeing Julian Webb with split second come down at some stage. But, time is running out. Got about 15 minutes before Julian puts his run in, and then we need to do our practice fest, and then the fireworks at 8 o'clock. So 9:48, that's where Duncan Watts has been, and also in the 9s this weekend, the Old Thunder. Ian trying to cut a light there, he did a good job of it. 0:05, unfortunately it was red, but doesn't matter. 10.71 plays a 10.63. Getting a little bit dark in the shutdown area. So Kevin Baker with the Austin A40. And Ray Colclough, a new ride for him. Well, those of you that tuned into the live feed, you can obviously see the strip lights are on now, but in the shutdown area it looks a lot lighter than it actually is. The live stream pictures making it look a lot lighter than it actually is. It's getting quite dark out there now. So Chris Coburn with the Willis, and that's Kenzie Taylor with another run. He's certainly getting some track time today. Oh, it's a shame. Kenzie broke the beams before the timing system, so he's not going to get any time or speed. Just keen to get the job done. 12.85 for Chris there, 105 at the stripe. Wayne Hiscock with the Chevelle. Against Bobby Wright with the Altered. Don't forget, although it's quite late in the day, still not too late to pop round to Blackett Photography. You can still see Ian walking around on the start line taking pictures. Paul will be in the studio, and of course they'll be here all day tomorrow as well. And I know Paul are in here, walk around the pits and catch up with people before they do their runs. Get some advanced bookings, so to speak. Well, Bobby Wright's still going to get some numbers, even though he left before the tree activated. He goes 10.27, 9.42 for Wayne Hiscock. That's consistent. He went 9.41 earlier, 9.42 on that run. Apologies, I haven't got names of drivers for these two. We got the Buick in the Autoglim lane, and you got another one in the Castrol Beer lane. I don't see a huge amount of Buicks around the drag strip these days, but good to see them making an appearance here. All right, Billy Mills. Good to see Billy back down for yet another run. Running in the 10.6s this weekend. Going alongside Craig Ball. Craig 11.32 on his last pass. Unfortunately being pushed back. Oh, it's a shame for Craig. So Billy lifts the front wheels on his way. Oh, then 10.6. Wonder if we can get close to that. 10.68. No complaints there. Scott Collin, that is really whining on the burnout. A cracking noise. Scott Collin trying to go quicker than 10.4 where he's been most of the day. Oh, that left hard. About 142 to the 60 foot. 10.21, that's getting there. 131 miles an hour, but the wheelie I think caught him out. So nice little run there for Scott. 10.21. All the tuning, all the fine little bits, all coming together now. Right, Phil Mills. Well, if he can get into the nines once again. There's a lot of burnout smoke from that one. Fogged us out a little bit. To 60 for Phil at the 8th, 6.49 on 107. It's a good looking run. 10.16 at 132 as the Willis goes down the shutdown area. Tom Semper with his 100E, and I can't see who's in the other lane. The burnout smoke drifting across, and I cannot see the car. All I can see is a little bit of rear bumper there. Proper burnout. Oh, so I can see the lights gone green, disappearing up the track. I know he runs in Outlaw Street, but I just couldn't see the car. Goes 10.43 at 128. 12.19. Tom. Right, Craig Ball's got the car started up once again. Going alongside Harley Peters with the yellow 32. And bizarrely, both of these have run 11.3s on their last passes. .11.43 plays 11.8. So, back to the pits for them. Get a bit of rest tomorrow. Well, the hits just keep on coming. Vicky Chevy. So, in actual fact, just gone too far forward, actually, trying to stage with the back wheels. It's dark out there, difficult to see. So the 55 just coming up to the line. It's so dark now, I can't even read the number plates anymore. All right, let's go green. Oh, a little bit of bounce. Well, don't forget, after Run What You've Run, we have got Julian Webb with the jet car, and of course we have our Crackle Fest, and then of course it's fireworks to wrap the day up here at Santa Pod Raceway for day 2 of 3 for the Hot Rod Drags. Been a brilliant day. We've had emotional moments, we've had record runs, new PBs. It's just been one of them crazy days here at Santa Pod. Thoroughly enjoyable. Tiring. But been a lot of fun. And that's not very often. I have 5 screens to monitor in commentary. We have our live feed screen, which flashes up messages from race control. We have our main computer screen, obviously the iPad for social media to check in, see what's doing, who's doing what. We've got the phone for messages coming through, and the signing in screen as well, so we can find out who's driving what. But that one's shut down now, so I'm down to 4. But it's been a lot of fun today, thoroughly enjoyed it. And the Hot Rod Drags is just one of those great events where you see cars that you just do not see throughout the year, and you bump into people you haven't seen for ages. And we're totally blessed by the weather as well. Been a superb day today. Going to be no times or speeds in the Auto Glim Lane, and that's right, you're not going to need times or speeds in either of them because the other car ran, basically just followed the Cobra, so those runs won't give them any information at all, unfortunately. Oh no, Justin Walnut. I was looking forward to seeing Justin put a run in, but unfortunately the car just been pushed through the gate, and I know what the plan was with Justin on that one as well. Sally had been driving the car all day long, but Justin was going to have a go, and been running great numbers with the rat rod, and was aiming to run a great number there, was giving it a decent shot of gas as well. So our pairing lanes look like they are pretty empty now. There's no one's coming forward, but we do have a jet car to come around. We do have our Crackle Fest to come as well, and of course we've got our fireworks display at 8 o'clock. Okay, well, just I had a picture come through from Hayley Hadfield, and Twister looks a little bit sorry in the pits there, unfortunately. And when Andy came down after the wheelie, yeah, Hayley says poor Twister, and I can only echo that. Actually, the car does look like it's crying there, but what an incredible wheel stand, and I know some of the photographers will have caught it, but unfortunately I think that's Andy out for the weekend, unless they got miracle workers in the pits, because the front beam axle is totally bent, and yeah, a shame. but we all know what we sign up for when we go. We're going to show that one to Simon. Oh, that was clever. Yeah, exactly. That's what happens when you land after a big wheelie. So we're just showing Simon Gross of Eurodragster.com the front of Twister that Hayley has just sent me a picture. But yeah, but the Faster's fine, and he needs more than that to have his bell run, that's for sure. But hey, it's what it is. So just having a look in the pairing lanes, and unfortunately there's a big searchlight at the back there. Well, it looks like a searchlight, but we're going to be getting ourselves ready for our evening's entertainment. So there's a few cars that are going to be coming round to take part in our Crackle Fest. And that's where we put quite a few cars on the track and just literally fire them up, make some noise. It's a bit of a tradition at these hot rod meets. We have a lot of fun. And of course, other things as well. There we go, just pushing one forward to allow the split-second jet dragster to enable it to come down to the head of the lanes, and that car's just been towed round the corner now. Obviously, after Julian has put his run in, we're going to go down to the start line with the radio mic so you can get the full effect of our Crackle Fest this evening, and maybe have a chat with a couple of people as well if we get the opportunity to. If not, it'll be into the fireworks, and they're due to launch at 8 o'clock, and you will see those past the finish line gantry in the field on the right hand side. And then, folks, it's time to just chill out and enjoy the evening here at Santapod. It'll be barbecue o'clock, it'll be beer o'clock. Everybody will be getting themselves fed and watered and talking about the day and what they're looking forward to tomorrow. But it really has been really special, and that magic ingredient that's really helped it this weekend, certainly today, has been the weather. It's been a glorious day, and not very often you get weather like this on a late September. But we thoroughly enjoyed it. Wayne James has just sent me a video clip. I'll have a look at that in a moment. Oops, press play on that accidentally then. Yeah, Andy Hadfield's wheelie from the spectator banking. Many thanks indeed for that one. Yeah, the wheelie bars took the full force of that. Cheers, Wayne. Thank you for that. .77, 113. Managed to get that run in after all, Craig. Well done. He was one that was in the lanes, had an issue, but they managed to get him started up, get him round. So we ran him through. So Julian with a split second will be coming around the corner in a moment. He's just getting himself strapped in. Not that I can see anything because it's pitch black round there. In actual fact, he's in the car already, so he's not far off coming round the corner. Right, so literally about 4 minutes away from Julian coming round the corner, and if you taking part in the Crackle Fest, you need to be in the pairing lanes as soon as possible, please. If you're going to be in the Crackle Fest, you need to be getting yourselves down into the pairing lanes. And tell you what, the other thing that I just thought about, actually, the conditions for the fireworks, absolutely spot on. Actually, just looked at the wind turbines. It's the first time they've actually started rotating today. So there is a little bit of a breeze, and it's going left to right as we look at the track. So that's going to make the firework angles just that little bit different, but obviously blowing it away from the racetrack as well. So they're not going to have to be picking up shells and everything, or firework casings as they come back down to earth. So 25 to 8, Julian Webb will be running shortly, and then of course our Cracklefest cars will be coming round and be having a hopefully catch up with a few people down on the start line, and then fireworks at 8 o'clock this evening, and then don't forget everything else takes place after that. We've got live music tonight in not in Fuelers Bar. Sorry about this, got to put the light on up here because I can't see a thing anymore. Live DJ in Fuelers Bar, 8 o'clock, and you've got in the music marquee the live band tonight is Eastwood. Well, you can see me in the tower. Hey everybody. Pretty rare I have to put the light on up here, but luckily you can't see too much of what's going on up here. Gentlemen over to my right, to your left, you look at the tower, that is Eurodragster.com. Simon Groves, give everybody a wave, Si. And that's where Eurodragster do all their reporting from here at Santa Pod Raceway. This is the commentary box. Next to me, to my left, to your right as you look at the tower, that's where the timing crew are based. They have the centre part here with all the computer systems doing all the timing. And then beyond that, well, not in use this weekend, but that's basically where our race director would be for championship events. So that's a quick run around of the tower for you. So don't forget, live music tonight in the music marquee, quarter 9. The band is Eastwood tonight. So lights out for me up here as Julian will be just coming around the corner any moment now to get the start of our late evening proceedings underway. Don't forget, eliminations start tomorrow morning, 9:30. We'll be kicking things off with our 4 race classes. Obviously, Gasser Circus, Outlaw Anglia, Supercharged Outlaws, and the Wild Bunch. And of course, lots of Run What You Brung tomorrow as well. Other things on the timetable for tomorrow. Julian will be running split second again at around about midday. There will be a lunch break on the track at 1 o'clock. Julian will be doing a second run tomorrow at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. And the idea being that we run all of our finals, and the track will close at 5 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. So, as you can see, Julian's now made it round the corner, just getting himself into position for a late afternoon, early evening run here at Santa Pod. Perfect conditions for a jet. Light enough so you can see the car, but dark enough for an immense flame show from Julian. Then after that, the cars will be coming around for our Cracklefest, and we'll wander out and about with the radio mics and just give you the full feel of that. So the support vehicle just getting into position. Obviously has the battery booster pack which enables the jet to start. And once the jet is up and running, the support vehicle will move out of the way. And Julian will start the flame show and then bring the car up to the line and then go for the run itself. His run earlier on today, 6.81 for the quarter mile. Second quickest vehicle on the premises today, only beaten by Robin Reed with the Spirit of Le Patron Nitro Supercharged Daimler Dragster. Those of you that are tuned in via the internet, cracking coverage from Box Lane. Got Barney down there with a handheld camera. We've got cameras all over the place giving us great coverage, and in full high definition as well. So massive thanks to Barney and the gang, obviously for Santa Pod as well. It's free to watch all day long, and got a lot of people sitting in garages, offices, houses, you name it, tuned into the live feed, and you get great pictures, all free of charge. So there you can hear the jet starting up now. Oh, that's rather warm. As Julian does the flame, tries to toast Nitro FM at the same time. One of the unique views of drag racing has been in the tower here at Sandipond Raceway, when you get a jet car doing its flame show directly underneath you. That doesn't say. Oh, one of the parachutes has popped out. So unfortunately, Julian's going to have to abort that run. There's no way he can do a run once a parachute actually pops out the jet. Oh, what a shame. I was really looking forward to that. And I know you were as well. But yeah, one of the parachutes. It's just one of those things, unfortunately. And when that parachute popped out, the jet started winding down, despite Julian trying to keep it lit. Once that parachute pops out, the safety mechanisms kick in, and Julian's jet winds it way down. It might not. Hang on a sec. Might not be game over, actually, because luckily it was only the spring that came out and some of the cord. The actual parachute itself didn't come out. So we do still have a possibility that we can get this started up. Yeah, the parachute's back in. Hey, happy days. Crowd appreciated that one. Excellent job. Now just try and get the support vehicle back and get it started once again. So, well, even jets can be a little bit pesky at times. So support vehicle comes back. Obviously that's got all the booster packs, which enables the jet to start. So we just reconnect it. But it goes to show safety mechanisms as well, actually. Okay, so the lifeline is connected. Obviously need the compressed air tank as well to get the turbine spinning over. Here we go. So that's charged up. Here we go again. So what we don't want Julian to do is light the jet until the support vehicle moves out of the way. So well done to the split second team. Fantastic job to get the jet restarted. Here we go then with a bit of a flame show for us. I think Julian's just going to have to take it through. It's not a happy jet. What a shame. Bit of an afterburn, the pop run off towards the stripe there. So a bit frustrating for the team there, but valiant effort. Not only that, in the dark as well. So very, very tricky indeed, but they still had a 681 run earlier. Right, now then it's going to be the fun time as we bring our Cracklefest cars round to the start line. I'm going to wander down with radio mics as we get everybody into position. Nitro FM is just going to take the airways back for a moment, and we'll be back with you with radio mics from the start line. So as the cars start to make their way down to the start line, Kim Harrison with RWYB. Sean Milsom appears with Ain't Misbehaving. Good to see Sean making it down for this. Oh, I tell you what, it's going to be a bit of a traffic jam down here. The whiplash for Martin Hallam and Tom Margerson, #1 qualifier. Brilliant stuff from him today. Jason Pickett with the Cherry Bomb 55. Having a great time today. There's young Billy with the Willis. Billy Jones, of course. So the hits just keep on coming. We got slingshots for you. And lovely little flames licking up as well. Can't beat it when you get those flames appearing from those header pipes. Gonna get very, very noisy indeed. Gary Atkinson with the 34 from the Wild Bunch. And it wouldn't be complete without Rothschild and of course Rebel, the Brown Boys. James Auld. Well, buddy, with Little Faust, the dragster. Mark Corsell with the ball breaker slingshot. 8 O's, 8 1s, having a great time. It's a big old crackle fest this evening. All the cars are making their way down. The straight shooter with the engine covers on this time. Can't see any more coming down. Well, as Crackle-Fest go, this is pretty goddamn good this evening. Great to see a superb mix of cars that have made their way down. Good to see Outlaw Anglia very well represented, Gas the Circus, and of course the Wild Bunch down here as well, and Supercharged Outlaw. All making lots of noise for us this evening. Very enjoyable. I hope you're all enjoying this as well. We are literally 5 minutes away from fireworks. We still got, I tell you what, some of them have got radiators, they can run for a little bit. He's just like, leave it running. Hey, why not? So that's a superb Crackle Fest this evening. As I say, great mix of vehicles. The Cherry Bob has just been left running. Tom has left the Tinseltown Hustler just engine running. But they've all been making some great noise for us this evening. It's all part of the fun and games. Well done, Tom. As the engines fade, we just got one left running. Okay, just one to shut down. Hold it, guys. Okay, just one engine to switch off. Hey, come on, let's hear it. Wow, that's a proper Hot Rod Drags. Crackle Fest there. Absolutely brilliant job. And come up, Rod, don't go away. Kim, come here. Come here. Now then, just before we do the fireworks, we haven't got these fireworks deliberately for you, but Kim, yeah, but congratulations to these two celebrating their wedding anniversary this weekend. Was it 45 years this weekend?
Yeah.
Congratulations, Ron and Kim Harrison. When you have a love of drag racing, no better place to spend your wedding anniversary than the drag strip. So massive congratulations to Rod and, of course, to Kim Harrison.
My birthday tomorrow, 71.
You old git, 71 years old. I tell you what, drag racers never fade away. They just get quicker, they get faster, and they have a lot of fun. Ladies and gentlemen, have you enjoyed yourselves today? Has the weather been all right for you today? Who likes fireworks? What we're going to do, we're going to leave all of these cars here for the firework display. We'll try and get all of the teams to move away from their cars towards the wall so our photographers can get some fantastic backdrop photographs of the fireworks display with the cars as part of the feature of the fireworks display. So we can get all the drivers and the support teams over towards the wall just so that we can get some great photographs. Hello, Mark, how you doing, mate? Really good to see you. So if you could all move over to that side just so that we can get photographs when the fireworks are up and running. Thank you very, very much indeed. So it's been qualifying today. It's eliminations tomorrow. So just got a few souls that we just need to move over from the cars over to the wall there. So we're going to leave the cars exactly where they are. You're going to have a fantastic firework display this evening, and those of you that know the fireworks here at Santa Prod, they're pretty special, and they'll be launching bang on 8 o'clock, and I'm looking to see what the time is now. 59, so literally less than a minute to go for the Santa Pod fireworks display. Have a great evening after the fireworks. Don't forget, everybody's going to be hovering around the pits. It's a glorious evening. It really is. Just, well, I mean, look at Jason. He's still got his shorts, flip-flops on. Everything. So, had a great. Yeah, how many pairs of flip-flops do you lose on a rubbered racetrack? That's for sure. So the fireworks about to start. After the fireworks, don't forget, have a fantastic evening. Fuelers Bar will be open. All the eateries are open. The pits will still be buzzing. And I've got a funny feeling most of you won't be going anywhere either. A lot of you will be staying on site. So it's just been a brilliant day. Right, we want you to count the fireworks in. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's have them!
what you mean to me. I'm so glad to have you for my head. So glad to have you for my head. I'm so glad to have you for my head. So glad to have you for my head. I'm so glad to have you for my
Let's hear it for the fireworks display. Wow, what a firework display that was to wrap up our day here at Hot Rod Drags. Have a great evening, everybody. We'll see you tomorrow. Good night.